Okay, we are live, I believe. Yes, this time for real. We had an issue, but now we are here for real. Sorry for the slight delay, everybody, but welcome to the first historic Brawl tournament live on this channel. Well, the second one, but what is a tournament if it never got recorded, right? So, this tournament is a top 8 historic Brawl competitive event with a prize pool of over $100 shared between the top 4 players. And these players had to compete in a month-long league just in order to secure a slot in this tournament. And together with me here is our special guest and co-caster, CovertGoBlue.
Hi, it's me at CGB, and I'm really excited to be here casting some top 8 competitive historic Brawl nonsense today and see which deck can take home the title in Season 3 of the Historic Brawl Hub Top 8 Tournament. It's going to be fun. There's a lot of interesting brews here and some spice, some things that I don't think people expected out of competitive historic Brawl at this time. They thought it would be all blue decks and Paradox Engine decks, and instead we've got quite a variety, and especially a lot of black in this particular field.
Oh yes, a lot of black. I also personally didn't expect that much black. Most people know that blue is a really strong color in historic Brawl, but black is also up there. There's an argument to be made for certain colors to be the weakest, but I think it is really close between black and blue, because those are the two colors that bring the most relevant interaction in the format to the table. Blue with heaps of counter magic that just prevents things outright. And black has the option of Thoughtseize and Inquisition of Kozilek and cheap spot removal in order to attack the unfair deck's hand and keep the fair decks in check by removing their creatures. And
yeah, black has all the options. Black and blue are the most likely colors to see their spells resolve most of the time. But there's a few brave people venturing out without it. We've got an Ajani the Great-Hearted also lurking in the top 8. We also have the most unique Paradox Engine combo deck I've ever seen.
Oh yes, it is by far the most unique Paradox Engine deck in historic Brawl. It is old Stickfingers combo, and the way, you will probably see it in one of the games at the very least, but the way this works is Stickfingers X equals 3 with only 3 creatures in the deck will deterministically put those creatures into the graveyard and then reanimate one of them, and then you start a combo chain that eventually results in Paradox Engine and milling out the opponent.
Yeah, it does it all, and you don't really see it coming. And I think it's one of the secret decks of historic Brawl that many people don't even believe exist anymore. So it's really fun. Of course, we also have representation from the boogeyman of the format, coming straight out of the Alchemy for the Brothers War at the very end of last year. Rusko Clockmaker, a card that was really fun for a few days, and then everybody seems to have turned on it. And there's nothing I enjoy more than getting up in the morning just to kind of get my blood flowing than going on Reddit and reading threads that are very salty about Rusko. And here there are 2 Rusko decks here in this top 8.
Yes, so first and foremost, here is the general opinion of most players in the competitive Discord. Rusko should not be banned. But the clear issue with Rusko currently is that the way the matchmaking system works, Rusko is not matched against other really strong decks, but against, on average, poorly positioned decks that will just get run over by Rusko. And I have a personal win rate of over 93% with Rusko over almost 100 games, and I'm not the only one with those win rates. And the deck, I think, should just get put higher in the queue, and then we will see. But I still don't see Rusko being a stronger deck than, let's say, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, or Kinnan.
But I do want to see them fight. I want to Godzilla this. Let them fight.
Let's
Watch
them
Rusko
fight.
and Bolus and Rusko and Kinnan go at it, you know? I was playing, what was it? I was playing Nicole Bolus Dragon God the other day, right? And I played against Kinnan like 5 times. And it's like, come on, where's Rusko? Come and get it, Rusko. Let's go.
Also, talking about Kinnan. Kinnan, everybody expects the top 8 tournament to be full of Kinnan. But here is the reality. Everybody is so teched against Kinnan in this tournament that nobody dares to actually bring that deck to the table. Because last time we had this tournament, the Kinnan player made like 5th place because they just got absolutely demolished by control decks, mono red decks with 30 burn spells, everything. And this deck has really a difficult time coming back from the 5th burn spell.
So you're saying that the Brawl Hub Discord folks, they know what to do with a Kinnan. Just stick Kinnan's face straight in the toilet. Give him a swirly.
Yes, exactly. That is exactly what's actually happening. And also, there are not a lot of players piloting the deck, like just for their personal enjoyment. So we used to have a very like die-hard Kinnan fan on the server, but he left. Like the guy had something around 15,000 Kinnan games. But now there is a void to fill, really. And again, like these tournaments are like you get into these tournaments by competing in a league, and this league takes 1 month, and you can just join this league, and then if you're performing good enough, you can just join this tournament. Okay, and I believe the games are about to start.
All right, who are we watching first, and what are they playing?
We are going to watch Ayara Reds versus Sheoldred the Apocalypse. And
Mono Black versus Mono Black in our first feature match here. 40 rat colonies.
40 rat colonies, indeed.
You're telling me this is the best of the best.
Oh,
40 rat colonies.
No, this is not the best of the best. This is the best of the best trying to... Yeah, there we go. I switched the stream. This is the best of the best, just trying to have a fun time. Yeah, we had one player going rogue on us effectively with just signing up with a red deck. And turns out the red deck will play a rat colony on turn 2. I know, very surprising.
Well, what's more surprising is Sheoldred the Apocalypse on turn 2. I think we missed a moment from one of the most RNG-centric cards in the format. A card that actually makes a lot of people rage quit, Dark Ritual. Yes,
Dark Ritual is a very polarizing card. There are going to be times when you are playing Sheoldred on turn 2 and the opponent has no removal. Surprisingly, I might add, since they're in mono black, right? But yeah, then you're just going to have situations like this where just Sheoldred is sticking around uncontested, gaining life, draining the opponent, and it is not going to get better unless that Sheoldred gets removed.
And have we seen here Yahenni's Expertise as well? Did that get cast?
No, that got discarded to the duress.
Oh, that's a good choice for a duress right there. Well, the rat colonies have had a little bit of time, and now thanks to the Changeling Outcast, they do have 5 power, so they can finally face off with Sheoldred the Apocalypse. And look at this. Is Sheoldred jumping in front of a rat?
So the reason why this works is because Sheoldred is going to cast 6, cost 6 next turn, and the Ayara player doesn't know that, but doesn't know that there is not another land drop in their hand. So theoretically you could go Sheoldred and then Sheoldred again, like if you just get another land drop, right? So that is just a really good way of reducing the amount of rats, because versus rat decks, the rats get more and more threatening for each rat that is on the field, right? So we see a go for the throat on one of the rats and the other rat is already shrinking. And it is all about that critical mass. And that is also the reason the Henny's expertise got... Oh my god. The Henny's expertise got removed, because board wipes are really rough. And
so, speaking of those board wipes, I have a feeling that the cruelty of Gix is probably going to go find one with the Chapter 2 Grim Tutor type effect. They're also, I mean, we're really close to a combo potential, but that is Massacre Worm.
That is indeed very, very brutal, and it is going to be really tough for the red player to get back into the game in this spot.
Yeah, Massacre Worm making some ratatouille out of the Ayara player here. What can a Grim Tutor get that actually fixes the situation? Nothing's going to rebuild on the spot here, which means it's going to be multiple turns of no pressure for Sheoldred the Apocalypse to navigate.
Yeah, and we see the Changeling Outcast being returned, and now Vito, Thorn of Dustrose coming in, activating, giving lifelink to the Massacre Worm, and that is it.
Yeah, that's just, oh gosh, the closing speed was insane. The Sheoldred picked just so many life points off that Massacre Worm and Vito just able to finish it. And just like that, I smell a dead rat.
Yes, we have a dead rat in the first round.
But a good time to talk about the format, right? Because this is best 2 out of 3.
Yes, this is a double elimination tournament, and best of 3 indeed. So now the players will set up and challenge for the next game, and they are going to say, hey, since this is best of 3, red player is going to win the coin flip, just the usual best of 3. We just don't have sideboarding in Historic Brawl. That is the only difference.
Isn't it wonderful? No fiddling with sideboard cards. I'm so happy. That's the one in best of 1 I approve.
Ah, yes. Although I really enjoy really weird sideboards, transformative sideboards, but all of that not present in this format.
Turn 1 Duress out of Artelect gets the Meat Hook Massacre, so 1 sweeper down.
Yep, that is pretty relevant, honestly. Decided not to cast the Concealing Curtains, but to kill a rat instead to prevent that critical mass from happening that we talked about earlier.
Doing it at instant speed, though, opens up the window for Village Rites, so a little bit of punish for not just doing the straight-up kill the rat on the spot.
Yes, indeed.
We still haven't seen Ayara the Commander actually make an appearance in this game, so there's an Arcane Signet, and now a Concealing Curtains hits the battlefield for Jalto.
Oh, wow. There's also this Bontos Monument. So Bontos Monument is a really threatening artifact with the ability to reduce all your black creatures by 1 and drain the opponent whenever you cast a creature. So now all these red colonies are going to cost 1 instead of 2, and that just accelerates all these reds really nicely.
1, 2, 3 rats hitting the battlefield, going up to 5 power. But speaking of draining, Sheoldred the Apocalypse has found the battlefield yet again.
Yes. Oh well. Faceless Haven draw here, gaining more and more life, and I believe we will see some removal here to, just get rid of the board.
Invoke Despair is a heck of a card, but not yet. It's going to be Soul Transfer. 1 rat exiled.
Yeah, the reason,
3 mana open.
Yeah, the reason why the Soul Transfer here is better just because if Jolto decides to play 1 red here and then swing in, thinking that all the reds have 5 power, Sheoldred can block and then remove one of the reds. But instead, Artelect anticipates the removal and is not going to swing in with that plan.
And what was correct, because there's a Heartless Act as the unknown card. There's still 2 rats in hand, but here comes Invoke Despair. And Artelect sacrifices 1 of the rat colonies, rat power down to 2. Can we call it Rat Storm?
Yeah, only with the Bontos Monument probably, because otherwise it is too slow to be called a Storm Dead. But yes, we are currently facing Red Storm versus Sheoldred the Apocalypse. Right. Okay.
Here comes another colony.
Yep. And the
Typhoid.
real trouble here for Artelect is going to be that Karn's Silex. It is... Oh, wow. Oh, my God. That is just lethal.
Hello.
Hello.
Is that Wow.
decides not to go for lethal? What happened?
You were thinking exactly of, is it Veto?
No,
Is it
Eldritch
lethal?
Pact. So the 7 mana card that the opponent just... Oh no, so this target player draws cards equal to the amount of cards in graveyard, right? But there are not enough cards in Artilect's graveyard yet to kill them with it, because you're usually pointing that at the opponent as the Sheoldred player to make them draw a ton of cards and then just drain them. But there are currently just not enough cards in the rest player graveyard to actually kill them with it, and it would be quite bad to let them draw a bunch of cards here. That is why they didn't went for that play.
Ah, yes. It's kind of like peer into the abyss, but it does require cards in graveyard. And cards in graveyard count going down a little further here with a rat colony being returned to hand by the Memorial to Folly, I believe it's called.
Yeah, so now Karn Silex will likely get triggered. And we saw the hover on the Eldritch Pact. So now there's going to be some math happening in how many cards are in graveyard, but points it at the opponent, lets them draw a bunch of cards. Also loses life equal to the amount of cards drawn.
Make it stop! Oh my goodness. Sheoldred Burn in full effect. Not just a standard card. Sheoldred the Apocalypse just completely blows out Artilect, and put an F in the chat. The Rat Colony deck was dispatched very swiftly here in this round. Not out completely. This is double elimination, but seemed completely overmatched by Sheoldred in that matchup.
Okay. And, you know, there is a legitimate question here. If these decks are good, right? Well, not necessarily the Reds deck. I might want to point out the creator of the deck itself, himself said this is more for the dream, you know. But the question here from chat is, why are none of the top tier decks in queue, like none of these actual top tier decks in the queue in the top tier? So why is that Sheoldred deck not facing Golos and Kinnan in queue? Do you think, what is your theory on that? Because I'm quite interested in your opinion there.
I actually think people know how to beat these decks. I don't think that they're as unbeatable as people believe. I also think people know how to prepare for these decks. And there's definitely a question when doing a top 8 of something like this. Do you play the thing that everybody's prepared for, or do you play the thing that maybe you have a better understanding of than others? And I think that they are making decisions here. They're going with decks that they believe will take them further than the more established builds out there. I mean, there is a Hell Q commander in Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, representing what I call the Hell Q all on its own. So we'll see if it holds up.
Yeah, here is my theory though, why these commanders don't show up, right? So they're in the queue, the decks that are high in the queue are the ones that have a low floor of skill and deck building skill. So you can play a Golos deck and you can play whatever and you will perform well with that, but you can't just do that with certain other commanders, right? So all of these commanders, like for example Sythis, you're like, okay, I just play enchantments, and then you're just going to play a bunch of enchantments and suddenly you have a good performing deck. That is not necessarily the case with other commanders that are not high in the queue, where you really need to have a good collection and a good knowledge of the game, and the average player is not going to have that knowledge or that collection. So that is why on average those decks don't perform well enough in order to get placed highly in the queue. But once you're looking at these optimized competitive versions, they will just, it's like a switch that's flicked, and now turbo mode, really, really competitive stuff. And that is why we don't see certain decks in this tournament high in the queue.
Is there a match that we could jump into, since
Yes.
that one was so fast?
Yes, I'm currently looking for a match, and we are going to check out Skull's Yawgmoth versus Mathematica's Stickfingers.
Ooh, which one are you watching? Which one are you speccing?
We are going to look out for. We're going to watch Skull, and Yep, there we go. Oh. Yes, Skullsbreaker's stream is online, and Mathematica's hand should also show up right about now. And there we go. Yes, perfect. So it is Yawgmoth versus Stickfingers. And this Stickfingers is unlike anything you are going to see in the queue. Also, just for your interest, this is 1-0 for Yawgmoth currently. And so this Stickfingers list is what we briefly touched upon this. This is a combo Stickfingers list, and this is a really strong list that also just doesn't get high up in the queue just purely because you're not going to see this list on the ladder, really, because so few people actually pilot this variant, where most players play a just a general reanimator strategy, which is much, much weaker compared to this combo strategy. And since that tanks the win rate of the deck, it is not going to be placed high in the queue.
I have never seen somebody play this combo against me. I just started playing it after I saw that it made the top 8 of this event to kind of learn something about it. And we're about to see it get kicked off right here, because I'm going to need you to really walk us through this. Here comes old Stickfingers getting the Young Necromancer, the Nyxbloom Ancient, and Razaketh the Foul-Blooded in the graveyard. What is going on?
So, since the Stickfingers deck only runs 3 creatures, X equals 3 on Stickfingers will always get those 3 creatures into the graveyard. Young Necromancer is a creature that effectively allows you to, when it enters, to reanimate another creature from the graveyard. The other creature you are going to reanimate with that is going to be Razaketh the Foul-Blooded, which allows you to pay 2 life and then sacrifice a creature to put any card from your deck into your hand. And then you're going to start chaining these kinds of effects where you're going to tutor for a card, and now you are going to play more creatures, tutor for more cards, right? But while all of this is happening, you're also going to reanimate the Nyxbloom Ancient. And Nyxbloom Ancient effectively triples all your mana generation. So if you search for something like a Mox Amber, you suddenly pay 0 mana to get 3 mana. So this deck is going to go up in mana, up in cards, and then eventually win by getting a Paradox Engine with a Mana Rock into play, because now everything you tutor for will get you more and more mana. And then the Pestilent Cauldron is a card that says, for each life you've gained this turn, you mill cards from the opponent, and this deck will get a ton of life in the process to fuel the Razaketh activations.
Okay, my head hurts. Let's see if maybe they just put on the show. And here comes Blood for Bones, and the target, I'm assuming, will be Young Necromancer, sacrificing old Stickfingers, leaving it in the graveyard.
Yes, that is very relevant.
Here we go.
Because Young Necromancer requires you to exile additional cards from the graveyard in order to reanimate, and now leaving Stickfingers in the graveyard and then being able to exile that same Stickfingers and put it back into the command zone is pretty relevant for fuel in the graveyard. As for the relevant interaction here, this Heartless Act is pretty threatening, but it is the only removal spell currently in the Yawgmoth player's hand that can remove Razaketh. So what is going to happen is, in response to the removal, Razaketh will just tutor up a Veil of Summer, most likely.
Oh, so just instant speed sacrificing a creature and going and getting some kind of a protection effect as well. I always wondered when trying to go off with this deck, how much mana do you really need to make it happen? And we see that there's 2 untapped mana, so I want to see where this leads.
Yes, it is 1 additional mana, which Mathematica is going to have. So 1 mana is going to be used on the Veil of Summer, and 1 is going to be used on Feign Death or a similar effect. So now what's going to happen is you pay 1 mana to make the Young Necromancer return to the battlefield the next time it dies, and then you're going to sacrifice it to the Razaketh, tutoring a card. And with the Young Necromancer returning, you're going to return Nyxbloom Ancient to the battlefield, and then you're going to sacrifice the Young Necromancer. There is a Feign Death. Then you're going to sacrifice.
I'm like trying to follow along, but really I just kind of want to. Oh, I want to see how it all breaks. Like,
okay, let's.
You in a nutshell, you're telling me that math can win right here.
Yes, this is very much lethal in my opinion.
Oh my goodness. Okay, everybody sit in. How the heck? So let's see. Heartless Act targeting the Young Necromancer. Is that different than you expected?
Yes, that is exactly what I expected, because the Young Necromancer is the Feign Death target here. So the idea is to let the Feign Death fizzle, and that is the point where the Stickfingers player is going to have trouble. And the only reason why the Stickfingers player hasn't searched for Veil of Summer yet is because they're trying to figure out if they lose next turn, if they just pass, because if the Yawgmoth player has a second removal spell, then they're in trouble, because that removal spell is going to happen in response to the Veil of Summer.
So they know about the Fatal Push, but Fatal Push doesn't hit Young Necromancer. If you haven't seen this card, it is a 5-mana card. So immune from the Fatal Push, but there could be another power word kill or something of that nature.
Yeah, let me think. Oh no, there is a second removal spell actually that can kill the Necromancer. I just missed it. You can use the March of Wretched Sorrow and pitch the Fatal Push. So this is actually not lethal.
Oh, March of Wretched Sorrow. See, you're popping between the streams. I'm like, I don't know where exactly you're popping to. I didn't know that March was also in the hand.
Yes, March is indeed in their hand. And since the Stickfingers player is expecting the second removal spell, they're just going to say, okay, this Feign Death fizzles, and we are going to just get something else as a backup, and then just pass turn, protect this Razaketh.
So not quite lethal just yet. We get to wait one more turn to see the full pop-off. But with so much life, it's probably... This can't be a good position for Yawgmoth. How do you feel about Yawgmoth in the matchup?
So this exact matchup happened twice in the last tournament. 2 players brought Yawgmoth, one of them being Skullsbreaker, who made 3rd place and lost to... his old Stickfingers. So yeah, Yawgmoth is generally not favored in this kind of matchup. But here is the big problem. The Wishclaw Talisman. Now you have a free tutor on the side of... oh, hello. Yeah, now you have a free tutor. And that is likely going to grab a Bajuka Bog, which is really troublesome.
Wait, if the combo's just dead to the bog, but I mean, I guess you can't be in their head necessarily. What if they get something else? Erebos' intervention has an exile the graveyard clause.
Yeah, I personally like the bog more because it just doesn't cost mana here. But I believe what we're going to see is the Erebos intervention just getting used immediately.
There's still a Razaketh over there. That is not a card that... I mean, that card has ended a few games without a combo.
Yeah, the problem is the way how this Stickfingers deck is set up is... there is not much winning besides that. This is all in on the combo, right? So let's see.
We like hyped them up. We actually might not see it. The key pieces might be about to get nailed in the graveyard.
Yes, we might have the opportunity in the future if this game is over. Oh, there is the Nyxbloom Ancient being gone. And the Young Necromancer. So I'm currently thinking, is there a way how you can recover creatures at instant speed in this deck?
Ooh, Shigeki, but I mean, there's no mana for that. We're talking about in the whole deck, can we, for 2 mana, instant speed, return something from graveyard to hand?
Yes.
Is there a card called like Corpse Churn that does this?
Yes.
But I don't know if it's in their list.
I don't think it is in their list, indeed.
Looking through it, And I'm sure that they are also looking through their deck.
Yes, very much so. But we might have an opportunity to see the Stickfingers player later. Also,
you could fetch a Dark Ritual. So
yes.
you could go to 4 mana.
And there are Graveyard Shift, I believe, is in their deck, right? If they had one more mana.
No, or wait, Graveyard Shift is not something that they can cast, though.
Yes, that is the problem. They are missing 1 mana for the Graveyard Shift. And the Exile goes through.
Oof.
That is rough.
That hurt.
That is rough. And now they're just saying, okay, I hope this 8/8 that can tutor me a million answers will just beat you in the air.
Yeah, you get to tutor your deck. So I want to see. Is it how do you say it? Mathematiger?
Mathematiker. It's actually German for mathematician.
So let's see Mathematica. I'm sure that they've been in this position at some point before, and they have access to their deck. So let's see what they get and what they try to do to close the game against Yawgmoth here with their combo completely shut down. It does feel like Veil of Summer can be a very powerful card. They don't have any other creatures other than that Razaketh now, but they can get creatures from the opponent's graveyard with Cruelty of Gix. They can make threats with Black Market Connection. I'm really curious to see how this goes.
Yeah, I believe the first thing we're going to see here is, like, we don't necessarily know what they're going to tutor for, but they have a Fatal Push in hand. So by sacrificing, tutoring, and then being able to use the Fatal Push on the Yawgmoth, they're going to slow down the Yawgmoth player significantly.
And that, of course, is a great start. After that, if you can protect Razaketh, and there are at least Veil of Summer and Safekeeping to do that, it looks like it may be very difficult to get this Razaketh off the board. And it attacks for 8 a turn.
Oh, there's
3-turn
also...
block.
Yeah, we see the Tamiya Safekeeping coming through, as expected. And, now they just say, yeah, okay, I'm going to reanimate this Cold Conscript in response to removal and turn that into a card. So Razaketh is going to be a 6/6. But they Or is it? Yeah, they decide, okay, the 2 power is really relevant here, and it actually, might just be, because it's going to crash in multiple times, and Yawgmoth is going to pay life in order to draw those cards and put those -1/-1 counters on things.
Yeah, I do love keeping it on a 3-turn clock if you can. And with the deck as your oyster, both through Razaketh, a Wishclaw Talisman on one, and a Grim Tutor in hand, you are just using every tool you have left in your 100 to try to get this job done.
Yeah, now they just need to... They want to keep this 1/1 around to at least fetch a Veil of Summer. And there is also a Shatterstorm in the list and similar cards that create multiple tokens. So we might just see a card, just for 1 card, just fetch something that creates multiple tokens, and then you have multiple tutors at the ready again. Because life total is actually not that much of an issue here, with the Yawgmoth player just having no board whatsoever.
A Verdant Command being one of the ways to get 2 tokens if you want to continue the tutor train. And then for more pressure, there is Nissa of Shattered Bows as an interesting card that can also deal some damage with some attacking, menacing lands.
That is very true. Nissa being in the deck, by the way, for being a reanimation spell that delays the reanimation. So... you get to reanimate the next turn, but by that time you also have already untapped your lands, so now you get to combo off with a ton of extra mana. There is the Verdant Command, and oh wow, there is a Dread Fugue, and I believe we're going to see this Verdant Command getting casted in response, but then just not going to fetch anything.
Deciding whether or not to cleave your Dread Fugue at this stage in the game, hard not to cleave it, but they're going to go for it. It is frustrating against Razaketh knowing they could just fetch up their next good card.
Yes, indeed. And it it is a really good decision to not cleave the Stratfuge, simply because all the threatening cards like Veil of Summer that you might want to take here are going to be 1 or 2 mana anyways.
So, Verdant Command exiling the Cult Conscripts from the graveyard. That's what it's there for. And making a pair of tapped squirrels, which are basically Demonic Tutor for free.
Yes, so
nice?
Verdant Command is really, really strong, simply because it also gains your life. So you basically get 1 additional tutor for 1 additional life and 2 mana, which is really, really, really strong.
I can't imagine just tuning in and watching this deck, just like somebody who just joined the stream just now, looking at this deck going, what the heck is going on with this old Stickfingers pile? It is absolutely wild.
Yep, it is wild, and I do think it is... I've never actually seen the Stickfingers combo get interrupted, but the Stickfingers player is still winning. I know it exists, right? But it is really not something. Oh, did they just miss lethal?
Did they? Power. If you power up the layer, you're running into a fatal push. It does depend if they still have a Veil in their deck.
Yeah, so what should have happened here is just play this... play this 2 untapped and then swing in and then just Veil in response. But I think they're also... like, at the very least, if you power up the lair and bait out the Fatal Push from hand, you get 1 card out of that hand, which might just be really relevant. But remember, you can also
playing
just
around double removal, like protecting Razaketh. Yeah,
they're just valuing Razaketh very, very highly here. So this last tutor from the Wishclaw Talisman, removing the last counter, giving it back to the Yawgmoth player, but they can't activate it since it doesn't have a counter anymore. What is that going to get us? I wonder. The Stickfingers player does take a long time to think about their lines, just because you have your whole deck at your disposal all the time, every time, and that is just not something a lot of decks have. And it takes a lot of knowledge about how you want to play certain matchups.
So the selection is Cruelty of Gix going in on chapter 1. So prepared for, I'm not sure what in the hand, and it is a March of Wretched Sorrow. So might have been able to fight off lethal, hard to tell exactly. Would have had to remath, not that important right now. But now full information, both of their own deck and of the opponent's hand from Mathematiker.
Yes, that is really, really scary. March of Wretched Sorrow getting cast for 8, going to get hit with the Veil of Summer as a last Hail Mary.
And bam, March your Razaketh.
Yeah, and we believe we will see the fetch for Veil of Summer. I'm not sure though. Did the Veil of Summer already get used though?
I thought not, but you know, that is caster. That is what happens when you as a caster start thinking you know more than the players. Yep. You're like, oops, you always get foot into mouth.
Yawgmoth knows. He just knows the Veil of Summer is coming.
I don't know. Sometimes you GG as a flex, right? Sometimes you just gotta throw them off their game, and you see the moment Yawgmoth GG'd. We got to pause here. A little review of the situation. There it is.
There it is.
There it is. There it is.
And
so the combo was taken away, but Razaketh was enough to get the job done.
That is so interesting. That is not something you're going to see a lot with this deck, because if the combo gets disrupted early and Razaketh gets exiled, which is the usual way how the combo gets disrupted, yeah, there's just no way.
A little bit of history. I think you told me that and correct me if I'm wrong, I think that you told me that the last season's finals it also included the same Stickfingers Paradox Engine deck. So the players who are in this top 8 have seen this before. Like, people are familiar with what this does, more so than most viewers or myself would be.
Yes, so if you are a good pilot and you're bringing this on ladder, you're going to have very inflated win rates, purely because players are not prepared for what is happening. But you saw the Yawgmoth player did know what was about to happen to them, but they still couldn't stop it, which is really, really threatening.
Do we know which game that was? Do we know the game count currently?
So this was game number 2. And we are going to head into game 3 because Yawgmoth was up 1 game.
Excellent. Okay, so we have a game number 3 between these matches. Also, we need to let, every time we switch into games, we need to let the people running the overlay know to adjust the overlay.
Oh, I see. Ah, true. Yeah, the overlay is not...
I believe they're on it because somebody in chat
I see. We
it.
just got a message. Overlay is stuck. Beautiful.
Okay, overlay is stuck. Listen to words, don't read them. Got it.
No, we just got this message actually. Step overlay, I'm stuck. Anyways.
So, Skullsbreaker opening with Dreadfuge, digging into the hand and a complete whiff here, which you don't see too often, as Historic Brawl is usually a very low to the ground, quick format. But this is the second whiffing Dreadfuge we've seen.
I wouldn't have expected that whiff, to be honest. I would have kept this hand based on having Dreadfuge and saying, hey, I can take something. But if that whiffs, now you suddenly just have nothing. Because Eliminate is only killing creatures and planeswalkers with 3 CMC or less. And there are not a lot of cards in that deck. Because if you start killing things while a Razorcath is on the field, that Razorcath is just going to sacrifice things in response.
On the other hand, though, that Dreadfuge whiffing does mean the first 2 turns are free and clear over here from Old Stickfingers, and the Beetle comes down, basically enabling Razorcath to get into the graveyard. Interesting.
Yeah, that is pretty unfortunate. So Yawgmoth is really not happy with that because, yeah, like the Old Stickfingers player really hates drawing those big cards because you're going to delay your combo by a lot because you don't have good ways to discard them. But now, if the opponent just says, hey, you get to discard a card, that just actually accelerates you because now the Stickfingers X equals 2 will be able to put all the other cards into the graveyard. But here is the thing. If Yawgmoth gets a creature into the graveyard, which is basically guaranteed at this point, this Mausoleum Secrets allows them to search for a black card from their deck equal or less to the amount of creatures in the graveyard. And that can just get something to exile that Razorcath with. So now, Stickfingers is kind of exposed, to be honest.
Yeah, the tutor can go get Erebos' intervention. We saw the power of that in the last game, although Stickfingers was still able to bring home the win. Now here comes a Black Market Connection activation. This is one of my absolute favorite cards in Historic Brawl. I run it in every single black deck that I can. The value from Black Market Connection, turning your life total into many different resources. What do you think we'll see here, though, under a bit of pressure from the Yawgmoth player?
I think it's going to be draw a card and gain a treasure, not putting a creature into play, because that creature is just going to die to the Yawgmoth, and 3 life is a lot.
3 life is a lot. However, 3 life is the choice.
Wow.
So I sometimes found myself, when I was trying out the Stickfinger deck on ladder, not wanting to draw extra cards because you might draw your combo pieces, whereas Stickfingers can send them straight to the graveyard.
Yeah, and I believe that is also exactly what just happened. And
so specifically, you wouldn't want to draw the creatures that you're going to bin with Old Stickfingers anyway, so maybe it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
pick up that card.
I think currently the Stickfingers player is thinking about just putting a Razorcath into play like that. Not necessarily to combo off here, but more to protect it from graveyard hate. Because can't get exiled from the graveyard. Oh, but...
Instead, we're doubling down. We're putting the whole combo in the graveyard with and getting back none of it this turn. My gosh.
That is huge. And yeah, that is going to be troublesome. Because...
Well, we'll see. If Skullsbreaker sees the line, I mean, this is a Mausoleum Secrets for 1, gets an Erebos' Intervention, which...
Oh, there's also
do they need a land? They need to draw a land.
Which should be easy enough.
Yeah. What's the other card they could get?
I'm not sure if they run Cling to Dust anymore.
See, the secrets have to be a creature or a black card?
Black card. Any black card.
A black card. Okay, so they can't get Bazooka Bog. But they have the land. So this is Mausoleum Secrets, Erebos' Intervention, potentially, if they see it, exile those creatures from the graveyard.
Yes. Yeah, and they know that there is a double reanimation spell lurking, but Mausoleum Secrets fetching a black card with mana value 2 or less currently. And
oh my gosh.
There is...
We saw old Stickfingers find a way with Razaketh. Well, the next challenge, can you find a way with none of your creatures?
Yeah, I don't think there is a way. There is the Erebos' Intervention. Also, just sorry for the people watching the stream. There is going to be some flickering involved whenever one of the players lags, and usually it lags when somebody tutors.
Yeah, that is a current feature of the client for me as well.
Oh my god! Yeah, I started crashing when Curse of Silence is an uncastable card for me in certain spots.
Oh my gosh!
I just keep crashing.
Erebos' Intervention kills old Stickfingers because there's no creatures in the graveyard.
Yes, and
the blowout. Oh, the humanity.
That is indeed a really rough spot, and I mean, I said this last time, it's going to be tough to win, but now it's going to be really tough to win, because the only way you're going to push damage is with these manlands.
I mean, you've got some changelings from a black market connection. Surely those can go the distance, right?
Let's just say yes.
Skeptical.
I am a bit skeptical indeed.
Oh my goodness. What an interesting one of not a card you think of as a must include in Historic Brawl, Erebos' Intervention. Really flexing here though. What a great one of tutor target.
Yes. Also, I believe that was put specifically in there because he knew he was going to play Stickfingers. Because remember, the players know what their first round opponent is going to be, because those pairings are based on the standings in the league. So Skullsbreaker knew he would play against old Stickfingers combo in the first round, so he probably added that card just for that matchup, and it paid off.
Well, here you go. A tutor for your whole library.
Lose 3
What do
life.
you do?
I am just going to be a negative Nancy and say old Stickfingers is going to lose this game even if Yawgmoth just leaves the computer right now. Because they are going to die. They are going to die to this black market connection.
Yeah, probably with 7 life to go. They still have, let's see, they used the tutor from Cruelty. They need to get a way to gain life with the heart that gets something out of the graveyard. But I don't think Yawgmoth is going to be very giving on that front.
No.
There's a great henge in their deck, but they have no creature of appropriate size. It's everything that could go wrong has gone wrong here.
Yeah.
So you said that Skullsbreaker knew their opponent this round and got to make deck and card selections based on that. Old Stickfingers, Mathematiger had the same option, right? But just stuck with their deck.
Well, they also made adjustment. It's just you can't really have anti-graveyard hate in Historic Brawl, really, because all the anti-graveyard cards that prevent things from getting targeted are symmetrical, and yeah, you don't want symmetrical effects in these kind of spots.
Yeah, they could have also changed commanders, right?
Yes, but he is known to be an absolute diehard old Stickfingers combo fan. The deck is his own creation. There is nothing like it, and he will play that deck. He has played this deck for the past couple of months, nothing else. So everybody knew he would bring that deck.
So you live by the stick finger, you die by the stick finger, I suppose. Indeed. Yeah, everything has a weakness, and you just can't protect your graveyard. There's a card called Ground Seal. That card, if it were in Historic Brawl, would definitely be in this deck.
Oh yes, absolutely. The deck got some great improvements with the retro archives, like their. I believe does the current version play Defense Grid?
I believe it does. Just double checking, but yes.
Yes, the current version plays Defense Grid, and that card is really, really brutal versus blue decks. But again, we don't have that much blue in the top 8, mostly black. Also, I just want to point out some cards, I really like how certain decks get to play super underplayed cards. Break Expectations, for example, in the current hand of Old Stickfingers, is a card that reveals the opponent's hand, and you can discard something with mana value 2 or more, but they get to draft from a spellbook. Arguably the spellbook is not really great, but it's still, then we see it getting used. Break Expectations, they get to take something here. And
if you want to open a can of worms, Break Expectations is a card I put in most of my decks, but cut when I'm recording videos because I try to keep people from complaining about alchemy.
Wow. No. I'm not in that kind of spot. I'm usually more in the spot of, they can usually use the extra card with draw discard effects. So it is really rough since it's tempo negative and card negative. But if you're a full-blown combo deck, you just get to, you don't care if they have additional cards. You only care about them having specific cards. And they have the choice between a Colossal Plow, an Oraska Relic, and a Replicated Ring.
Absolute rock stars. Absolute rock star cards. So yeah, the Relic, a good one. The Replication Ring, not bad. Like, giving people a Mana Rock isn't always great in Historic Brawl because they're decent cards anyway, but they're usually not nearly as good as what you take.
Yeah, indeed. Also, I just noticed, Skullsbreaker decided to bring a Doomblade to this tournament, which I would call unfortunate.
Sus?
No, sus. So it was a good choice last tournament, but now everybody is playing so much black. I believe the Doomblade is dead in, I believe, 5 matchups right now.
It could be an issue, but if Skull looks like they're going to take this match unless Mathematiger really figures something out. I'm going to call it Mathematiger, by the way. I'm not backing down.
You.
But it looks like Rusko is waiting in the next round, so Doomblade, Rusko doesn't die to Doomblade.
Yep, which is, although the most important creature in the Rusko deck is going to be Displacer Kitten, and that card is one hell of a drug.
Yeah, that card is pretty busted. But so yeah, we'll see how that all breaks down. You can point the Doomblade at it, but can you kill it? That's always the question. Although Yawgmoth, excellent position to just tear apart, 2/2 creatures for the most part, as long as they have some creatures to sacrifice to their commander. 2 life left. There is a Tamiyo's Safekeeping in hand. That can be 2 more turns with the Black Market connection. There is a Lair of the Hydra getting powered up here. Are you sure if Skull leaves the table that Mathematiger can still win?
Doomblade is able to point at that Lair of the Hydra, so that is going to be troublesome. But I believe the treasure here is left up just so the Tamiyo's Safekeeping can protect the Lair of the Hydra. And we're going to see some attacks happening here.
Well, 20 life and a Razka Relic that might be able to gain life at some point. Very interesting. Again, if they find a way out of this one with their entire combo absolutely nuked from the graveyard, and a deck loaded with spells like what's in their hand that get things back from the graveyard, it will be like a new level of improbable comeback.
Yeah, I honestly, these are things that I don't think will happen, but I want them to happen so badly. Oh, Orzhov
It's
Enforcer.
always a little bit more fun.
Yeah, Orzhov Enforcer with the removal, and this is actually lethal because Mathematica knows that there is a removal spell in hand.
I see it. The underdog attacks, and then it's only one more life from the black market connection, hoisted by your own petard, and Yawgmoth in the hand of skulls is going to advance, while the old Stickfingers Mathematiger is going to the losers bracket, where they will be battling for their tournament life against. See if I can find it here. I'm very curious. It looks like to be Ajani the Great-Hearted.
Yes, every match has concluded indeed, and
even the Teferi match.
Yes, I believe so. Teferi won against Rusko. Wow, that is impressive. Not because the matchup, like, this matchup is incredibly in favor of Teferi, but we got information that Freyleaser got late to the tournament because they were stuck at McDonald's.
No, wasn't it they needed to change to go to McDonald's to play on the Wi-Fi at McDonald's because of the weather?
I am not sure anymore, but some story
I believe the weather was knocked out like the power at their house or did something to the internet at their house, and they might be playing with a Big Mac in hand at this very moment.
Yes, we will never know. So let's have a look at one of the decks that was used in this tournament, and let's have a look at the Stickfingers list. Deck tech. There
Absolutely.
We go. Oh, it is on
Stickfinger
screen.
list review.
So this is old Stickfingers combo, and we already talked about this, but this deck is loaded with cheap interaction to prevent to prevent cards that prevent the combo, and reanimation spells. And again, you put Razaketh the Foul-Blooded into the graveyard, you put Nyxbloom Ancient in the graveyard, and you're going to put in the Young Necromancer, and then after a bunch of lines where you manage to reanimate everything from the graveyard, you are going to win with a Great Henge on the field. That is a card that taps for 2 mana and gains 2 life. A Paradox Engine, so now you tutor cards, you play cards, you tutor cards, you play cards, and keep gaining life and mana. And then you are going to win the game with a Pestilent Cauldron that has a line of 1 and tap. Each opponent mills cards equal to the amount of life gained this turn, and that is the deck.
So let me see if I can get there in my brain. All right.
Okay.
And you can tell me if I'm doing okay. So, old Stickfingers, Nyxbloom, Razaketh, Young Necromancer into the graveyard.
Correct.
Cast something like a Blood for Bones graveyard shift, something like that. Get back Young Necromancer, exile 2 cards from your graveyard, get back probably Nyxbloom or Razaketh. I guess it depends on the situation.
You have to bring back Razaketh.
Okay, unless you have another reanimation spell in your hand, but yeah. So you have to get back Razaketh.
Correct.
You sacrifice. How do you get the Nyxbloom from that point?
So
you sacrifice a creature and you fetch what?
So at this point, you have Stickfingers and Young Necromancer in play.
I've got it.
Okay.
Feign Death, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so you sacrifice Young Necromancer. You tutor for Feign. No, you sacrifice another creature. Your Stickfingers.
The Stickfingers, correct.
You tutor for Feign Death. You Feign Death the Young Necromancer. You sacrifice the Young Necromancer.
Correct.
And you fetch like a Mox Amber.
This combo requires you to have 1 open mana. That 1 open mana is for Feign Death.
1 open mana, yeah, because you need to go get like the Mox Amber.
Correct.
Then Feign Death returns Young Necromancer. Then you return Nyxbloom Ancient. Then you sacrifice a creature like Young Necromancer, and you search for the Great Hen. And you play...
Not at this point, no. Because you only have one tutor. You have Nyxbloom, Razaketh, and Young Necromancer on the field, and a Mox Amber in play that taps for triple black, correct? But at this point, you are in a spot where you can only sacrifice one thing.
Yeah, so you tap the Mox Amber and you tap the green source and you have 6 mana. So then you can sack the Young Necromancer, you get Verdict Command, you make 2 squirrels, then you sack one of the squirrels, then you get the Great Henge.
Correct, and from there on out, you tutor into more token creators, and then you can play Paradox Engine, a card, untap, and that is how you get there.
Yep, you sacrifice another. You can sacrifice another token to make another thing that makes 2 tokens or a few tokens. Then you get Dark Ritual, so you have enough mana, and you sacrifice, and you go get Paradox Engine, and then your next cast untaps all that, and you tap Great Henge about 15 times while doing this, which gains you a whole bunch of life, and that's how the Pestilent Cauldron eventually comes out and mills everybody. And thank you, God, have we filled enough time? We must be ready for the next round.
The round 2 is. The players are currently setting up for round 2, I believe. Also, the one more thing I want to point out for the combo is there are cards like Gaia's Blessing that return all other, like if they get milled, you put all your cards in your graveyard back to the library. This deck has a very simple solution to that by being able to exile at instant speed. And then you exile the reshuffle effect and just mill them again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. So like Cling to Dust, right?
Yes.
You can tutor up Cling to Dust if you're milling them and it's not working out. I understand now.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So it's got all the angles. That's
beautiful.
beautiful.
All the angles. So once you are going, you are going. And let's see.
Do we know who are doing next? Because we could also talk about their decks if we need to give them more time.
Yes, that would be a great thing to know. Let's see. We are going to see Sheoldred versus Teferi. Yawgmoth versus Rusko. I'm just listing everybody right now. Yawgmoth versus Rusko. Ajani versus Stickfingers. Ayara versus Rusko. And we are in losers bracket, so one of these decks at the bottom will go out, and I would assume that we are going to spectate one of those. If you had to say, what is the more interesting matchup here, in your opinion?
Let's do. So we just covered Stickfingers. We spent most of the time talking about it, but we still haven't seen it pop off. I think we should watch Stickfingers versus Ajani. Also, Ajani's last stand in the tournament. Ajani recently completed, very sad in the lore. So we want to see Ajani go out on top. Also, if you don't like black or blue, Ajani is your hero in this tournament.
Oh,
so
yes.
We've got to give people a chance to cheer for Ajani the Great-Hearted.
Also, I just want to point out Flash Fan, too, the pilot of Ajani the Great-Hearted, has been one of my OG server members. He has played Historic Brawl for over 3 years at this point, and Ajani is actually his most played deck. So
wow,
he has a lot of games with Ajani the Great-Hearted, and he is a really, really capable aggro player.
38 creatures. What format is this?
This is standard. No, it is Historic Brawl. Let's have a look at the Ajani deck that we will pull up in a second here. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm just staring at this wall of green and white aggressive stuff, and I'm kind of disgusted.
Yes. You're basically just going for a go wide plan here, while you're also using cards like Skyclave Apparition, Redain, God of the Worthy, just a bunch of interactive creatures to interact with the opponent. Also, a card that we see a lot in competitive Historic Brawl that you don't see that often on the ladder is Hope of Girapur. 1 mana, 1/1, flying. So baseline, decent to buff. It's decent. and then you can sacrifice it if it has dealt combat damage this turn to prevent the opponent from casting non-creature spells until your next turn. So that means no board wipes, no mana rocks, nothing, no planeswalkers. And that is really, really brutal.
Yeah, it creates kind of uncounterable windows. This deck definitely, you can tell, it competes at a pretty high level. Now, when I play Great-Hearted in queue, it actually goes up against the, borderline hell tier like commanders. It gets placed pretty highly compared to a lot of decks, and you've got to be ready to defeat those decks that play a lot of blue and just plan to counter and blow up everything you see. So I think it's got a lot of cards leaning towards dealing with that. Of course, their creatures solve a lot of problems in general. Scavenging Ooze, ready to go always against the graveyard decks. Stonecoil Serpent, kind of an overperformer in Historic Brawl because of so many multicolored cards. You see Primal Might, which is a card I haven't seen in a while. Smell Fear is a card I didn't even know was in this format.
Yes, Smell Fear is a 2-mana fight spell that also allows you to proliferate, which is, really threatening because this deck has a +1/+1 counter theme, and they play cards like Hardened Scales just to double up on those counters, and it is really, really threatening. The deck, like if you let the Ajani player with a couple of 1/1s on the field pass the turn to them, and suddenly now they just put four +1/+1 counters on everything, you are dead. You are dead.
Yeah. Ajani damage stacks up very quickly. This, I think it's easy to underestimate this commander.
Oh yes, very much so. Also, I just want to point out that the curve of this deck is extremely low. We're only playing 5 cards in the deck that cost 4 mana or greater. I'm not really counting the Maria's Call, just because that usually gets played as a land, but there is the option of drawing it later to cast it for 7 mana.
How do you feel about the matchup with Old Stickfingers? We've described the Old Stickfingers deck and the combo at length. Is Ajani going to put enough pressure on to get the job done?
So, regarding the pressure, the Old Stickfingers combo, I believe, the bare bones combo needs 6 or 8 life. I can't remember exactly, 3 or 4 tutors. And from there on out, the Stickfingers player will go up in mana, in life, I mean. And the great henge offsets the life loss once they get to that phase. Yes, indeed. And we just got a notification that the round is about to start. Yes, the players are currently setting up. Yep.
All right, so you're telling me I'm supposed to be paying attention to Discord now. Got it.
Oh, yes, very likely.
Okay. But what's your take? Who's going to win?
I think this is pretty difficult. It's a good old depends. So the problem here is that Ajani has only a few tools ready to deal with Stickfingers, but those tools can be really, really potent. For example, this hand does have a lot of tools, but just not against Stickfingers. Like, it would be a great hand against blue, but not so much against something else. Yeah, we can see both players aggressively mulliganing. Stickfingers already at 6, and Ajani also going to 6 here. And this is exactly what I was talking about. The Ajani player has Scavenging Oozes, it has the Verdant Command, right? But not much graveyard hate outside of that, so they're going to be in trouble. But there are also going to be worlds where, especially in game 2, for example, if the Ajani player loses, they're going to be on the play, and that is just basically go aggro time. Like, they can just put on pressure fast enough that the Stickfingers player can't combo simply because they are too low on life.
But we do see it's a pretty good looking hand with Esper Sentinel into Ranger class. Like, that's a pretty good opener, and Veil of Summer to do at least some protection. Now a King Darien, blah 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 added to it. And on the other side, though, we got the turn 2 signature ramp from the historic brawling commander formats. Just got to get your arcane signet on.
Yeah, and they say, this ramp is important enough for me that I let you draw a card with the Esper Sentinel.
Do you pay the 1?
Yeah.
No, we do not.
And now
so, dig up? Veil?
Yeah, they were thinking about using another spell there because it would require them to pay 1 more mana, because...
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
Sentinel only triggers once a turn. But they decided that they just don't go for the card here. Although I think there was an argument to be made for dig up, simply because they don't have another land here.
They did draw into 1.
They did draw into 1. It is a tap land though, so I believe they are wanting to use, they want to use this dig up in a way where they can get a board wipe with it. So if they just draw lands here, you can go dig up, board wipe next turn, and then you would be in a pretty decent position. But since this land is a tap land, that is pretty rough.
Is there any argument ever for old Stickfingers for 1? Or do you just not do that in this deck?
You kind of don't do that in this deck. It's pretty rough to combo out with... you need to let Stickfingers die and then replay it. And there is an argument to be made that at this spot, if Stickfingers would come down for X equals 1 or 2, Ajani just never attacks unless they have lethal on the field.
So there you go. The Necroblossom Snarl now comes down. Bone Shards going after the Wolf token, ignoring the Esper Sentinel, dropping the Veil of Summer for good reason. No real use for it in this matchup. Basically a dead card.
Yep, indeed. And they value the life total over the ability to draw cards. Oh my god, there is one of the interaction pieces. Ranger Captain of Eos, being able to sacrifice itself to stop the opponent from casting non-creature spells for the rest of the turn is really brutal in response to a reanimation spell, because then you're going to expose yourself.
It's interesting because you still have to get rid of the creatures being reanimated, but it does buy you another turn.
Yes, and that 1 turn is all you need a lot of the time.
Old Stickfingers coming in for 3. The graveyard is now juiced up, and there's a Diregraph Rebirth in hand. You said that there still needs to be 1 additional mana, but there is a Blood for Bones. Can Blood for Bones do it here with just Old Stickfingers on the field?
No, because the problem is that then you don't have another creature to sacrifice.
Okay, so we still need, 1 more untapped land to go for it. And now the Ranger Captain's on the field.
Yeah, the Ranger Captain also being able to tutor a 1-drop, and that 1-drop is going to be Hope of Girapur, which is really, really brutal given the fact that it can also stop non-creatures. Yeah, and we see the fight here on the Stickfingers.
Ooh, okay. I mean, I guess just getting the sacrifice option off the battlefield in case you do go for the combo. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It does reduce the cost of Diregraph Rebirth, though.
Yeah, that is pretty brutal. Also, this is not lethal because... Yeah, I believe this is not... Let me think. I don't think this is lethal, but maybe our... mathematician can go, be a magician instead here and show us how it's done.
We're miss on the title Math Magician. I'm sure that is somewhere in the lore. Somebody's got that title out there.
Okay, they say no other shenanigans. You only get to reanimate this, and then I want to stop you.
Yeah, Ranger Captain sacrificing in response here.
Yeah, they just hit him with the oops, realizing, this still comes back.
Yep, Razaketh does come out, but Razaketh just chilling. Just chilling. You still have to deal with that 8/8. That's the thing about Razaketh combo. It's still just so big.
Yeah, it is huge, and now they're kind of in trouble. There was also the opportunity for the Ajani player to go for a different line. That I believe should have been taken instead, but hindsight 2020, where the Ranger Captain fetches a removal spell in the form of a Giant Killer that can also just remove the Razaketh.
Yeah, lock him out of spells for the turn, then remove the Razaketh. It does require another reanimation spell to be found.
Yeah, although Diagraph Rebirth being a 2-for-1 in the reanimation compartment is really, really huge.
Does make that more difficult. Well, let's see. Mathematiger has survived the Ranger Captain turn. Spells are back on the menu, boys. And now, is it time to unleash the combo? Are all the pieces in place?
Instinctively, I would say yes, but it requires some slightly different lines, purely because there is one less creature on the field right now. But I believe you can just cast Stickfingers. There is also a world where you play a Guardian Idol, animate the Guardian Idol, and sacrifice it in order to have one more creature on the field.
Both are 4 mana. One of the issues I found with Stickfingers is it does die if you vacate the graveyard.
Yeah, which is usually the deck sacrifices Stickfingers before that happens. So now what's going to happen is passing the turn, respecting the opponent.
Go. Playing around removal?
Yes, that is exactly what we're seeing here. They're playing around removal, and Skyclave Apparition will hit...
Stickfingers?
No, because then Stickfingers will just get sacrificed in response, so it's probably the Arcane Signet.
Does that stop anything?
No. Absolutely not. And that is exactly the issue, where your interaction pieces as Ajani are really solid, but you do not... Like, they require very specific timing. Like, Hope of Ghirapur is great, but not so much after Razaketh is on the field. Skyclave Apparition is great, but only if they play Rock on turn 2 and you play the Skyclave Apparition on the play on turn 3, right?
Against this match, yes, because all of the tutor targets here, all the Stickfingers targets are 5 mana or higher.
Okay.
So yeah, Skyclave Apparition, I guess, goes after the rock, because what more can you do as the Ajani Great-Hearted Gamer facing down? Are we finally going to see it? We have talked about this combo so much. It got thwarted the last time. Are we going to get it on camera?
Very, very likely. And yeah, let's talk through this. They're not going to... Yeah, they're not paying right now because they need this 1 additional mana. They are going to animate the Guardian Idol later down the line. Razaketh. So the reason here why the order was done the way was ordered is they wanted to have the option to protect Razaketh at instant speed. So if they sacrifice Stickfingers and then in response use a removal spell, you'd have to sacrifice the Young Necromancers. And that's not what they want to do. So they played the creature to sacrifice first to get a removal, to play around a removal spell.
All right, so here it is. Fetch Feign Death. Feign Death, the Young Necromancer. Sacrifice the Young Necromancer. It comes back to the battlefield with another tutor on the stack. The re-enter the battlefield activated ability is going to get Nyxbloom Ancient, when the tutor is going to get the Great Henge. It's all happening.
Yeah, it is happening here. Yeah, that is the Great Henge.
Now, how do you tap the Great Henge like 50 times? You go get everybody's favorite legendary artifact.
Yeah.
In a minute.
Yeah, so now what we're going to see is we're going to see the Verdant Command as an in-between step, so to speak, because it is 1 card that creates 2 creatures, and that means you get to tutor 2 more times. And those 2 cards you're going to tutor for is going to be Paradox Engine and any other card to untap everything. And that any other card is likely going to be a creature.
So that the whole chain can continue.
Yes.
And then you just have to get more creatures, or you have to get reanimation spells, which I often just started grabbing like the nearest reanimation spells. But here's Pestilent Cauldron.
Yep, indeed. Also, what you're going to do now is you keep playing Stickfingers from the command zone at this point.
Yep, because you make so much mana that you can actually play it 2 or 3 times. Veil of Summer.
Pestilent Cauldron is a black
protect
card.
you? That doesn't protect you, though, from...
It does protect you, but the issue is that you are still dead next turn.
Oh, it doesn't protect you from the mill, though, right?
Oh, is it each opponent?
Does it?
Is it each opponent?
It is each opponent, because there are so many in Arena.
Well, that is unfortunate.
So this combo will work in Commander. Oh, wait, no, they banned Paradox Engine.
They banned Paradox Engine. Or, to be fair, that is also a different topic. But before we go into match 2, I also want to quickly say thank you to our sponsor MTG Arena Zone, who donated basically the whole prize pool for the tournament. Over $100 is going to the top 4 players. And also, if you want to join the tournament yourself, you can just join the Brawl Hub Discord and then compete in the month-long league in order to get a chance at the top 8. And if you're in the top 8, you will be here in this tournament.
Yeah, just to restate it, this is an open league that you can join by joining the Discord. There should be a link right there on the Twitch channel. Maybe they'll throw the mods will throw one in the description here. Join the Discord. People can sign up for the league. You do well in the league. You make the top 8. You get broadcast on Twitch, fame, fortune. Your little homebrew deck could be the next big thing, just like Mathematigers. Beautiful Paradox Engine, old Stickfingers, Razaketh Reanimator nonsense.
Yeah, and we see game 2 happening already here. And this is an interesting hand, and I believe, one of these players is going to be sad. Either the person getting hit with the Scavenging Ooze or the player with the Scavenging Ooze that gets removed.
Well, Fatal Push has the Ooze's number. Is there an argument for how to play this Ooze? Maybe you should be more careful with it, but nah. Let's go. Flash Fan takes no prisoners.
The problem with this hand it is kept entirely on the power of Scavenging Ooze, so you don't really have any plays now apart from, playing that Ooze. And now that that Ooze is gone, unless you top deck a White Source, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this could be a really ugly game. There's a Mana Tithe off the top, and I do, in fact, smell fear. I smell much fear in you.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and also I just want to point out, if you look at the mana base of the Stickfingers players, you see cards like Yawgmoth Nexus just for being able to be animated into a creature for 1 mana so that you can sacrifice it during the combo.
Duress and smell fear seem like they go together.
Oh, yes. Somebody is indeed smelling fear.
You probably take the swords, right? I mean, that is a way to instant speed disrupt the combo at a really cheap price that gets around Veil. So yeah, away it goes. Of course, everything getting around Veil in these particular colors.
Yep. Veil of Summer is just in general a really main deckable card in these kinds of tournaments. Just to if you look at this Stickfingers player at the point of view, right? What are you afraid of? Your combo getting disrupted. What is going to disrupt your combo? Most likely blue or black.
Yep. Ajani, though, does make an appearance. The Plains does come off the top. Is it too late? It looks like Stickfingers is ready to fill that graveyard.
Oh, yep. Stickfingers 3. There we go. And, although we have to say, good top decks. Good top decks by the Ajani player. White sources are pretty important here. And now we are going to see Smell Feared. Honestly, now giving this Indestructible.
I see. You give, but
they're just offering the trade. Interesting. They're just going to offer the trade here.
That's a little wild, right?
Well, the thing is, I do believe it is a bit wild.
Okay, I'm not crazy. But hey, there you go. Elf for stinky weirdo in the forest. Good deal.
Yeah, and I believe now they're just going to take it slow, play the Stickfingers as a blocker again, play the Wishclaw Talisman, and pass the turn.
I find that playing combo decks, people rush far too often. And you're seeing here just kind of the patience. You can set up, you can get all the things in the right place. You don't have to be in a huge rush to go for it right now. There is knowledge of the Mana Tithe. So this Wishclaw Talisman potentially being run right into this Mana Tithe. And Mathematiker knew that, says that's fine. That's a mana I'm going to need for my combo turn.
Yes, indeed. And there is this one important concept for combo decks, in my opinion. A lot of people think combo is about comboing as fast as possible, where it is exactly the opposite. Combo is about how slow you can combo off, because the longer you wait in the combo deck, the more consistent your combos get, and like with the more protection you can do it. And there is going to be a tipping point where your opponent is going to get more resources per turn that stop your combo than you are able to get resources per turn to fight through that combo, and you want to combo off at that exact spot where you still have more resources to prevent the opponent.
So Ajani proliferates here after the Adanto Vanguard smells some fear, that being the old Stickfingers, I imagine very smelly. And there is pressure on the board, but there's also a wide open window for the combo, and here comes Cauldron's Gift.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now, I believe, yes, this is
this it?
Lethal. This is lethal, because you don't have an additional creature, but you have 2 mana, where you usually win with 1 mana, right? But since you have an additional mana, you can animate the Blinkmoth Nexus to sacrifice that. Then you have 1 open mana for the Feign Death, and that is the combo.
Oh, clever little sneaky route there with the Blinkmoth.
Yeah,
Nexus, putting it to use.
I mentioned it earlier, and it's pretty cool that we just got to see the power of Blinkmoth Nexus in this kind of deck, because usually you don't want to make your mana worse, but the power of a card like that is just really, really noticeable in these kinds of unfair decks.
Now, we are ruining it for everybody, but what I want to say is when I play this deck in the queue, people just they have no fear. They have no respect. They tap out. They just slam their cards on the table, and then they get comboed, and they're like, what happened? And we're ruining that for the people right here today. But that is one of the powers of one of these kind of out of left field decks that they don't see coming. They don't really know why the Blinkmoth Nexus is there, right? They don't really know what Feign Death is doing. They don't know what an old Stickfingers deck is supposed to do until they've lost the game. And those kind of combos are so much fun to play.
Oh yeah, if you want to have a combo deck that wins because people just don't know how to play around it and just have absurd win rates, this is the deck for you. But also, since people, like, there are combo decks where people know that they will lose. For example, Oswald, right? Like, Oswald starts sacrificing, you see a Paradox Engine in play, you instantly scoop because you know it's going to take ages. This deck, however, takes ages, but plays the Paradox Engine very, very late, so people are not going to scoop.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well. I still eventually get the Paradox scoop, but sometimes you get those curious players who want to see it. But here you go. We get Fetch Cultivator's Caravan.
Yes, so that is the full
Fetch
combo.
the Great Henge.
The reason why we play the Caravan is we have triple black floating, and then we turn that triple black into triple green, and then animate the Caravan to sacrifice it. So it's...
Oh my gosh,
this is
it's
just
a tutor as well!
It is here just to filter the mana from, to green, and from there on out, you can get Verdant Command, get Double Tutor, get Paradox Engine card, and win.
Yep, Paradox Engine, Pestilent Cauldron, whoopty, mill, and that is game, and that is Mathematiger, old Stickfingers combo, progressing further into the loser's bracket. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to one of the most beloved planeswalkers and a beloved player. Flash fan going off to the side for this particular league and taking Ajani the Great-Hearted down with him.
Very, very unfortunate here. I was really hoping that we see aggro progressing higher and higher in the tier.
But I mean, playing aggro in Historic Brawl is like, you've got to believe, man. Like that is tough.
So one of the best performing decks, like two of the best performing decks ever in the league, were Adeline and Chandra Dress to Kill, both having multiple trophies in the league, and they are performing really, really well. So the player that plays Adeline usually is Freylizer, who is currently on Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and he just says, "Yes, I love my Adeline, but I know what my matchups are going to be, which is exactly why I'm going to play Teferi." Like he knew that, like he was expecting Inkard to that who's usually playing a 5-color Nif to bring that deck, which is why he played Teferi. But Inkard just did a swaparoo and brought Rusko instead.
Okay, can we put up the break screen because they need to reset the overlay, and then we'll try to find a backup match, I believe is what we need to do.
Okay. Yes.
So we'll be right back with another great match, guys. I'm sure we can find one in progress.
Oh yeah, perfect. We'll be right back.
The clockmaker is
Unmute
really
stream.
good at gaining life.
Unmute the stream.
Okay. Hey! We, sorry for the issue. We didn't have any audio. Apparently now we do have audio. Would you
For
look at
how
that?
long?
Well, 5 minutes is the delay. I am...
So you wouldn't believe the stuff I said.
Okay, guys. He said some really mean things. You don't want to hear
I
that
thought
again.
I was going to get canceled. Thank God. Oh my gosh. Someone's looking out for me. I thought we were going to get our Twitch channel deleted, man.
No.
Oh.
But in all seriousness...
Oh, God.
So
Oh,
what happened
goodness.
there is
Thank God.
The Teferi player disconnected in the most unfortunate moment where everybody thought, hey, is he rage quitting? No. I know the person there not rage quitting, and it was just an unfortunate disconnect. So now...
Can we get a shout out to the viewers who are still here? We're going to find out in about 5 minutes whether or not we drop down to 5 viewers or not. Can we get a shout out for those of you watching silent historic Brawl content?
Oh, beautiful.
Well, how you guys doing? Happy Sunday, guys.
So, about the matches that are coming up. Sheoldred versus Rusko, Yawgmoth versus Rusko, Teferi versus Old Stickfingers. What do you think? What do we want to spectate here?
All of it. To be honest, like these are sweet matchups for sure. So my goodness, honestly, the upper final between Sheoldred Rusko seems really compelling to me, but it also could be the last stand of Old Stickfingers against the current champion Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, a rematch of the finals of the last tournament, if I'm correct.
Yes,
I
indeed.
mean, that's hard to resist. And one of them is going out, and there will be Rusko still in the tournament one way or another. So I'm down for Teferi and Stickfingers personally.
Okay, Teferi versus Stickfingers, but
McDonald's internet.
McDonald's internet might strike again, right?
They've actually missed all of our McDonald's internet banter. We were muted.
Oh yes, yes, all of it gone in the ether. Did it really happen if it wasn't recorded, right? That was, I believe, your quote to me.
I'm trying to think now of what it must have been like to be a viewer watching the last turn, basically the McDonald's internet roping and no audio for like 5 minutes. You guys give yourselves a hand in chat. You are the real stars of the show for enduring such trauma in your free content.
Oh yeah. Okay, and I'm currently checking in on the players.
All right, that's fine.
Currently, people are not playing. Also, we might want to have a look at a Rusko list here. Let's check that. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, both Rusko lists still live. One of the boogeymen of the format right now, for sure.
This specific list that we're looking at right now is Myriad's version of Rusko. And the two Rusko lists are very, very similar. There are only like 5 cards differences, like manlands versus basics, certain tech choices. But for the most part, they have the same game plan. And the big difference you can see here versus the average ladder Rusko is that these decks are way more low to the ground. So you see like 21 mana spells and 2 0 mana spells in this Rusko version.
21 mana spells.
So
it's kind of busted, right? You play Rusko and you get your clock and you immediately have something else to do, like that double spell kind of turn where you're setting up and you get the gain drain. It's so good.
Oh yeah, indeed. It is pretty brutal. And the goal you want to have as Rusko is you have a bunch of clocks in play, you draw a new 7, you play out all these cheap cards, and then by playing these cheap cards, you get to draw another 7. Play cheap cards, draw another 7, drain out the opponent. That is the goal here, which is why we're playing cards like Mishra's Bauble, Chromatic Star, just as 1 mana cantrips that help during the finishing turns.
It doesn't need Paradox Engine. That was the first takeaway I had playing this deck on day one when Rusko came out, like playing just a few games. I was like, you don't need Paradox Engine. Sometimes you get it and you just win. But just going through the cycle of casting a bunch of spells, making clocks and drawing 7, you drain them out so quickly. It's so hard to kill them. It's so hard to kill a Rusko player.
The life gain is brutal. And we talked about this earlier, where the best answer to Rusko is just to keep destroying clocks. But really not a lot of decks have that option. Also, you can use a Tail's End on the 12th counter. Like, not on the actual 12th counter, because they can just put another counter on it. But when the 12th counter is put onto a clock, you can... there is a separate trigger to draw, then you use the Tail's End on that, and now the clock will have 12 counters, but you haven't drawn your cards. So now it goes up to 13, 14, 15, but you only draw the cards when you get to 12 counters, which is never going to happen again.
It keeps ticking, but you don't get cards.
Indeed.
So I think that Rusko, like, part of the alchemy design thing is that they say they'll rebalance cards. Why haven't they learned their lesson? Because they rebalanced Meat Hook to not gain life when it kills opponent's creatures. They rebalanced Sanguine Brushstroke to not gain life when you sacrifice your blood token. Why did they print another alchemy card that gains and drains? I have a feeling it'll get rebalanced at some point to not gain, because that seems to be the trend, but we'll see. Otherwise, though, I don't think it's a bannable card. Obviously, it's alchemy, so it's a rebalanceable card, not a bannable one. And I think it is actually a really fun commander. I don't remember the last time I had this much fun playing Blue-Black Storm.
Yes, it is a really fun commander that also gives Blue-Black some new, fresh identity apart from mill or control. Or maybe the occasional zombie tribal, right? But yeah, again, the main issue currently with Rusko is not that it is the best deck in the format. Two people brought it because it is new and spicy, right? And they want to test the limits. But it is really badly positioned in the queue for everybody else, basically. If you're not playing Rusko and you're playing against Rusko, you're in the queue, you're going to have a bad time most likely, because your deck is not strong enough right now, where Rusko is placed against really weak decks on average.
I love playing against Rusko in the queue because it's such a good litmus test for a bunch of decks that aren't in Hell queue but you think are good. Like, I've had a lot of fun games. It's always like absurdly close trying to find the lines that are lethal. But one of the big challenges is Sheoldred, which I play in most of my black decks and play as a commander. And when you drop that thing when the opponent has a clock about to go off, it gets tense. It gets tense really fast.
Oh yes, it is pretty insane. And I believe we are about to see the first matches in 2 minutes on the clock. Yeah, also, speaking of on the clock, there are some really, really great lines in Rusko that I don't see a lot of players take. And I mean, a lot of players have the pieces and they just don't do the right things with them. For example, Displacer Kitten is a card that you basically always want to blink Rusko, but in certain spots you can have a Narset Parter of Veils out. You play a non-creature, then you blink the Narset instead of the Rusko, and now you get to look at top 4 cards again because you've just reset the Narset. So then you get into these 1-mana cantrips, or just get a Mishra's Ball or Mox Amber, and then just do it again and again and again and again. And those lines that you can take are really insane. And then combine that with extra turns and you really have something truly threatening.
You can also blink your clock if you don't want it to go off, which it comes up. You know, there is a chance of just drawing like 7 lands.
Yeah, the thing is, that is a play that basically most players in the competitive Discord determined to be an issue more of deck building than of, gameplay, where if your deck has 21 drops, you're not going to run into the issue of having too many cards in hand. Or
an issue of a Sheoldred on the field or a Narset on the field that you haven't dealt with.
Well, yeah, the Sheoldred and the Narset, those two are really, really threatening, and I believe round 3 is live. So who are we going to spectate? It was Teferi versus
Mathematiger. Stickfingers. Let's go.
Oh, I believe I believe there are some connection issues with that, so we cannot spectate that right now. So
okay,
we have to find a different round. So if we have to take a look at the standings again, Sheoldred versus Rusko, Yawgmoth versus Rusko, Teferi versus Old Stickfingers. So let's have a look at Yawgmoth versus Rusko. And
player names?
Player names, Inkheart and Skullsbreaker.
Excellent. So I'm in on the Rusko side of things, on the Inkheart side, and it looks like a Cold Steel Heart just got taken by a Kitesail freebooter, so getting to go first and break up the traditional ramp on turn 2. Really good for Yawgmoth.
Oh yes, indeed. And now we have... Yep.
I believe you said that Yawgmoth isn't really favored in this matchup, but this Yawgmoth player, Skullsbreaker, did just break the skull of Rusko last round and is trying now to eliminate Rusko from the tournament for good.
Oh yeah, indeed. And the thing is, now Thoughtseize revealing their hand, right? And there it is. Like, this is the card in the matchup, right? And now it is just gone like that. And
Sheoldred knocked out. Yep. But now Yawg is on the field. Yawgmoth can pile up both card advantage and add a little bit of pressure here. With the Bastion, there's definitely drain potential. There's also, with the Scrappy Scrounger, enough to kill Rusko next turn, potentially. Cold Steel Heart.
Okay. The thing is, basically, Inkheart with the Rusko is about to have the nastiest turn possible in a minute here, since Displacer Kitten plus Relic of Legends is like a mini Paradox engine where whenever you cast a spell, you're getting back 2 mana, since you blink Rusko and you get 1 mana back from that, but you also untap Rusko for the Relic, and that is just a huge, huge threat.
But isn't Yawgmoth's ability to interact at instant speed potentially very damaging to that? Oh, and even more damaging is probably this Brain Maggot.
So it is not as threatening if the... you still... like here you can see, Skullsbreaker still took the... kitten, because what is going to happen is if you have a Rusko player with multiple cantrips and a kitten in play, just in response to removal, you're just going to blink your own cat. And that, like, the cat can protect itself pretty easily by doing exactly that. And they're thinking about just drawing 4 cards with Seagate Restoration, which just might be the call.
I mean, that is your whole turn, facing a lot of pressure. You have solved the equation in hand, though. That might fetch, I'm thinking, like maybe a whelming wave or a River's Rebuke.
Yeah, it might be a River's Rebuke over a whelming wave. The thing is, if Yawgmoth sequences this correctly, the... They're thinking, if Yawgmoth sequences this correctly, this cat will still get killed. How
about, what do you think of a Languish?
The problem, yes, Languish has some issues where you will kill your own cat with it, because in response to that happening, you...
the cat goes to hand.
It is to hand. True. I forgot about that. I thought it was... I thought about... a Brutal Cathar kind of deal, but no, you're completely correct. It does go to hand here. But the Languish will force Yawgmoth to just draw 4 cards. So
That's all. That's all. Pretty good for a board wipe, to be honest. Also, 4 gains and drains from the Bastion of Remembrance. But at least if you languish now, a Scrappy Scrounger doesn't get to come back on end step and put on immediate pressure unless there's a Dark Ritual in the hand.
which there currently is not. The reason why Languish is better than Whelming Wave here is because your Rusko is going to die anyways to the sacrifice trigger, so might as well let their commander cost 2 more mana here.
Yeah, makes sense. I always like the Whelming Wave. I at first didn't understand it until I realized you just want to play Rusko a billion times, so getting back to Rusko and playing it for more clocks was very fun.
Yes, indeed. And just the difference between 4 and 5 mana board wipes is just so massive in this format, where every point of mana, matters every little bit, and it is just much easier to squeeze in. We see the Mind Spike coming out of the Yawgmoth player, taking the Disdainful Stroke, and that's a card that could have potentially prevented Yawgmoth from hitting the field again, but now that's gone. For now, because...
Yeah, Skulls is definitely going to need Yawgmoth. That card is doing the heavy lifting for a lot of very mediocre black cards.
Oh, indeed.
Hey, there. Do you need maybe another clock? Maybe the perfect gift for a special somebody in your life? Would you like another midnight clock?
There is always space for another midnight clock in my life.
There's always more clocks. The Clock Master. Unbelievable how great it is to just get more midnight clocks. I really want to play this in Paper Commander, just rule 0 it in, and just bring this stack of midnight clocks I have in my collection.
We have somebody on our server that is actually just doing exactly that. Also, again, on the server, you can just join the Brawl Hub server, compete yourself, and also against... Thanks again for MTGA Zone for sponsoring this tournament.
Ooh, Bone Shards playing around the miscast, discarding a card, but not prepared for the one unknown in hand, which was Essence Flux. This is potentially a huge blowout.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Let's see. Oh, but there's 2 mana removal on backup with Go for the Throat.
Oh, yeah, this is brutal. And now you actually have a decision here to make, whether or not you just want to miscast to put more counters on your clocks, which is a pretty reasonable thing to do, but they decide to not do that.
Also for the life, like this is getting dicey. Like this clock is very quick. You take 6 damage here. Next turn play Yawgmoth Sacrifice. That is 8 damage. So a miscast there might have added another turn to the other clock, which is the life total.
Oh yes, there are too many clocks to keep track of.
And they're all ticking right now, which in my it makes for very interesting gameplay. But then this is the most classic Rusko. This is the most Rusko-y Rusko line that I know of. What do you do when your Rusko dies?
Just play Rusko
You cast
again.
Rusko. You just play Rusko again.
Yes, that is... There are only 2 commanders currently that can do that. And that
Golos.
Golos and Rusko, because both ramp you by 1 when you play them. And Rusko will actually die here in this spot. Because... Yeah, no matter how you look at it, you will die. Because if you don't block...
They took it?
They took it, and they will die to this Bastion of Remembrance. And if they don't take it, then Rusko is also... Yeah, there is...
Rusko, no! No, yeah, I mean, you have to block there, because at least maybe the midnight clock, is about to go off, and you can get somewhere, but no, misses that the Bastion is a lethal line with Yawgmoth, and Yawgmoth takes game 1 once again against the odds. That clock was just about to go off.
Oh yeah, very, very unfortunate. But that, interestingly enough, could have been prevented by just throwing out the miscast earlier to gain 1 life.
Yes, the miscast.
Oh my gosh, miscast.
The literary puns just piling up here in the clock making matchup.
Oh my god, yes, it is absolutely beautiful. And players are currently setting up for the next round. And also, I just want to point out, the Yawgmoth we have yet to see the strongest card out of Yawgmoth. Do you know what that is?
The strongest card? I believe it's Nest of Scarabs for Yawgmoth.
Yes. Nest of Scarabs is one hell of a drug for Yawgmoth. It's a card that 3-mana enchantment, whenever you put a -1/-1 counter on something, you just get a 1/1. So that means for 1 life, you put a -1/-1 counter on something, you draw a card, you make another 1/1, and keep repeating that. So you just turn 1 life into 1 card draw and 1 -1/-1 counter. And that is just an extremely brutal combo that we hopefully get to see over the course of this tournament. And yeah, let's check out game 2 of Yawgmoth versus Rusko.
So looking at the hand for our Rusko player coming down a game right now, needs to extend, needs to win this one. You see a Narset Parter Veils, which if you can get enough board presence is very good against Yawgmoth, but it's hard to keep on the board because Yawgmoth is very good at playing creatures. There currently is no 2-mana Mana Rock or 3rd land, so this hand is wanting. It needs some help. Opt is going to have to find it.
Oh, yeah.
I also can't stress enough to those of you playing tournaments right now, stop chatting with your opponents and focus. This is the game. You got to get in the zone. You can't talk about last game. Last game never happened.
All these players have played lots and lots of games against each other already, so they're like, oh, this is just another Saturday.
They're friendly with each other.
Yes,
disgusting. I hate it. I hate it. Online gaming should be cutthroat. Just nothing but salty emotes. Salty emotes are the only acceptable interaction, in my opinion.
Oh my god. Although, you know what usually gets salty emotes? Dark Ritual.
Dark Ritual? No, wait. Did they draw Dark Ritual? Oh my goodness.
There it is. So turn 2, Rankle just gets Fading Hope, and now that is the downside of Dark Ritual, actually. Whereas people will argue, okay, but we could also just have Soul Ring. You can't do that with a Soul Ring. The advantage is still there. But now that just discarded a card and just lost them a ton of tempo.
Dude, this game is rigged. I have never been able to punish somebody for a Dark Ritual play before. It doesn't happen. This is some of the most rigged gameplay I've ever seen. Bastion getting Supreme Willed. Wow. This Narset could be on an empty board. I mean, I guess I understand prioritizing getting your mana right, but like Narset against Yawgmoth seems really good. I guess they know about Rankle. I can't believe they're taking down the shields completely to Rankle either. This is so interesting.
Yeah, I am unsure if I would have made the same play, to be perfectly honest. Especially given that, you know, now it's even worse with a Liliana in hand that's just going to deny a ton of resources. But maybe the Rusko player just values getting a clock into play very, very highly. And I think that is also just a really, you know, solid strategy where you now have a clock in play. You can't really deny the resources forever.
Yeah, and Negate here can hit Liliana of the Veil. You get the extra mana, Relic of Legends, tapping the Rusko to make mana here, and the clock that Rusko made doing the job. But that Gutter Bones is kind of brutal. What a perfect draw.
Yeah, the Gutter Bones is really, really solid here because this allows the Rankle to stay in the field while still symmetrically discarding the player's hands. But now, if Rusko just top decks lands for the rest of the game, they're in a great spot, which they don't do, unfortunately.
But they still have to solve the Rankle problem, right?
Oh yes, very much so. They are hoping that the Seek New Knowledge will get them an answer for this Rankle. And
they gotta wrangle the Rankle. That's what they gotta. Rusko has to wrangle the Rankle.
Indeed.
And he is seeking new knowledge to do it.
Oh, very unfortunate.
It's so sad when the Blue Mage draws all counter spells when they're under pressure, right?
Oh,
so
yes.
sad. I'm sure that the chat is shedding a tear right now.
I
I
smell a certain amount of sarcasm there.
As a blue mage, I know this feeling, and I know how the audience feels when they see it. They're like, yeah, you draw those counter spells. You draw those counter spells. But does Yawgmoth try to join the field here? They just saw Wash Away get discarded. That has to be a tell, right?
Yeah, I believe so. They're like, okay, Wash Away got discarded, and they didn't play a land, so it can't be a land, right? And so...
Yep.
Yeah, they're taking
Bones
one
is
here
the
just
play.
to tick up the clock faster. Oh, they're not doing that. Interesting. Oh, and there it is. But it is probably too late at this point.
So they can play Rusko.
Yep,
They
indeed.
can have Disdainful Stroke. They're going to lose Rusko again to Rankle. If sequencing is done correctly here, Skulls can take out that Disdainful Stroke, then resolve the Yawgmoth. You're just hoping for a mistake.
And there it is, the mistake.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable. You would think after the great sniffing out of the counterspell last turn, unless there's something else we don't know, that Skulls would have played around that.
Nope. But does it matter? I would also argue no right now, because symmetrical discard is happening. We still have a removal spell, so even if Rusko draws a land, the removal spell is still in hand. And
Well, yeah, I think that like if the Rusko player just draws a removal, the situation gets a lot better. But that is not a permanent removal. That is just a little bit of a time walk
Band-Aid
effect.
issue.
But bouncing a haste creature doesn't go well.
Yeah. So now, especially this mana confluence in play and the underground river to some extent, but like this mana confluence will really not be able to tap for mana.
I mean, you have to be able to solve Rankle next turn. So let's see. Clock goes to 9. If you put a counter on it, goes to 10, then 11. Then 3 mana gets you a fresh 7, and you have to find a Rankle answer. So I think that we might still see a counter go on the clock because it's a 2-turn clock anyway. Yes.
I mean, yes, the clock is indeed a 2-turn clock.
Do you hear it? It's ticking. This is Rusko's... This is this Rusko player's last stand, right? I believe there's another Rusko player
there is
still
currently a Rusko battling it out against Sheoldred in the upper bracket, and the winner of that match will get to the finals. And Rankle decides to let both players draw a card, and Grim Tutor being a completely dead card at 2 life here.
What an awesome card to make them draw. It's all once again almost like they knew. Now you use the confluence here, and you don't get another reroll next turn.
Oh wow, this is a really rough one.
Heartless Act.
That does it. But the thing is, now I believe you're in a spot where you want to crack the clock immediately in order to find a land. Because if you don't make your land drops,
I don't know. You keep. I get what you're saying, but this also is counter magic, right? You're a blue mage. You might draw a counter spell. You might need the mana to play it.
Yes, indeed.
Like there's still lines here of Brainstorm into Disdainful Stroke.
No matter
wouldn't
what,
be there otherwise.
The spot is bad. We know that. Mind Spike being completely dead as well is pretty
we
rough.
also know that 1 is not 0, so you do what you got to do.
1 is indeed not 0, and they decide to play the Yawgmoth. Interesting decision here, as opposed to two cheap creatures.
It's a big brainstorm. Oh gosh, it couldn't have gone worse.
Oh yeah, this is just not great.
These unplayable cards abounding here. There is a Time Warp. There is a Solve the Equation. But there will be 2 threats. Yawgmoth plus Gutter Bones, I'm guessing.
Oh yes. Also, very, very relevant in this matchup, Yawgmoth has protection from humans. That includes Rusko, I believe. And that means Yawgmoth can attack through Rusko.
You're not tapping that mana confluence, so let's go. That hesitation scares me. All right.
I believe we just
Time
have
Warp?
to see the Time Warp, but even in that spot, that's... it just gives you an additional mana, but you still
Missed
have to
opportunity there to Fabled Passage away the Mind Spike and get a different draw.
Yes,
which is unfortunate.
Is very likely going to be come back and bite him here.
I mean, yeah, there could have been something else, but what does Solve get here? Is there the mana for a Brawl's expertise?
Solve
I don't think so.
Is the question. Does it solve anything?
Languish.
Yes, we both got it. The card you get here is Languish, actually, and that, actually punishes the Yawgmoth player a lot by not playing this 2-drop here that when it dies leaves behind a 1/1.
All right, into the deck. Let's see if the answer is, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, is Languish on the board? Does survey say Languish?
I believe it does. Yep. Oh, Whelming Wave? Interesting.
I don't see what is gained by that as opposed to further taxing the Yawgmoth. Okay.
They still decide to play the Whelming Wave.
Survey says Whelming Wave. I'm surprised, but here we are.
Here we are indeed. So the issue here is still this mana confluence is completely dead, right? So you are in a spot where you want to play your commander, which you can do next turn, I believe. 1, 2,
yeah,
3?
but it's going to be really hard to play Rusko at any reasonable point,
Yes,
right? Because
indeed.
you have to also be able to cast spells to deal with the board. So you are going to be relying on drawing ways to deal with the board for the foreseeable future. It doesn't seem good. There are now 3 lethal threats on this turn.
Oh yeah, but top decking a Languish still does it, and the Yawgmoth player decides a random discard is exactly what I want to have here, as opposed to 1 additional creature on the field. I'm not sure if I agree with that, because the Rusko player already showed. Oh, does that do anything?
If you can resolve Rusko, but gosh, you also need that kitten. If you had the kitten and the Rusko, you could do some nonsense, gain some life.
You can actually play both cards in this spot. If you play...
Does Mind Spike still cost you 2 life if you whiff?
Yes. It does cost you 2 life, which is the big issue here. But you could play the Cat and Rusko at the same time by playing Cat first, then Dark Ritual, blinking a rock and gaining an additional mana by doing exactly that.
But doesn't do it. Missed it. Can you Mind Spike yourself? I need like the reading on this card.
No, you cannot Mind Spike yourself.
It's truly dead.
It is truly dead, and you always lose the 2.
I mean, is there a case then to pass the turn, tick the clock, then put the final counter on the clock and hope to draw into a 1-mana play? That's gotta be it, right?
Oh no, I believe they hope. Yeah, Mind Spike. And
you can't submit 0. Okay, so they were hoping that the whiff, but I think you lose 2 life anyway.
I still believe you do. And that is 2-0 for Yawgmoth against one of the Rusko players that is just out now.
All right. Skulls said they didn't think that Rusko was a good matchup, but has just wham, slam, handed both the Rusko decks their first losses of the tournament. So maybe Yawgmoth in a better position than even the pilot thought. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, as for the current standings, we can see Sheoldred the Apocalypse losing 2-0 against Myriad with the other Rusko deck.
No!
Yes.
The Boogeyman in the finals!
The Boogeyman in the finals, indeed. And yeah, we are currently... Oh yeah, we got information that Stickfingers versus Teferi is actually live. So
speaking of a Boogeyman, Stickfingers looks like every Boogeyman I've ever dreamt of.
Oh yeah. So let's check that one out. And let's switch here. And
so I'm on the Stickfingers side as you get it set up, and a Cruelty of Gix just landed on chapter 1, taking Teferi Temporal Pilgrim, chucking it directly into the graveyard. So We're in an interesting spot where Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, has Mystical Dispute and Memory Lapse open, but not enough mana for Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, after drawing a tapped land. So now Cruelty of Gix, Chapter 2, lose 3 life, tutor for any card. What is your pick with perfect information?
Veil of
Summer.
Interesting.
I hear that card's good.
Yes. One thing to note here, and that makes old Stickfingers really annoying for a Teferi player, is old Stickfingers is an on-cast trigger. So even if you counter the Stickfingers, the cards still land in the graveyard.
Oh, that's so smooth. Now, is the right play for the Teferi, Hero of Dominaria pilot to counter it anyway? Here's the answer is yes. You've got to keep those sacrifices to Razaketh off the battlefield. It's a way to delay the combo.
Yes. Although the Cruelty of Gix will return the Razaketh to play next turn. And you can,
that's rough.
You can
Unless
win next
Teferi
turn.
does something.
You can win next turn as the Teferi player, as the Stickfingers player, if this Cruelty of Gix is not dealt with, because you can protect your Stickfingers with Veil of Summer.
Fortunately for our blue-white control fans, Teferi says, I've got time.
I've got time indeed. And if I had to guess, the desperation play here is to tuck the Cruelty of Gix to prevent the reanimation.
Yeah, they do have to see it. Like, in a different situation, maybe a different pilot would plus the Teferi and lean on Memory Lapse. But if you know this deck, you know you can't give them that free reanimation.
Oh yeah, it is extremely, extremely threatening.
So Teferi here can be dealt with by Nissa. I'm wondering if that's the line or if you go for your combo kill right here on the spot. What do you think?
I believe you want to play Nissa to kill the Teferi. But if they say
Alden's Gift.
Oh wow. Yeah, they just say we want to reanimate here. Interesting.
Do they have it?
Oh, I just want to point out here, I'm not sure if this was a mistake, but Mathematica does not have a green mana source up after that in order to play a Veil of Summer.
They also don't have the Cultivator's Caravan in their deck. It's in the graveyard.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is...
The Caravan was the method that they used to wash the mana, right?
Yes, that is the card that you need in your deck, I believe, for the very tight 1-mana combo.
Interesting.
So yeah, now we're looking at a board passing the turn, but now, honestly, this is still an issue.
I mean, we've seen just getting Razaketh into play is often enough because there's so much instant speed stuff that they can do. What do? Cast a board wipe? They'll go get Feign Death, you know?
Oh yes, that is really the true issue here. And while Teferi does have triple counter magic in hand, they can only cast 2 of them, and now only 1. Oh wow, shield's down? Oh. The
Omen of the Sea is doing some scrying here from where I'm at on the stream. You must be a little bit ahead from one side that you're watching.
Yes, exactly, yeah. No, but like I'm a bit confused here because now you're giving up the ability to have 2 counterspells and instead just have 1 counterspell, and that 1 counterspell will get dealt with the Veil of Summer. So that is actually the full combo kill going in again.
The Veil isn't known information. Maybe
yes,
not
that
playing
is
around
very
it.
true, but with the Razaketh on the field, the whole deck is known information, if that makes sense.
The whole deck is Veil of Summer, baby.
Yes,
the whole
deck. Okay, and let's see. They swing in, deal with the problems first. Notably, a Settle the Wreckage would have been really brutal there.
Would have been pretty amazing, actually.
Yes.
Sign me up for that for the content.
Oh, I just remembered. Yes, Teferi does have the +1 to untap 2 lands, so they actually hold up double counter magic here through a Veil of Summer.
Understood. So, and I don't feel like there's any like rush to do the combo. I mean, kind of feels like we're just going to take our time.
So what I believe will happen is Nissa, Veil of Summer, and then get the Nissa countered again. Purely, like the Nissa is being dropped here as an insurance for next turn. So if you get board wiped, you just bring the Razorcath right back.
I mean, are we going to see any response after the Veil? Because there is still the ability to tutor.
Yeah.
Trying to think of if there's anything else that one can do.
So if you play the Veil of Summer here as the Stickfingers player, and then the Veil also gets countered, or / Nissa getting countered, then you still have the option, like if Teferi draws a board wipe, you still have the option of getting Tamiyo's safekeeping in order to give Razorcath indestructible. But if the board wipe is a 4-mana board wipe, there is this Dovin's Veto as backup.
By the way, you're also redrawing Cruelty of Gix here, if you are the Razorcath player.
True. So I think this is a really interesting spot, and also notably, the Teferi player decided to not use the Memory Lapse, which was the only card the Stickfingers player knew about. It used the other counter magic instead. So
yeah, it can't be countered. I guess hanging on to it because it can hit creatures potentially, but I don't know. What are you going to counter, old Stickfingers?
Yes, old Stickfingers is actually pretty important here to counter, given the fact that... Oh, wow. Drawing 2. Given the fact that it is the one additional creature the old Stickfingers player needs to combo.
Yeah, Teferi our Teferi player still hasn't solved the board. The 8/8 demon, the 3/4 young necromancer, they're still just going to kill you.
Here is an interesting line, right? If you go ahead as the Stickfingers player and sacrifice your young necromancer to get a lair of the Hydra for lethal on board next turn. That is a thing.
It kind of seems unnecessary when you can still tutor up Feign Death if they find a board wipe. Farewell is the only thing you're scared of, right?
Yes, but that also plays around Farewell.
So that you're talking about playing around the one of that they could draw. That's the only real out.
Yes.
Interesting. All right, here comes the hero of Dominaria. This also gets around Feign Death, but it doesn't get around safekeeping.
I believe we could see an uptick here. Nope, we don't, because they have an Otawara in hand, or Otawara is only for legendary creatures, right? Yes. So this is going to be. Wow, do they let that resolve?
I'm pretty surprised, honestly, if they didn't just Otawara the Razorcath then. If that's...
The thing is, Otawara also gets got by the Tamiyo safekeeping.
True. So you can't play around it. You may as well go for the highest upside play if they forget about it.
Yeah, and that is the game. Wow.
Do we know what game that is?
That was... the first game, apparently. They have
game 1.
Yes, that was game 1, because they have
God bless control players and combo players, or we wouldn't be able to cut away to game 1s after our first primary match.
I think the stream is pretty happy with seeing what's happening here, where they're like, oh, I'm so glad, this is so cool, but I'm so happy that none of these players are in my queue.
I mean, who do you root for? Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, or Paradox Engine combo? Although, to be fair, most people wouldn't even think of Stickfingers as Paradox Engine combo because you just don't even see the engine until the very, very final moments.
Very tippity end, yes. So, I'm a combo player at heart. Right, I wanted Degenerate, and I like Vintage, I like all the stupid stuff. So I really root for Stickfingers. Also, just it has the coolness factor, you know. Like a lot of people dislike Paradox Engine, but you can't tell me that this is not the coolest Paradox Engine deck you've ever seen on Historic Brawl.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but the hands for this particular game so far for the coolest Paradox engine deck in Brawl have absolutely sucked. Just all reanimation, now the Great Henge off the top, and then finally a decent draw in Relic of Legends. But if that gets hit with a counter spell, this hand is incredibly slow and doesn't do anything.
Oh yeah, that is definitely an issue. Although Veil of Summer being a pretty good card again. Yeah, Veil of Summer and like just having the 2-off 1 mana protection really paid off so far.
This is a huge sequence here, whether or not to go for the Relic here or save the Veil. And I love saving the Veil because if you go for the Relic and something bad happens to it, who knows when you're going to have the mana to do anything in this game again.
Oh yeah, that is definitely an issue here. Although I must admit, the hand is not looking great for a Stickfinger. Like if I was Stickfingers and I would play a Thoughtseize, I would strongly consider conceding.
Yeah, I get ya. By the way, Freyleaser just bottomed a land. It doesn't actually have a 5th one. I can't believe he just bottomed a land here.
I'm not sure. Maybe he's saying, hey, I want to just get more and more interaction and get towards that relevant interaction. But I also am not sure if that was the correct choice. There is relevant
not punished.
Oh my god.
Never punished.
That's why we're
never punished.
That's why they're in this tournament. They just knew they would draw the land.
They had it. Never didn't have it. And Teferi is on the board but at the same time, 5 mana coming the other way. We'll probably see, I guess we'll see counterspell protection, but we'll probably see old Stickfingers do the old Stickfinger thing.
Yeah, you could also go for a line here in the end step for as the Teferi player, where you bounce the rock just in order to prevent Stickfingers from using the X equals 3 to get the combo into the graveyard.
Oh, that might be the right play in a lot of situations, but man, as a Teferi player, that just makes me feel gross when I could be sitting there with a counter spell in my hand and 2 mana. You know, I don't want to tap out to bounce a mana rock.
Yeah, they have the additional land, and now they're going to stifle the graveyard trigger, and then Stickfingers is to die because there are no creatures in the graveyard.
Congratulations, you old Stickfinger. You played yourself.
Oh, this is so brutal.
So big tip there if you play against this in queue and you have a Tail's End. The trigger is the danger. The old stick.
Yep.
Key.
Indeed.
Counter the trigger.
And now Syncopate, Mystical Dispute, Fateful Absence, Reject.
This looks like a Teferi experience to me. This is what I enjoy.
Into the Royal, drawing a card, and then just untapping again. Yeah, this is not going well.
If a spell resolves for the rest of this game, it's only because it's literally like a tiny playful kitten fighting a bear. They just don't care about it.
Yeah, and here's the question. The Teferi player doesn't know that Stickfingers is about to miss a land drop, right? So do you let the Arcane Signet resolve or not?
I mean, you can try to syncopate it for 4 with your only 3 mana.
Yeah, but now you can syncopate for 2. Now you can syncopate for... Oh, they just cantrip, and they say, hey, I have this River's Rebuke. Oh, and the Swords to Plowshares. Oh my god, this is disgusting.
Okay, yeah, that works too. That all works out as well.
Oh my god. Oh, and I believe Teferi might have some connection issues here. We currently don't see their hand in the overlay, but I think should still be fine. Yeah, River's Rebuke is happening.
We do have to mention once again that Mathematiger has the extra out of the McDonald's Wi-Fi. If McDonald's Wi-Fi were to just suddenly die and fail, then they could still win this game. However, not leaving it up to McDonald's Wi-Fi, scooping this one and saying, let's start game 3.
Oh yeah. Also, we just got notification that the internet is so bad on the Teferi's players' end that we might not see their hand for the next game.
Just assume it's a bunch of counter spells, guys. Also, thankfully, old Stickfingers, black deck, lots of discard. So we'll still get to see their hand.
I believe they're playing 6 1-drop discard cards, so that is pretty good. You're playing a few more niche ones, like Break Expectations, but yeah, they're currently setting up for the next match. And also, just again, thanks to the sponsor of the stream, MTG Arena Zone. They provide the prize pool for the players. And also, if you want to join in on the fun, check out the Brawl Hub Discord server. There is a month-long league run there. If you're in the top 8 of that league in any given month, then you get to participate in this beautiful tournament.
It's free to join. Go right to my knowledge.
Yes,
the server
free
is totally
to
free to join. Yep. So go ahead and join up and see if your homebrewed historic Brawl masterpiece can hold its own against the elite best of the best of the historic Brawl Hub League. And yeah, we're going into game 3 here between Old Stickfingers and Teferi here of Dominaria. Shout out! We just broke 200 viewers on Twitch. Thank you guys for being here today.
Nice. Thank you everyone for joining. Also, this is a defense grid on the play.
Hold on, though. Hold on. Amazonian just raided. Known fan of Historic Brawl. Amazonian just sent 368 more viewers on top everybody. Of the 200.
To be fair, that welcome will get delayed by 5 minutes. Late. 5 minutes late because we have a delay for player integrity. And yeah, sadly...
Big thank you to Amazonian. Anyway, Defense Grid versus Teferi. Let's go.
Defense Grid versus Spell Pierce is the sad reality. I really wanted to see a resolved Defense Grid.
I know you did. I'm okay with Spell Pierce. I like a game 3 that's close.
I love Defense Grid, so it hurts me to see that it got Spell Pierced. Also, yeah.
Rip the third land. It was there. That was really... So Teferi needed to draw a third land there and didn't have a white source, and Mana Confluence made an appearance. Like you said, this is why they're in the tournament and not us. Never didn't have it when it comes to drawing the land.
Oh, yeah. So now...
Nissa of Shadowed Bows.
Indeed.
Shattered Bows?
Sabotaged? Bows.
Hold on, I got this. Nissa of Shadowed Bows got Sinister sabotaged.
Damn.
And the Surveil about
that. Yeah. Also, sorry for everyone. The Teferi players has, again, some connection issues, so that's why sometimes their hand is flickering in and out. Yeah, nothing we can do about McDonald's internet. I believe it is literally McDonald's internet.
Also, since we have a lot of new viewers, it's probably worth mentioning what we are watching here is an old Stickfingers graveyard combo deck that wins with a really wild line of reanimating Razaketh and getting Paradox Engine eventually. This is a deck that's been doing very well in the league. It was in the finals last season and it's back. And hopefully you'll get to see some of it if Teferi doesn't completely deny them fun. This is game 3 in the lower bracket, so the loser is eliminated. The winner stays alive.
Indeed. And one really important role player in this match is the Graveyard Shift being active at instant speed.
How do you get the Teferi player to commit all their mana? Is there something that can make that happen?
The Teferi players are really patient when it comes to tapping out. Yeah, it's going to be rough. So now they're just going to use this Summon Undead in order to, bait the first counter magic, then rise from the grave to bait the second counter magic, and then just pass the turn and hopefully sneak in the third reanimation spell at instant speed, actually. And
And
maybe that does
before all the viewers leave, I think it's just worth letting you know that this combo deck can straight up win on the spot if they resolve animation spell in the right circumstance. So this game is closer than it looks.
Oh, indeed. It is indeed pretty close. And I think it wouldn't even be close if Teferi didn't have the Spell Pierce on turn 1. I believe Spell Pierce is one of the only cards. I think it is the only card in the Teferi player's deck that can deal with a defense grid on turn 1.
Teferi considering -3ing itself. Seems a little early for that.
Does seem a bit early.
Again, our Teferi player, who is the champion of the league last year, if I understand correctly.
Yes, correct.
Had internet issues because of weather and is playing at the local McDonald's. So McDonald's Wi-Fi is also a potential win on for the Stickfingers player.
Indeed. Also,
adding another layer of suspense to the event.
Indeed. Also, this exact matchup between these two players, oh my god, the Thoughtseize pickup is huge. This exact matchup was the finals the last time, by the way. So these two players are no strangers to each other. So,
also possibly playing out Thoughtseize, good draw.
And I think this is a good call to counter the Thoughtseize here with the Dovinsweedu, because Dovinsweedu would be the card you take anyways with Thoughtseize, right?
Denying information?
Yes, denying information. That is what it's all about.
You are really hoping then that this Rise from the Grave or this Graveyard Shift gets to resolve.
Which it won't, because we know that there is this Syncopate lying in hand. Okay, Teferi player's stream is gone again, so we sadly don't see their hand, but
just assume it's all counter spells.
Just
it's
assume.
Teferi.
This is
what
the
else
thing,
would there
though.
be?
This is the thing, though. If you combo into control, it's obviously going to be pretty rough, and it's not an unwinnable matchup it's not an unwinnable matchup. It's just a really difficult matchup. You have certain spots where you can go for the combo but don't need to, and there are spots where you have to go for the combo, otherwise you're pretty guaranteed to lose. So you want to really find that spot where you either can go for the combo because you have an opening, or if you're desperate, you have to go for the combo. Like, this is the you have to go for the combo case. You're not expecting this to resolve, right? But you just hope that Teferi only has one counter spell, so they can Rise from the Grave on their own turn. And then the Teferi player, hopefully, again, only having one counter spell, Rise from the Grave on your own turn, and then just going for the combo. But this is not going to end well here.
Well, it also opens up the potential, right? That you could top deck Veil of Summer, you could top deck Duress, that you could force it through with the right draw.
Indeed. So we see Young Necromancer being targeted again with the Rise from the Grave.
May I has a zombie Young Necromancer, please? For me?
We will. Yeah, we will see. Oh, wow. And it resolves, but I assume a removal spell is happening on Young Necromancer. So in this kind of spot, you can use the removal on Young Necromancer instead of waiting for the Razaketh. So, because what's going to happen is Razaketh and Young Necromancer are in play, then you pass as the Stickfingers player, and then you can't remove that anymore, right? So they're going to exile the Young Necromancer here in order to have a Razaketh in play that can't tutor anything to protect itself.
So can the combo even exist without Young Necromancer?
Well, yes, obviously. Reason being is you draw another reanimation spell, now you have... you just need creatures and mana, right? Those are the two factors with the Razaketh. Creatures, mana, Razaketh. And then if Razaketh untaps, it doesn't matter too much if you don't have the Young Necromancer around, because the Young Necromancer is a tool to cheat on mana. You just need, enough mana. And so the combo can still happen. But given that this Razaketh is in the face of a Teferi that can just tuck it, that is really, really bad news.
And one would say, well, at least Teferi can't ultimate right away. But if you're a Teferi player, you don't mind. You've got time, as we like to say.
You've got time. Oh, wow.
Oh, plus.
Maybe we see an extra turn coming out into the ultimate. That would be backbreaking as well.
Ooh, is this one of the versions that runs a lot of time warps? Forgot to check.
Oh, there is a Day of Judgment coming out, and I believe...
Dun, 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 dun. Demons getting killed by Days of Judgment. Flavor.
Yep, indeed. That is pretty brutal.
All right, this top deck has to be amazing.
And it is pretty good. I think this is, like, that card is good, but not good enough.
It's that good. It's good, dude. Done.
That is it. We are finished with round 3. Thanks again to our sponsor, MTG Arena Zone, for sponsoring the prize pool for this tournament. And if you want to join in, check out the Brawl Hub Discord link on the stream.
Pour one out also for old Stickfingers. Really unique combo deck. Put on a show today if you want to see it pop off. It did earlier in the stream, so you're going to want to check out VODs, possibly on the YouTube channel as well. The Brawl Hub YouTube is there in the description. You can check out the link to that. Mods might put a link for you. But yeah, really good stuff today from Mathematiger, and I'm not backing down from that.
So, yeah, I believe the next round is going to start in about 10 minutes, and we are going to have a look at a couple of decks. And the next round...
Do we need to break to reset overlay?
The overlay, I believe, is completely gone. And it
right on.
It has like the in-game overlay that shows the name. It is pretty broken. I've tried to fix it a couple of times, let you talk a bit, try to fix it in the background, but to no avail. Yeah, the next round is going to be Sheoldred versus Yawgmoth. What do you think?
Wait, I missed the first
one.
Sheoldred
versus Yawgmoth.
Sheoldred versus Yawgmoth.
Yes.
Ooh, so one of these likes to sacrifice tiny things to draw cards and pay life to do it, and the other one makes you pay more life to do it. But it's a creature, so Yawgmoth can kill it potentially with enough things to target it. This is a weird matchup. It's gotta favor who's on. Yeah, it's gotta favor who goes first or has the Dark Ritual, right?
Yes, to some extent, but if you get Dark Ritual, like if you play a Dark Ritual and then you get your threat removed, then you're in a really rough spot. We are also currently going to have a look at the Yawgmoth player's deck list, and it is up on the screen right now. And there are some choices.
So I have, hold on really quick. I have on my bracket, I have Yawgmoth versus Teferi.
Yawgmoth.
Are we sure we're not jumping ahead for Sheoldred versus Yawgmoth?
Oh, you are correct. We are indeed jumping ahead. Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. So let's have a look at that matchup. Okay. So
Yawgmoth and Teferi.
Yes,
so
Yawgmoth versus Teferi, indeed.
It's Skull versus Blue. Skull is trying to basically solo with Yawgmoth take out all the blue players in this event, and this is going to be the third one that he could potentially take a shot at.
Yes, so Yawgmoth has a big issue during deck construction, right? The deck is, like the commander, is inherently really good against creatures and not that great against non-creatures, right? So now you're in a spot where you are really good against creatures, but you still need to put in cheap creature removal like Fatal Push in order to keep those creatures at bay, because otherwise you're playing your commander on turn 4 and by that time you've died against certain decks already, right? So now you're going to put a lot of removal in, your commander is good against creature matchups, and then you're going to get matched up against a creatureless full control deck, and you have a lot of dead cards in your deck. And that is a pretty big issue that is kind of hard to fix and almost impossible. So now this matchup comes down to, can Yawgmoth draw the right cards here? Because there is not a single dead card from the Teferi's player side.
Well, they can also help fix that issue, just like, and this has got to be the only real strategy, is just draw through it. Just draw so many raw cards that you just power right through that issue. And that is something Yawgmoth is great at. It's very hard for the Teferi player to get off a board wipe without giving them advantage if they let Yawgmoth resolve at any point. And it's hard to keep Yawgmoth completely stuck in the command zone if any of the discard effects get drawn.
Yes, there are 4 discard effects, I believe, in this deck. There are also various tools to destroy control players. Rankle, Master of Pranks, Sheoldred the Apocalypse, Liliana of the Veil, and one card that people might sleep on a bit, but that is, if you can get it to resolve, is really good against control, is Kami of Morning. It's a 3-mana 3/2 creature that when it enters a creature in your on the battlefield or in your graveyard gets perpetually, when another creature with greater mana value dies, return it from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. And if you just have a 1-drop like a Gutter Bones, now suddenly every 2-drop and higher, when they die, will return that Gutter Bones from the graveyard to the battlefield. And it turns out that just having this constant 2 power can really make the difference.
Yeah, Kami, kind of an alchemy card that slipped in there, didn't do much in the alchemy format specific, and just really, it's kind of interesting that some of these bizarre cards out of sets like the alchemy sets just have perfect homes in Brawl. I find it's like a trap, right? I still have to pay close enough attention to the alchemy spoilers because there might be that one card that destroys historic Brawl. Rusko, like Rusko is a recent example, but Kami of Morning is like a perfect Yawgmoth card.
Yeah, Kami of Morning is just an all-star in any sacrifice deck. And the most disgusting thing you can do with Kami of Morning is apply the effect to an Ornithopter, because now suddenly you also get another creature whenever a 1-drop dies, and so you're really going to draw a ton of cards with just a couple of creatures in play.
I love little things like Yawgmoth plays Ornithopter.
Oh yes,
just, 0 mana, draw a card, put a -1/-1 counter on thing, potentially go crazy with some combo with some piece of your deck. I just think that stuff is adorable. It's so great. It's part of what makes me love Historic Brawl, is that you get to re-examine all of these cards through a new kind of rules engine of the game, which is it amazing if you know you'll have this one amazing legendary card that your whole deck can revolve around.
Oh, indeed. Okay. Also, let's have a quick look at the deck of the opponent, Teferi.
Let's have a look at a Teferi Hero of Dominaria deck. For some reason, it all looks very familiar.
Yeah, I've heard it is in your name, and I've heard you somewhat like control decks.
I do enjoy control decks. It's like looking at the list, it just kind of all flows right through me. You know what I mean? Almost every white card is a board wipe, and almost every blue card is a counterspell or a card draw. It's about as straightforward a Teferi list as you could ask for.
Yes, there is not a lot. You have a streamlined deck when the card that's most out there is like Teferi Temporal Pilgrim.
What a rebel. What a maniac. More Teferis in the Teferi pile.
Indeed. Yeah, but this is nothing surprising here from this deck. Again, if we just count up the board wipes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 board wipes.
It's a good thing the Yawgmoth deck is resilient. I honestly think it's one of the better decks against board wipes. But the key is going to be, can they actually get Yawgmoth or a value engine that triggers when creatures dies onto the battlefield? Can they get that to resolve so that they're set up for when a board wipe happens? Because if you're just relying on your creatures to hang out, It's not going to happen. They're not hanging out. This party is canceled every which way from Sunday.
Okay. We got information that games are soon about to start, but I believe the players are still setting up. So,
on the spot, two things. Number one, who does Sheoldred want to play against more, Teferi or Yawgmoth?
I would say, since Sheoldred is the next matchup, I would say Sheoldred wants to see Yawgmoth. Because it might seem a bit counterintuitive, but just Sheoldred being a 5 toughness creature is really hard for just Yawgmoth to remove, right? Because if you have a Yawgmoth in play, you need to sacrifice 5 creatures and draw 5 cards and lose 5 life. So you're going to lose 15 life just to remove the Sheoldred off of Yawgmoth alone.
Yep, I agree. So, second question, who wins?
Who wins? Well, we probably need to ask the players that question.
Oh, we will. But prediction? Which commander you got in this matchup? Is it Yawgmoth or is it Teferi?
I would argue Teferi. I am in favor of Teferi here, and I think it is going to be really an uphill battle for Yawgmoth here, simply because, yes, you are resilient if your engine resolves, but that is a pretty big if. Just, I'm
going to also pick Teferi, but I think we've got to at least share for people joining us. This Yawgmoth deck has felt like it was, if you ask the pilot, says not favored against Rusko, beat both Rusko decks.
Yeah, that is...
Beat the same Rusko deck twice, right?
That is brutal, actually, now that you're mentioning it, right? Yeah. I think... Yeah, I'm a bit baffled by that. So I think there was also a line of earlier, the Rusko player had certain opportunities they didn't take, and then got punished by top decks by the opponent, right? So there is always this, Magic is still a card game, and you're not going to draw all the cards in the same order every game. So there is still this variance that you have to deal with, and it can be pretty rough.
Yeah, or perhaps just Yawg finds a way.
Yawg always finds a way.
Maybe Yawg finds a way. I think this will be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, and I believe the players are about to start here. Yes, Skullsbreaker on Yawgmoth versus Activolt on Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. If we look at the starting player's hand, we have from the Yawgmoth players we see Gutterbones, Eliminate, Tenacious Underdog, Meathook Massacre, Agadeem's Awakening, basically another land. There is one dead card here with Eliminate, but a card like Meathook Massacre, if it sneaks into play, can really just drain out the opponent. Currently, the Teferi player tries to connect, and we can see on the top side that their hand is... Yeah, they're... Okay, perfect. They managed to... Yep.
As a reminder to everybody in chat, we are battling McDonald's Wi-Fi internet for our Teferi Hero of Dominaria, who is also the returning champion from last season. So not willing to go quietly, not without some McDonald's internet assistance.
Yeah. And Yawgmoth wins the coin flip here, which I think is one step to success for for the Yawgmoth player. Being on the play here with, really good anti-control cards in Gutterbones and Tenacious Underdogs, that is really
that's amazing.
Important.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's so crucial. The Meathook Massacre coming down here also as possibly a punishment piece. How does Teferi handle the pressure? Divine Purge would be nice, but that's not in the hand.
Yeah, I also want to point out Meathook Massacre here is likely going to get countered because getting drained out, there you see the counterspell is one of the ways they lose. But if that would have resolved, that would have always basically been permanent 2 devotion for this Nixthos Shrine to Nyx in hand.
Interesting decision coming here on Forsaken Crossroads, choosing to untap it because if you get a chance to cast Thirst for Discovery, you still have that basic Plains, so you'd have that to discard to the Discovery.
Yes, that I think is a really solid option here. If they jam Yawgmoth, that Yawgmoth is going to get countered. But
censored, in fact.
Really interesting, yeah. Because, like, if you let this Yawgmoth resolve and then board wipe, the Yawgmoth player is going to draw 2 cards, and you don't want them to have those additional resources. Land drop, even if it's tapped, is one of the best draws here. Borrowed Time, basically permanently getting rid of something, except there is one card in the Yawgmoth player's deck that can remove enchantments, and that is Feed the Swarm that we're currently seeing in their hand.
Oh my goodness, what a convenient piece to have. I am concerned, though, with that Yawgmoth basically being slammed on turn 4 into the open mana. Is Yawgmoth ever going to resolve this game? And without those cards, I mean, how far behind is Skulls?
Not that much, actually, because he knows that, like, if Yawgmoth wouldn't have been cast, that would have allowed Teferi to draw cards instead and dig deeper for answers that are currently in the board and gives them more time. So this Yawgmoth here puts on pressure just by being countered and giving the Teferi player less mana to work with. Because what's now going to happen is, if you board wipe as the Teferi player, now you're suddenly staring down at a Tenacious Underdog coming back next turn, this Black Cat discarding a random card, and one of the best draws for Yawgmoth would be a land
hits
here.
the thirst.
Yeah.
Hits the thirst, though.
Oh wow, that is one of the most brutal discards here for sure. And now going down to 8, getting a just measly little 1-drop in play doesn't look like much, but is actually pretty relevant in the game plan.
To keep. Yeah, you have to be able to keep Teferi off balance just a little bit, and it's still a 2-turn clock if you go face.
Yeah, this additional land is also super relevant in that now you can't Jawari Disruption this Tenacious Underdog, although you can use your Ganjo.
Channel, baby. Man, those lands look good. And here's a Thoughtseize that's going to reveal the Aganjo. Does this change how this turn plays out?
Maybe you're still going to say, hey, Tenacious Underdog, still going to attack in, you have to do something about me. And would you ever attack Teferi in this spot? Like, now, never, right? Now it's just go face, because at this point, they just don't have enough life.
You've got to get them dead. Teferi drawing counter spells is gonna. I mean, I guess we kind of saw it against Rankle a few rounds ago that if they just keep top decking counter spells, it doesn't deal with the board. I almost think maybe you want to get the. I was trying to debate. Do you want to get the Gutter Bones on the board for a permanent board presence? But here comes Underdog, and they go face.
The thing is, if you can't get the Gutter Bones on the board actually, because if you just attack with the Ghast, then it's going to get Aganjoed. Then you're going to deal no damage, and you just passed your turn doing nothing.
Down to 7. Underdog draws. That's a land off the top. Teferi is digging.
Wow, that is really relevant in it being able... Oh, wow. Okay, Yarok's Fenlurker forcing them to discard the land, but still, the Tenacious Underdog is not coming out here.
Maybe has the hot read. You look like you just drew the perfect exile effect.
Maybe they also messed up the math on their Nykthos.
Could be. Still, I mean, I think you try to get in with the gas and get your bones. Oh, they've got a Xander's Wake.
Yes, so they swing in case some destruction happens during combat. And now they just say, hey, the one card I want to exile is in your graveyard. I'm not going to deal with anything else on your board. Oh, there's a Sinister Sabotage. Then cantripping for something like a Divine Purge would be perfect here. Oh, 6 life.
Does one... I mean, Impulse is pretty good.
The 5 additional life you get from Historic Brawl being really relevant here. They also let the shields down. Like, usually they would have Sinister Sabotage up. Wow. Swords to Plowshares off the top. That's amazing.
Why not?
Oh, true. They also get to untap with the Teferi. So shields are actually not down.
Come on, that's why you play Teferi, man, because your shields are never down.
Shields are never down. Okay, Yawgmoth thinking. This is like a really good draw for the Teferi player, where you have 2 exile effects for this Tenacious Underdog.
Yeah,
A card that
Underdog is not looking good.
Yeah. Now, the question is, I think this is obviously the big question, right? Do you play Underdog, or do you just swing without playing Underdog? And now Underdog is coming out. Likely going to get exiled. Then they deal damage to the Teferi player, bring back Gutterbones, play Gutterbones is the most likely chain of events.
If you get damage in, at least you can get Gutterbones, but there's more exile effects waiting. Everything is going kind of wrong. Maybe, like, I haven't looked at the Hand of Skulls in a while, but like a Fatal Push, this is where actually drawing removal spells, you can use them on your own underdraw.
Yes,
dog
the
to try to save it.
eliminate in Skull's hand can be used on their own creature to keep it in the graveyard. The Teferi player can counter that, but that is still an issue.
They can also still march. So sabotage or march is an interesting decision point.
Yeah.
Sabotage it is.
Sabotage it is indeed. So going down to 4 or marching the Gas. No, they want to march the Fenlurker because that can grow and pump itself.
Land and...
What is the other card? Board Wipe. That
Board
is
wipe.
a Board Wipe. Which is
I don't know. Xander's Wake. What if you draft the Thieves Guild Enforcers? Huh? Eh?
Oh
little
my
flash
God.
action.
Can you play around that though? Can you afford playing around that is the big question, because if you don't ball wipe here, then you kind of are forced to use this march at this Fenlurker, otherwise you die. So
Yeah.
if they draft the Thieves Guild Enforcer, they can just march that.
All right, we got the draft screen in front of us. There's no Thieves Guild Enforcer. There is a Malachur Blood Priest, which has a drain ability.
But only
for the number of creatures in your party. And the top deck is a Diabolic Intent.
Yeah, but the issue is you can't use this intent in this spot, because in response to the Blood Priest, it will get removed, party is going to be 0, nothing will be drained, and Yawgmoth can't hit the field. Like, this is a really bad spot.
But the Blood Priest getting exiled. Wait, yeah, it has to be in response to the trigger. So
yes.
I guess we see if they march in response to the trigger or not. You still have to put the play on them. They have to make it.
Yeah, if they don't march in response to the trigger, they are in huge, huge trouble, because that enables the Gutterbones to come back and enables the Diabolic Intent to be cast.
Yeah, you can make them. You force the play though. Like, you can only play the hand you got. Casting Yawgmoth, they just ultimate the Teferi. It gets exiled.
And if Malachur Blood Priest gets exiled in response to the trigger, we will likely see the Nest of Scarabs being played here. Oh, this is huge.
It went off. It went off. The trigger happened. The trigger happened. Saving it for the Gutterbones, potentially.
And they're currently thinking about using the Diabolic Intent here as well. Oh.
I mean, I think you've got to go for it. But
yeah,
what
now
do you get?
If you Diabolic Intent on this Gutterbones, you basically protect it from the march, but you have to do it right now because it sacrifices as a cost.
Yep. And you get another Xander's Wake trigger as well to try to hit another Blood Priest.
There is an argument to be made to just search for Rankle.
I mean, yeah. Rankle, we've seen get the job done. Thieves Guild Enforcer.
Yep, that is...
Oh my goodness.
Hope.
And...
Sheoldred? There were issues, but it's fine. Yeah, whenever a player's stream lags, by the way, just for everybody watching, it's usually lagging when multiple cards are revealed at the same time, and I have had it myself in lately that... Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let's talk about the tutor, okay? Hive of the Eye Tyrant?
Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Interesting grab.
Can't be countered, can be played immediately.
Can be marched.
Can be marched, but then you can't march this priest, and you're at 1.
But you can Teferi ultimate replay Teferi. So you get an ultimate, and then you get a draw trigger immediately, and you untap the land.
I just noticed that this Teferi is indeed at 8, and suddenly it looks like, yeah, Skull is on the back foot here through this Teferi ultimate.
Oh, man. But if you had gotten the Rankle, though, that would have been a hasty threat that might not have been able to get hit by the Teferi Ultimate Plus.
Funnily enough, they drew the Disdainful Stroke, which...
What? Never didn't have it.
Never didn't have it, and now we are in deep, deep trouble if we look at the...
Constrictor that is Teferi, the hero of Dominaria. The Disdainful Stroke on the Yawgmoth. The heart is breaking. 3 little life points, I tell you.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. Is Thieves Guild Enforcer active?
Yes. I think it is.
That means...
Maybe?
Maybe? Oh my god. Yeah, this is...
Well, probably going to target this untapped land unless you get greedy and go for Nykthos.
Oh, the greed! It needed to...
But the Mana Tithe! Mana Tithe! Not Mana Tithe!
True. It will get got by Mana Tithe.
Or get got by a million other things here, apparently.
Oh, this is such a... Yeah. Players, please stop typing through your games. I miss playing.
Nobody cares. Play. Nobody cares.
Okay, so Thieves Guild...
Oh my gosh, Magic players gotta talk about it. Gotta talk about it to somebody.
Pretty sure I could, but we know as the casters there was no way to tutor for anything that could have won.
Just watch the VOD. Hear us roast you. It's fine. This is fine.
Yes, and this is CGB. Okay.
Perfect.
Yep, and now this spot is unrecoverable, I believe, and that is
probably unrecoverable. Game 2. Gotta try again. Gotta shake it off. That was so close. The underdog, the Gutterbones, on the play, got the life total low enough, but couldn't close. And, you know, a tough line on that last turn. Like, what would you have done differently? How could you have found it? Skull thinks they could have won. I don't know.
Yeah, so with the information Skull had, they could have said, I would have won if I got a Rankle instead of the land to play around the Teferi ultimate, but we knew that Teferi in that exact turn, or the turn previously I believe, top decked the Disdainful Stroke. So I don't think there was anything that could have been done.
By the way, deck number 100 out of 100 is apparently our Teferi Hero of Dominaria.
Oh, wow.
I love seeing that.
Oh, wow.
My true story. My Teferi deck is number 69 out of 100.
No, I've been personally at the point where I just keep deleting decks. I don't even know what. I've created hundreds of historic Brawl decks at this point. I've lost track. I totally lost track.
Yeah, I never would have thought. Like when historic Brawl debuted, like was it 2 or 3 years ago as a queue? I never thought I would have had.
The queue is only 1.5 years old at this point.
Yeah, the queue's only 1.5 years old, and I would never have thought I'd fill up my whole deck collection with historic Brawl. But here we are.
Most of these players, we're going to go into the match number 2. Most of these players here have actually started playing historic Brawl way before historic Brawl got an official queue. Because it was always an unofficial format. As soon as Brawl released, Historic Brawl was a thing. And we just started playing Historic Brawl, and here we are. Okay, now you gotta make a decision. Do you play the Yawgmoth, the Rankle?
Rankle, turn 2, Rankle on the play. Dark Ritual, welcome to the format.
We have seen this exact pattern, I believe, already once with Dark Ritual into Rankle.
And each player is going to discard.
Yeah, now you just got to deny those resources. But I believe, like, this Rankle will do some damage, but Given that the Banishing Light is in the hand, this Rankle will get removed sooner rather than later.
Does look like we're going to get at least 2 punches in, though, and that's a big deal. Like, that is tough to recover from as a control player.
Yep. You gotta discard the Skyclave Shade as the Yawgmoth player, play a land, and then, because the Shade can be played from your graveyard, if you have played a land this turn, that is a pretty good value for you.
Oh, yeah, and also, if a land is found, you get to Yawgmoth next turn if the opponent taps out for Banishing Light.
Oh yeah, that is indeed pretty threatening.
Yeah, landing Yawgmoth in these games is so hard.
The Swords to Plowshares draft is so disgusting here because it allows you to hold up counter magic while being able to exile Rankle.
Wow. That is... yeah, if you could stack your deck, you'd draw that. I am telling you, our Teferi, our reigning champion, you can see why. They definitely have the Arena Shuffler figured out.
Absolutely. And here's the thing. Jadar is a great card unless it gets countered, but that's true for most cards in this game, to be honest. Jadar,
legendary, so Tail's End will hit it.
But they don't care about it, and they just say, hey, I will draw that land here. Earlier they... Oh my god, they actually drew the land.
So easy. Magic is so easy, man.
You can't... Oh, wow.
Takes a cat. Can't draw land number 4.
The reason why they take the cat
Yawgmoth,
is...
no!
The reason why they take the cat is because they can Diabolic Intent for a land here. And that land is going to be...
Nykthos?
No, I believe we are going to see a tutor for...
Hive?
Hive, indeed.
Is it right this time?
Yeah, that is the question. Is it right this time? Now they just need to top take 1 land, and then they have...
It is kind of gross that they're down to just this eliminate again. But this gets back to the Shade. If they want. Maybe even kicked.
Yeah, I believe we're going to see the Shade try to be played every single turn. Oh, there is the... Oh, this is so unfortunate. If they didn't kick the Shade, it couldn't have been exiled with Syncopate. This is so
No! Mean. How do you play around Teferi ever if they have everything? Narset is here. An eliminate target.
Well, it is an eliminate target, but at the same time you can just go ahead and kill it with the Hive.
Yeah, if you draw the land, though, you can play eliminate and get Yawgmoth down.
Ooh, that is a good point, and I would say that is a pretty good play.
Dude, I mean, it's nice to have Yawgmoth on the battlefield. The problem is Teferi can come down and kind of wreck you for an empty board, but then Hive could attack Teferi. So yeah, I think I would have played Yawg.
Yep. Yeah, that could have been a better line here, potentially. I think the one compelling argument to play Eliminate over activating Hive here is because Eliminate is really not going to hit anything else in this matchup.
Yeah, you can hope for a Shark Typhoon token. That's it.
Oh, yep. And there is this Fatal Push that also hits a Shark Typhoon token. And
oh, look at that. We're stacked up as... we're protected from the Shark Typhoon token for a little while.
Oh, indeed. I'm not sure if this matters too much. For a Midnight Clock reshuffle, the exile matters. But if your Midnight Clock reshuffle ever happens, I think you're in a bad spot anyways. Okay, so Teferi upticking, untapping lands. It's a really bad time if the Teferi player doesn't even untap 2 lands because everything they play is at instant speed.
Tails End the Hive activation for a Time Walk. That's just flexing.
Yeah, it is also possibly just, correct because that keeps the Teferi alive for a turn.
I mean, absolutely. No need to use land. Just sit there, stare down 6 cards in hand, and the Hero of Dominaria. No big deal.
One thing to note here is this Hive can't be bounced by Into the Royal because it is still a land. Because Into the Royal says non-land. But what is about to happen is Into the Royal potentially going to bounce the own Teferi next turn.
Why not?
It saves commander tax. It is really relevant, actually.
All the things that you can do with your Teferi, including bouncing it. Yep. So much fun. Just look at all the different ways you can experience the power of the Hero of Dominaria.
Indeed. So they're going to filter a bunch of cards, draw a bunch of stuff, all the fun stuff in the format. Yeah, now they got a full grip. They need to go to discard even. And they're super greedy and just... Oh no, they have a second land in hand.
Go for that Thoughtseize.
So if you go for that Thoughtseize, that probably needs to get countered, right? There is an argument to be made to use the Memory Lapse instead, because Thoughtseize is not going to do anything again next turn. Like, you can't just counter it the turn after that. And it is going to buy you an additional turn. And now we're likely going to see the bounce on the own Teferi to save commander attacks. Yep.
You'll love to see it. Would you like some more Teferi with your Teferi?
Oh yes, and some more Teferi alongside that Teferi. So, yeah, but like, now you've seen it, like, Hive was the correct tutor, and just by the like, Yawgmoth is putting up a really good fight for not having anything, really.
Yeah, their draw has not worked out since the very early turns, and they needed just a little misstep or two from Teferi, which they refused to make. Drawing Swords to Plowshare is one of the best cards in the format. Even Dark Ritual into Rankle on turn 2 on the play. Doesn't look like it's going to come close. There's still 16 life over there. There's a Teferi that's been on the board for about 6 turns now.
Yep, indeed.
It's kind of a bloodbath.
And talking about blood, this Blood Artist is going to get countered? No, it is not. They just say, I ignore this. You have 0 power. I'm just going to ignore. I'm just going to counter everything else.
Maybe they just really like scrying too. You know,
yes.
maybe just looking at that top card and having some control over the future just makes them feel so good.
I just want to point out, the scry was top and bottom, so they knew they had this Emeria's Call coming, and they now also have a Dream Trawler in hand. Yeah, this Emeria's Call is going to really put in work.
Fatal Pushing Eliminate have targets now.
Oh, that is very true.
Let's see how prepared they are to defeat these removal spells. Do your angels get defended?
No, I believe it is correct to not defend these angels right here, because you do need counter magic. Oh, there is the Tenacious Underdog that was almost taking over the previous game, though.
Both angels dead here.
Okay.
All right.
Very.
You've never been more of an. Yeah, you've never been more of an underdog than you are right now. You're gonna have to claw all the way back.
Yeah, they just say, I believe you have to counter magic. I'm still just going to spam Hive of the Eye Tyrant activations. And honestly,
got him.
This is looking better and better for the Yawgmoth player, except there is one brutal card here, and that is the Dream Trawler.
Yeah, all the resources have been taken, and now it feels like they're just trying to end it. It feels like Teferi has said, that's enough playing with my food.
And they're just going to drop Yawgmoth, hope that it gets countered. And I'm even just trying to remove this Dream Trawler is a nightmare for black, because it can give itself hexproof. So like, this Dream Trawler will stick around, and whenever you draw a card, you also it grows itself for the rest of the turn, and having lifelink is extremely relevant here.
Oh yeah, you can't counter race it usually, especially with the amount of card draw that a Teferi deck can put together. So there aren't a lot of solutions. I'm trying to look for, like, you know, target player sacrifices a creature effects out of Yawgmoth.
Sudden Edict, I believe. Sudden Edict would be the perfect answer, but even that is not present in that current list.
Yep. I'm only seeing targeting stuff. No Soul Shatter, no Plague Crafter, Meathook Massacre, I guess.
And we see a Search for Iskanta coming out here. That's
some nice gravy. You know, the Hive has kept the graveyard in check a little bit.
Search for Iskanta specifically being a really brutal card, because you get to activate Search for Iskanta, then untap it again with Teferi if it is a land. So you get to activate it twice per turn cycle, which is really huge. This Sheoldred, funnily enough, will get through if Skullsbreaker decides to play the Sheoldred, but we will likely see a Hive of the Eye Tyrant activation just in order to deal with this Teferi. But remember, there is this Castle Ardenvale that for 4 mana and tapping itself can create a 1/1, and that will actually keep the Teferi at 1 loyalty.
Yeah, once again, that pesky bugger Teferi somehow always finds a way out.
Yeah.
Seems so hard to kill for a 5 loyalty planeswalker.
Yeah. I thought cockroaches had another color than blue and white. Anyways.
Hero, cockroach of Dominaria.
Indeed. But yeah, we're going to see the main phase activation of Search for Ascanta, Fabled Passage, likely going to grab a blue source. And then this Discover the Formula is also going to be pretty brutal. They decide to use Discover the Formula now, not activate Search for Ascanta, just to have maximum amount of cards available to them.
Yeah, they'll just do the Ascanta on the opponent's turn. It's fine. This is all fine. We've got a hand featuring Spell Pierce, Reject, Sinister Sabotage, Negate, Make Disappear, Behold the Multiverse, Your Go.
Your go indeed. And honestly, this Hive of the Eye Tyrant has been absolutely amazing. But the only, like, if Teferi hadn't drawn this Dream Trawler, they would probably be losing from that spot. Like, they were so dominant throughout the game, and just thanks to this Dream Trawler, they are alive right now.
Well, maybe more Teferis is what the Teferi deck needs.
Oh,
Here comes
indeed.
the Temporal Pilgrim.
Temporal Pilgrim being especially brutal, because now...
Oh, no. Take the Seagate. Take the Seagate. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Let's
oh
go.
my God.
Seagate Dream Trawler. Almost bottomed it, man. Oh, we're doing it.
That is just almost lethal, right?
Seagate and Temporal Pilgrim and Dream Trawler?
That is...
That sounds so cool.
Although, if they decide to drop the Sheoldred here, it would have get countered, but, you know...
Oh,
would be...
come on. Come on, Sheoldred. That was your time. All right, no Temporal Pilgrim to
Slight
go with this.
missequencing on the Seagate Restoration, but no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. And Dream Trawler getting +1/+0 until end of turn for each card drawn. And yes, swinging in.
Send them to the hills. Back to the Shadow Realm.
Yep, gaining 14 life. And yeah, this seems like an unwinnable position at this point.
This was just my favorite thing to do when I could in that standard was Seagate Restoration Dream Trawler, man.
Those were legal in the same
gosh.
standard?
Yeah, they had their time. They had their time.
Wow. That is amazing.
There was no Sheoldred at the time, it must be said.
And that is the game. Concession. Wow.
I'm glad I got to see it. You love to see it. The 2-time back-to-back dream is still alive for Teferi, Hero of Dominaria.
And honestly, it is shaping up to look pretty decent here for Teferi, because now they're going to face Sheoldred the Apocalypse, and again, a mono black deck, which should be a decent matchup for Teferi, for mostly the same reasons, although one would argue that Sheoldred is even a larger threat than Yawgmoth, and also the Sheoldred deck plays more individual threats in this than Yawgmoth, whereas Yawgmoth is mostly I have a lot of small fodder lying around, I'm going to sacrifice everything and then use my commander to for that, and Sheoldred is more of I just play good cards.
All right, pour one out in the chat, though, for our Yawgmoth players. Skulls handed some L's to another Rusko deck, which I'm sure makes a lot of chat happy, and certainly brought it with Yawgmoth here and made a good run for it. But
yes.
now,
Skull taking fourth place is pretty good and getting some prize money already, which is pretty great. Also, thanks to MTG Arena Zone for sponsoring this tournament, adding $100 to the pool. I myself did a small donation to the pool as well. And if you want to join this tournament, you can. This is a closed tournament, but you get into it by joining an open league on the Brawl Hub Discord server. You play a month there, get a total of, I believe, yes, 12 matches you have to play. And then if you are in the top 8, you get to join this tournament.
There is a unique ban list. I've been wanting to ask you all day when we get a moment about the ban list, because I don't know what's going on with it.
So the ban list tries to replicate the queue experience as closely as possible, because thanks to Wizards of the Coast, we aren't actually able to play alchemy rebalanced cards in direct challenges. So every card that you play, you are forced to play as their original version, which is why cards like Minsk and Boo and Teferi Time Raveler are banned, because they're their original versions. And 4-mana Minsk and Boo is not something you want to face. Original Teferi is not something you want to face, and was banned actually before it was rebalanced. Those cards are additional bans purely because they're so powerful if they're not rebalanced that it would just be a completely different format.
Are you telling me that on the Magic Arena client, if I direct challenge you, I don't have the option of playing the rebalanced Teferi?
No,
it would be 3-mana Teferi, not Time Raveler, not 4-mana Teferi Time Raveler?
Yes, you have the option of doing a direct challenge, a friendly direct challenge for 60 cards and play rebalanced cards. You do not have that option for Historic Brawl. You never had that option. Ever since Alchemy came out, we asked Wizards, no response, nothing.
What?
Yes, there is no way to actually play with those cards. That's amazing, right?
I mean, that is a thing. I believe it. I feel like there was a long time where you couldn't even direct challenge for certain Brawl
8 months.
formats.
8 months, so we just had no friend list and nothing.
There was also no Historic Brawl queue for a long time where we just had to find people on
for
Discord servers.
Years. Yeah, 1.5 years.
So yeah, we will continue to be the kind of outcast, the forgotten sons and daughters of the MTG Arena client until some of these things get fixed. I just didn't even know that was still an issue. I was unaware.
Yep, that is indeed what is still going on here. And I'm currently trying to think of, there was one other card that is banned there for rebalancing. I believe it is ImNotFine, Locus of Creation. The 4-color ImNotFine. This always reverts to the original version, and it is rebalanced in Historic Brawl currently.
So that's interesting. Is it only the historic ones then? Because like Meat Hook Massacre didn't appear. Meat Hook Massacre appeared to be rebalanced.
We draw the line with how impactful the changes are, right? Like Meat Hook Massacre, you can play that. Because the life gain is not as impactful. Like if we ban every card that is rebalanced and we can only play the original version, we would have an even we want to replicate the format, right, as close as possible.
Yeah.
So we have to do it on a case-by-case basis.
And there's all those like weird little rebalancings, like Graveyard Shift is technically rebalanced. Yes,
exactly.
Weird cards like that.
Yes.
Okay, but I just think it's funny because basically by saying that the Meat Hook Massacre's rebalancing isn't a big impact means it shouldn't have been banned in standard at all. So yeah, suck it, Wizards. We don't think it was impactful.
Well, we also have access to Languish and other 4-mana board wipes, which is why it's not used in Black
I'm just
control
stirring
decks.
stuff up. I'm just stirring the pot because that's how you get noticed. You know, somebody shares a clip of us saying, yeah, Wizards, that was wrong. And then they figure out that they actually have a way that they haven't even fixed their matchmaker, and then they fix it. We're just outrage marketing. It's fine. This is fine.
It is fine. Also ignore my name, by the way. Anyways, let's have a look at the Sheoldred deck list here. So, there is one card that immediately springs to mind when I look at this deck list, where I say, okay, this is how Sheoldred immediately wins against Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and that is the Thought Distortion. 6 mana sorcery, can't be countered, and target opponent reveals all their hand and exiles all non-creature, non-land cards from their hand and graveyard. Wow. Have you ever been Thought Distortion, CGB?
Many times. I've won a lot of games where I got Thought Distortioned. More often as Rusko than as Teferi, because there's usually clocks ticking. But I have been able to win those games. I can see why it still makes the cut and people play it, but I think people lean on it too much. You really do have to maintain pressure, and you do still have to stabilize the board. A lot of people, I think, tutor up Thought Distortion too aggressively when they don't have a big enough lead, because if I just then get to have Teferi on the board for 2 or 3 turns, I'm probably still going to beat you, even if you exile my whole hand, because Teferi recovers it. So as long as the pilot knows that it's not instant game over, that they have to maintain board pressure and parity, then it can be an absolute knockout blow.
Yeah, the one thing though, that Thought Distortion increases the powers of all your tutors, but not in a way that you might think, right? Look, obviously you can always tutor for Thought Distortion if you have it in your deck, but since the Teferi player knows that you have Thought Distortion, every tutor becomes a must counter, whereas usually you counter whatever comes out of the tutor. You can't do that with Thought Distortion. So just by the Teferi player knowing that Thought Distortion is in their deck, they have to counter Wishclaw, they have to counter the Grim Tutor.
Yeah, that's a really cool effect. Also, what we see that Yawgmoth didn't really have access to is direct ways to remove Teferi. So spells that can just reach right out and shoot it off the board if it's not protected by counter magic, like Soul Transfer is one that stands out in this particular list that could be impactful. Yeah. Soul Shatter is also in this deck. So a few ways to pick a Teferi off the board. Baleful Mastery. That's pretty good stuff.
So
even a card, Immortal Sun is a card that if it sticks is a huge problem.
That is brutal. One thing I want to add here for the deck construction here, the Sheoldred player values exiling really, really highly to the more so than they value instant speed. For example, Soul Transfer, the direct comparison would be Hero's Downfall, whereas Soul Transfer, sorcery speed, it can exile, and can also return things, but it is sorcery speed. So like, they say, hey, exiling, get it off the board, that's what I value. Okay, players are ready to go, and
oh baby,
we should be able to see them. Yep, there we go. They are currently queuing up. We're going to see everything happening from the Sheoldred's players' perspective. And
excellent.
Yeah, they hopefully. Nope, the Teferi players has ended their stream, apparently. But as long as they're about to start the match, that would be great. Also, I just want to point out, Sheoldred, a lot of players play Sheoldred with Lich's Mastery. You mentioned that card, right? Interestingly enough, we do not see Lich's Mastery in this version of Sheoldred, because you know what the problem is? You get to immediately draw your whole deck, right? But if you get Rivers Rebuked, it's gone. It's over, because you draw your whole deck and then you just lose the game afterwards, and that is just not what you want to see.
So you're telling me that this particular Sheoldred player has no balls. That's what you're telling me.
Wow.
That's what I heard.
I didn't say that.
That's what I heard. Anyway, you get one raunchy comment per stream, right? I think it was in my contract.
Yeah, and if this ever gets uploaded to YouTube, we are past the 8-second mark or 15-second mark or whatever they're doing right now there.
All right. I'm pretty sure if they don't invite me back, though, you guys will know why. All right. Duress on the play. Tails End, search for his counter. Wrath of God, Censor are the options. What are you picking and why?
I would strongly argue that the search for Iskanta is the pick here, because they decide something different. I would say this game goes into the grindy zone, because you don't have enough
Scavenger Grounds change your mind?
True, Scavenger's Grounds could change my mind, but it's difficult because you have to spend 2 mana and effectively sacrifice your land in a deck where, like, yeah, you kind of want to hit your land drops right now, especially with the 7 drop.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think you ever want to get in a spot where you have to activate a Scavenger Grounds to stay in it. That is, like, this deck needs 7 mana to cast its biggest spells and probably more than that to keep Sheoldred active in this game. That was something I found playing Sheoldred the Apocalypse. I run a lot of lands and a lot of ramp because keeping Sheoldred on the board is very powerful, but nobody's going to want that to happen. From the moment they see your commander, they're going to be like, okay, where's my Sheoldred removal?
Yep. I mean, I usually, if I have a deck, I'm personally playing a bunch of combo decks, and if I have a combo deck that is soft to Sheoldred, usually I'm trying to find an answer in my mulligan to that Sheoldred, so I am ready and don't just get blown out when that card hits the field.
So do we have a connection issue possibly from
Yes,
our
we do
Teferi?
have a connection issue by the Teferi player, which is kind of unfortunate.
The McDonald's internet striking again.
Indeed.
So, for those just joining or who haven't been here through the whole thing, we have a player who couldn't get the internet going well in their house because of weather.
They are in
McDonald's. And they're here. Okay, we continue.
Okay, so now we see the slower mono black approach out of Sheoldred versus, you know, the big boogeyman. And there are also arguments to be made that Teferi is a better deck against than Kinnan. Because,
Ooh.
yes, there are lots of people actually that believe Teferi is better positioned than Kinnan. Because in the league, you're just going to, no respect. You're going to run in a lot of trouble as Kinnan. Wow.
Going for it, and it might work out here. Opt is on the stack, and no blue mana is open. And a turn for Sheoldred. Here it is. Resolves.
The problem is, we see that there is a board wipe, and the board wipe is likely going to get cast. They're bottoming a farewell. That usually means, no lands available, and they want to draw more.
God is not happy with you, Sheoldred the Apocalypse. All apocalypses will be administered and overseen by God.
And I believe this was a pretty smart play to do. Play the Rankle, play the Sheoldred first, then the actual threat when there's a board wipe in play. They decide to draw a card as well. What do you think about that?
I hate it. But they must have something in mind, a reason why this needs to happen. Maybe they feel like they're going to lose this game if they don't draw into some hand hate, something to make sure that their big spells resolve. I do love getting the Rankle down, kind of setting the stage for that Wrath to take out Sheoldred so Rankle can come down so that you can turn your dead cards like Extinction Event and trade them for something from the opponent. But here comes Teferi. Dun da da da.
There he is.
He's here.
So, Teferi comes down. Nothing we can do about it. There was also an argument to be made to play this Guardian Idol earlier when you had the option instead of playing Sheoldred, because Guardian Idol in play is a really threatening card actually for control, because it just dodges sorcery speed removal.
Well, we're drawing again, trying to hit a land here. Maybe Blood on the Snow hitting Planeswalkers is the big move.
Yeah. And, there is the land. Jamming Sheoldred, just no respect.
Whoa.
No respect.
This is my counterspell eating machine. Its name is Sheoldred.
Yeah, basically the plan for the Sheoldred is, I cast the Sheoldred, I'm going to get a counterspell out of your hand.
But also a little plan here. Leave Sheoldred in the graveyard, then, use the emote oops to try to express that you made a mistake, when in reality, it's all about Blood on the Snow and get the Sheoldred back, you sneaky bugger. You sneaky bugger.
Now, though, with the Iskanta being flipped, now you have the choice of activating Iskanta, squeezing a bit more value, but having the shields down a bit. Oh no, but there it is. Just removal for Rankle, and now it is looking really bad.
Go for it. Here we go.
If this
Destroy all
resolves, this
Planeswalkers.
is huge if this resolves, purely because that also brings back Rankle. But yeah,
If this resolves, please. This is a Teferi Hero of Dominaria League champion player. They always have the counterspell, and you know it. And they're going to be they might be a 2-timer. So, of course, it's not resolving. Please, sir.
So
don't insult me.
This matchup here is really shaping up to be a lot of trouble. Although, like, the biggest problem here is that this Banishing Light that is already revealed will be able to, deal with all the problematic permanents on the Sheoldred player's side of the field. Like, they just let this Black Market connection resolve. They're just going to activate this counter in the end step, or combat phase even. And then they're just going to remove the Black Market connections, say, hey, I'm going to grind you to dust, and that is exactly what they're doing right now.
And yeah, I mean, let's see, we're a man. Oh, rebuke.
No, there
Why
it
remove
is.
it?
Also,
Why
just
remove
saying,
it?
with Lich's Mastery in play, would have lost the game right there. Now they have a couple more turns before they lose.
You would have lost the game, but you'd have your balls. Sometimes better to die a warrior than live as a coward for 10 more turns.
Indeed.
Negate revealed Teferi Ultimates. How long would you like to watch this happen? I maybe we'll see the Eldritch Pact targeting the Teferi
my god,
player
that would
to
be
get
the coolest play ever, to be honest. I would
content
respect that. Yeah, I would. The content concession, basically. That would
I would also respect that. I would take back what I said about balls.
Nope, we're not going to see that.
Not yet.
So Exquisite Blood here is being played, like Exquisite Blood and Exquisite Blood and Sheoldred is a really nasty combination against aggro. Basically, everybody here has the tool to play against aggro.
Lobster. Yeah, there's a lot more aggro tech in this top 8 than I ever would have expected in a Historic Brawl tournament.
Yeah, because again, they're all traumatized by Activault bringing. Stream has ended.
Well, Yawgmoth hit its out.
That is unfortunate.
Maybe the internet has attacked.
Yeah, both pairs currently don't have a stream setup. That is quite unfortunate. But what we saw happening there was Lobster getting killed, and what it is. I mean, it is a pretty rough matchup. But again, to come back to the aggro argument, all of them are traumatized by Activault bringing Adeline aggro. So everybody expected him to bring Adeline because he went something crazy like 10-0 in the league. He just absolutely destroyed everybody with his Adeline deck. So now they're all like, okay, Adeline, what can I do with that? And he's just like, I bring in the switcheroo. I'm just going to run Teferi again. And that was really good. Like the mind games going on in this league are unreal. So,
is anybody poking our players to let them know that the apocalypse is currently canceled?
Yep. They are currently poking, but they don't. Yes, they're currently on investigation. While that is going on,
we're looking into it.
While that is going on, is there a particular deck that you want to have a look at here?
Mainly, I think that we should go over a little bit of what the league is, how people can join it, stuff like that, and thank the sponsors.
Well, then, let's do this. Thank you, sponsors. No, seriously, thank you, MTG Arena Zone, for setting up the prize pool. They donate $100 towards the total prize. We see some movement in the document here, and if you want to join the league yourself, you can just do that for free. Join the Discord, nothing is required. You sign up and then you get assigned 3 opponents each week. And once that happened, you just play those opponents, for a month. So in total of 12 matches. And then by the end of those 12 matches, we have a top 8, and the top 8 gets to compete in this tournament. And this is already the Season 3. Season 1 did not have a tournament, and Season 2's tournament got broadcasted, but the VOD is lost, so did it ever happen?
A champion was crowned, and we're told it was Teferi, so we believe them.
Okay.
If we need to throw to a break for setup or something like that, that works too. I could use a break.
Wait, no, Teferi lost, Sheoldred won. I believe you got something wrong there. Teferi lost.
No, I was
won.
talking about last season because you were talking about last season.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
No, we just got information in that Teferi lost the round and Sheoldred won from that
What?
position.
What?
Exactly.
How? How?
I don't know.
How? Internet? Disconnect?
Eldritch Pact.
Eldritch Pact did it? It went the distance?
Yep. They just got Eldritch
my
Pacted and
gosh.
died.
No way. What was that life total? I have to look back at the life total in the graveyard count. Oh my god.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Are we watching? Are we in?
Okay, we are in. Yeah, we're game
how
2.
did-
Sheoldred's up again.
That's something is rigged, man, because that happened off camera. That's like the play of the day, and it happened off camera.
Yeah.
I smell a rat. All right, the apocalypse is uncanceled. Let's go.
Wow, up a game against Teferi. So, I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
Spell pierce. How about
Spell
that?
pierce, but now will this black market connection resolve?
What a value factory this could be. Will it resolve? Please. Please.
No.
Apparently Eldritch Pact resolved, but we don't have video evidence.
Wow, brutal. I mean, that's always going to be the case in these online tournaments. I mean, thanks to Wizards, we don't have an option to actually spectate people in the client, which is why we have to stream through Discord and do it this way. Wash
Sheoldred the
away.
Apocalypse on the stack. So Lundy Vision finds Wash Away, the
Wow,
one counter that can do it.
Wow, that was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. Teferi is getting set up. Although, yeah, they could have a negate in hand. I believe we still don't have the... Oh, yes.
Wolf.
Oh, well.
Lol.
I believe the Teferi's player's hand is going to be visible. Nope.
It resolves. Nah,
No,
just
it's
kidding.
a pact. It's a pact.
Just kidding.
Pact of Negation is usually a card that's better in unfair decks than in fair decks, but specifically Teferi can abuse it quite a lot, where you play Teferi on 5, somebody points a counterspell at your Teferi, and then you pact it, you get to untap
Blood on the
mana.
snow on the stack. Blood on the snow on the stack.
Wow. And it resolves. Huge.
Teferi dies. Lolf is back. There is life.
Wow. Absolutely massive. But yeah, Pact of Negation, a really strong card in Teferi, but yeah, especially given the fact that the Hall of the Storm Giants is in the graveyard, that is the card that they can't draw anymore, which is pretty problematic because Hall of the Storm Giants would be a pretty good card to pressure Planeswalkers. But now they're just going to say, hey, I'm going to swing in, I'm going to jam Sheoldred again, and again, and again. We know you didn't have the counterspell last time. Do you have it now?
I love the fearless resiliency that Jolto is just absolutely throwing everything,
Yeah.
not trying to play around the counters, knows there's too many to play around, just keep throwing stuff. And eventually, hopefully, a heavy hitter resolves, which it appears is what happened last game.
Yes. Wow, that is pretty big. Okay, so Search for Scanter flipping again. Last game, almost won the game.
I somehow didn't win the game.
Somehow didn't win the game.
We
yeah,
still
that
don't
is...
know.
Wow. Okay, so past turn, just do nothing. Well, Nixos being one of the better lands to pick up here in the long run. Drawing a card. Malakir Rebirth.
Veto. Veto, Thorn of the Dusk Rose. A fan favorite still showing up here.
Yeah, so this is specifically here for the Veto exquisite blood combo, but also just because the individual pieces line up really well with the Sheoldred. And instead of giving lifelink to the whole team, Jolto decides to commit onto the board, bait out the board wipe, but if that happens, Malaka Rebirth will be able to protect one of the creatures. And wow.
Speaking of that is Hullbreaker Horror.
That is Hullbreaker
And there is
Horror.
no Heartless Act in hand this time.
Portable Hole, being able to deal with something, returning something else to hand.
Moth? Huh. Must be a counterspell.
Yeah, likely a non-creature counterspell to counter something else.
I mean, what about Portable Hole on the... I guess any spell bounces the spiders here, so I guess you don't need to Portable Hole them and then bounce your hole.
Exactly.
That's just a waste of mana. Yep. Those spiders are looking a lot worse against the lobster.
You could have went for a line where you Portable Hole a spider, and then when you counter something, you bounce your own Portable Hole. That is a line you could take.
I feel pretty strongly, though, you want to attack before the duress, because there's probably something they can put on the stack here. You want to get that damage in with the menacing spiders.
Yeah, especially since Teferi, Hero of the Manaria, has cut Saddle Wreckage. They used to play that card, but I believe it is not in the current version.
On the bright side here, Crux of Fate might do the lifting. Like, this might just be what has to happen now.
Yeah. So, do you have enough mana for Crux of Fate plus Lolth? No, right? No, there's no way.
You have enough for Crux plus Malika Rebirth if you want to keep Veto.
Yeah, do you want to, though? Likely.
How much do you like your Veto? Some people love their Veto. Eh?
The thing is, yeah, they decide to not keep the Veto and just have this land in hand for later turns.
Crux resolves. That implies that Lolth might resolve.
Yeah.
Teferi's digging. Teferi's also going to untap as Kanta. It does feel again like things are tightening. But
wow. There is a Faceless Haven. That's a card that is really, really solid in those matchups. We saw it in Yawgmoth versus Teferi, how much work these manlands can put in. And,
not enough to save Yawgmoth. Will it be enough to save Sheoldred?
Well, we don't know. But we will find out, hopefully. Minus, get some pressure onto the field. Seems pretty reasonable. And Escanta activating.
Show me a counterspell. Ta-da!
Yeah. Well, it is a counterspell, but it also is just more card advantage. And yeah,
It's an either or.
Teferi will live on this board where you can chump the Faceless Haven. Oh, wow. But yeah, you can also just rebuke it. And now you have the option of either using Search for Escanta or... Yeah, they decide to play the Lolth and keep up the Faceless Haven activation. And then Teferi can decide if 4 loyalties are better. Just maybe counterspell on this Lolth.
Thassa's intervention probably gets played here, right?
Yeah,
if there's no other counter.
I expect Thassa's intervention to hit this Lolth because Planeswalkers are the biggest threat. Planeswalkers and Manlands are ways how you can just really mess with Control X.
Yeah, the good news, I mean, I guess if there is some, is that it's an expensive counterspell, so Escanta doesn't get activated this go round, although it will probably see 2 activations this round.
Yep.
Once again, though, if this stream cuts out and then we hear something about a peer into the abyss, I'm going to riot. Chat is going to riot. We're all going to riot.
Indeed. Okay. Yeah, I'm currently double checking. We still have no hand by the Teferi player. That is fine though. We know what's in their hand. It's all counterspells.
Yeah, it's always all counterspells. Key to the archive here: fetch target player wins the game spell. Is that what Approach of the Second Sun is? Let's go.
Yeah, Approach of the Second Sun.
Okay. If that somehow works out against Azcanta activating twice a turn,
I would argue no. But we will have to see. Yeah, there is the Fatal Push coming out, killing the token.
But does it? Does it really kill the token?
It does
Maybe
really
it will.
kill the token.
Okay. Miracles never cease.
So now here's the big question. Do you slam Sheoldred or do you resolve your approach of the second sun? The thing is, it's not the first approach anyone ever is, afraid of. It's the second one, because that one actually wins the game, and they see it coming from a mile away.
The pattern in this match so far has been Sheoldred leads, takes the beating, and then the other spells try to win. So let's see if it repeats itself here for 8 mana Sheoldred the Apocalypse against a board with a Teferi on 5 loyalty.
Curse of Silence.
10 mana. 10 mana Sheoldred the Apocalypse.
Do you ever name approach of the second sun here?
Every time.
Apparently.
Just snap name it. That's what I do.
Apparently not.
That's how I live my life. Just snap name approach of the second sun every time.
Yeah, so approach likely resolves here, if I had to guess. Purely because that allows you to get an Escanta activation. Yep, they just say, hey, you have nothing in hand, I'm just going to Escanta right now. I know what you're going to do. You're going to activate this Faceless Haven. You are going to kill my Teferi. And I'm going to let that happen. And here's Fateful Absence. Next turn, if the Faceless Haven ever activates, will get killed likely.
My favorite way to mess with an approach of the second sun player is Ganti. You just take it with you take it from them with Ganti. Yeah. Doesn't that feel good?
I mean, you could do that, or
you're going to come up with good ways to do the same thing, but mine is cooler.
Okay. Is it ever going to be cooler than Paradox Engine?
Everything's cooler than Paradox Engine, and you know it. But we still do it, don't we? We still do it.
Always. Okay.
It's strictly better. Miria's Call, the angels are here. Hallelujah.
That is an issue. Do you ever just not fire off the Fateful Absence in that case, and just take a trade in order to not let them draw a card? Ooh. That's pretty good.
Hook the angels, I guess.
Yeah. Again,
something.
Meathook Massacre not being rebalanced due to the reasons we talked about earlier, because we don't have an option to actually play with these unrebalanced with these rebalanced cards in Historic Brawl. We can only play unrebalanced cards. Yep.
Neutralize. Ta-da!
Coming out
it again.
And that is an issue. They will offer the trade. That's our Teferi. Do you protect the Teferi here? Very likely, right?
Of course you do.
Yep.
The name of the deck isn't Amiria's Call.
Well, the name of the deck is also not Teferi or Dominaria. The name of the deck is Misery.
Also not Amiria's Call, and much more likely to be Teferi. There's the Shark Typhoon with the hard cast for the Twitch chat. Congratulations, guys.
Yes.
You forced the hard cast.
Yeah,
I'm sure it was all your collective wills.
And Jolto checking there. Okay, how many cards have... Well, peer into the abyss on yourself.
That's a card you can draw. Now we just hope Teferi lives for a turn against a Fateful Absence plus 7 other cards.
And it just gets rejected.
Dikembe Mutombo wagging the finger. You've been rejected. Basketball fans
they still sacrifice the
laughing.
Curse of Silence, though. So I would say that... what does that tell you? Because now they can just recast Sheoldred twice.
Swagger? It means they just want them to?
Potentially digging for certain cards here, but I'm not sure what you want to dig for unless your hands is 5 lands.
Look, every time they add Sheoldred to the stack is an opportunity for you to make a shark and counter it. What more could you ask for?
Oh, wow. Notably, you could have overpaid on that March, just so you get a larger shark.
As it is, they exiled a card from their hand. I'm sure that was just so difficult for them.
Yeah, negate that we know that will hit something here. Peer into the abyss or approach. Yeah,
Teferi activating every single brain chemical it was designed to activate. Here's Sheoldred.
But you gotta give it to Jolto. This guy never surrenders. I know that from experience. I've been storming off for minutes upon minutes, and this guy doesn't do surrender.
I mean, I don't know him personally, but I hear some people are into torture. Whatever's working. If both players are having fun, let's go. But yeah, apparently it worked out last game because I would have surrendered, and apparently they Eldritch pacted for lethal because this is only game 2. And while Teferi looks like it's putting on a very convincing win, you can't win 2 games in 1 game normally. So if all holds, we will have a game 3 and 1 more chance for Sheoldred the Apocalypse to finish the job.
Yeah. Narset. Everything.
What a great time for Peer into the Abyss.
Oh yes, card is not looking that great anymore, although I have to say, with a Disdainful Stroke and Negate in hand, there seems to be little that can be done about this situation.
I mean, we could start counting the number of different lines that Teferi has to just wreak more misery. 5 life. Sheoldred, let's go. Let's go. Can we get the Sheoldred tax up to 14?
Yeah, we need a Sheoldred counter. How often has that card been countered? At least multiple times per game. 3, 4, or 5 times. Yeah, that's a 12 mana Sheoldred. Just
12
this
mana
game
Sheoldred.
alone.
A bargain at any price, but we're putting that to the test.
And now, turn passes to Teferi, who will swing in for lethal here.
Will they? They could keep having fun. Everybody's enjoying it.
Yep, and that is the game. GG.
GG indeed. 20 to -20, and we are about to start a game 3. I'm going to need to disappear for a couple minutes.
Yes, I can take that opportunity to thank our sponsors, MTG Arena Zone. Thank you for sponsoring this stream with a prize pool of a total of $100. Various people also made donations toward the prize pool, and the split is going to be 50, 30, 10, and 10% for 3rd and 4th place. And we also, if you want to join the league, right, you can just do that. Click on the link in the on the Twitch channel. Just sign up, play 4 weeks of Magic. Per week you get 3 opponents. That's 12 games in total. And if you are in the top 8 afterwards, you get to play in this beautiful and lovely tournament. Also, thank you all for the wonderful team members of the stream working in the background, Overtime, Pom Pom and BP Radiant, as well as the Mudman for organizing this league. So yeah, we are about to head into, hopefully, game 3, Teferi versus Sheoldred. We can see the Sheoldred player has a pretty strong opening hand here. We're on the play this time with a double mana rock draw, some card advantage. Honestly, there's not much else you want to. Also, this Grim Tutor is a really, really strong piece here, where Grim Tutor is really a card you don't usually want to counter because you want to counter what's coming out of the Grim Tutor, right? But both players know that the Sheoldred player has an uncounterable threat in the deck in the form of Thought Distortion, so you really have to counter this Grim Tutor. So yeah, they decided to play turn 3 Sheoldred, just hope they didn't have the counter magic. There was counter magic, so that's an issue. Now we will likely see a Grim Tutor here, and if that doesn't get countered, I strongly suspect we will see the Thought Distortion here. Yeah, there it is, and that is the issue. If you don't counter the Grim Tutor, there is the Thought Distortion to exile the opponent's hand. And Cold Steelheart for additional ramp, and now that Thought Distortion is actually active. Wow, we might see a situation here where, Teferi will lose to a Thought Distortion potentially.
Is anything resolved? Yeah,
yes,
I'm back. Did spells happen?
Yes, Grim Tutor happened, and guess what now happens?
This is the face the Teferi player makes.
Indeed.
Why? Why are they twisting my neck this way? Why?
And we see 4 cards getting exiled from their hand, leaving them with a
Let's
lone
examine them. No, you have to examine your handiwork. You have to, really like look at them and remember what the game would have been if they had existed. But here's Teferi.
They actually did double top with the scry. That can't be good, because now they get to resolve Teferi, and that is exactly the situation you described, where if you thought Distortion too early and they get a Teferi in play, you're still having issues. Now Blood on the Snow, destroying all Planeswalkers.
But was that double top? Did that include a counterspell for 2 mana?
Indeed. Indeed. And that is trouble. That is actually trouble.
Why won't you just die?
Yeah.
I've been there.
Yep. It is brutal. Calm Thought sees the top of their deck. Bloodchief's Thirst being a solid card. Do they have the double
How about now? Got him.
And now do you Painful Bond? Yeah, they Painful Bond, draw 2 cards, hope to find a land. Didn't get the land to play their creature and draw another card, sadly. So yeah, Castle Vantress activating Scrying 2 being really relevant here. Teferi, being only a 2-color deck instead of 3 or 4 or 5 colors, gets to play a few more utility lands than those other decks, which is going to be really relevant if you are a control deck. And now Teferi Temporal Pilgrim will hit the field, immediately drawing instead of playing a creature. What is your thought on that?
Yes. More cards. More cards are how you win this game. Just keep the cards coming, and another Teferi to go with your other Teferi. Ta-da. That's kind of where you need to be.
Yeah, the way you lose this game is by... Mono Black has plenty of creature removal, right? And you just want to blank that removal, so just creating another creature isn't that great. But now you just have your 5 mana for Phyrexian Arena in play, and that is pretty decent here.
I'm telling you, man, I've gone so far as to just stop playing Thought Distortion. Too many times I've invested a tutor and 6 mana into the card and then just still been ground out by decks like Teferi and Bolas.
The best decks for Thought Distortions are going to be control decks themselves that need the additional power versus non-control. Huge. Yeah,
that is the draw. It has to resolve here for there to be a good chance.
And if it resolves, it is a disaster for Teferi.
In every way. Oh!
Nope.
Why?
Not happening.
Why? How?
And
why is it this way?
So now they say, hey, Guardian Idol attacking in, trading the Idol versus the Teferi.
Yeah,
there was also the option of not giving up the Idol and playing Meathook Massacre instead. I think that was a very interesting line as well.
I mean, at 25 life, I guess, yeah, you kill the spirit, but I don't know. That's a tough one. There
was also a world where they were supposed to lead on a Meathook Massacre, let that get countered, and then play the Invoke Despair. Yep, and
I don't think they had the mana for that. I guess you're saying a turn later, but I don't know. It gets rough.
No, they had the mana for that because they also... Yeah, they had exactly enough mana for that because they had a Guardian Idol in play.
Okay. So Tails End on the Sheoldred, up to 10 mana attacks already, trying to set new records in that department.
Yep. We also see this Teferi Temporal Pilgrim be like taking up every single turn, like just from the passive, like you draw a card and put a loyalty counter on it, and that is just really threatening. And they say, hey, Shark Typhoon, I don't want to cycle that. And they get punished really hard. Rankle
off the top, trying to get the job done. I mean, at this point, there's a Swords to Plowshares, right?
Yes.
It's just gotta be. They always have it, so that would be the thing here.
Yeah, Swords to Plowshares would be pretty brutal.
Nope.
But it's not coming out, and now we have a game. Also, in response to board wipe, we can see this Deadly Dispute happening, which is why they keep up the 2 mana instead of playing a Meathook Massacre.
Shark Typhoon's a heck of a card, and here comes Teferi, the hero of Dominaria, now protected by a sky full of sharks.
Yes, and that is really an issue, because Mono Black only has like 1 or 2 cards that can effectively deal with enchantments. And yeah, it doesn't look like they have them.
They look pretty spent at this point. Let's see. The top of the deck has to be friendly. Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
It is pretty friendly, but not in this sport. Like, Hive of the Eye Tyrant is a great card against control, but given the fact that there is a Shock Typhoon in play, they will just have plenty of creatures.
And now we're wiping our own board with and leaving a Teferi, hero of Dominaria, on the other side. Could it get worse?
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you're ever in a spot where you say, hey, it's best if I wipe my own board against a control deck, then you're really in trouble. And I'm not saying it is wrong to do so, I'm just saying that they're in a lot of trouble.
I mean, this is a game where Thought Distortion resolved a while ago. Blood on the Snow resolved. Teferi, hero of Dominaria, the deck is still at 25 life. It has a Shark Typhoon on the battlefield. It doesn't look close.
Yeah, we have to say, if they had a double scry and kept both on top, right? If that went any worse for them, this board wouldn't even look close to this.
I'm also going to tell you, I'm going to call it like this. I mean, it looks like Teferi is very likely to move on. I'm going to start playing all of my games from McDonald's, because their Wi-Fi is #blessed, and that is the game Lethal found Teferi, hero of Dominaria, advancing.
Yeah, we are about to head into the final match, I believe. No, this is loser's bracket. No, this was the loser's bracket game, right? Yes.
The winner is the champion of the losers.
Oh, yes.
The greatest loser.
Okay, perfect. Now we are going to take a small break before the finals between Rusko, Clockmaker, and Teferi, hero of Dominaria. And yeah.
I'm going to say a quick thank you to Jalto and Sheoldred the Apocalypse, bringing the Mother of Apocalypse as far as you could. Very well played, very good content, and thanks for hanging in there through all the pain and misery of Teferi plus after plus after plus. I think that you have a better pain tolerance than the average magician.
Yes, the never concede strategy didn't work out, but yeah. So currently, the players are going to take a bit of a break. We will wait for the players to set up. But in the meantime, you can also take a break if you want to. And we will be back shortly.
Get your popcorn. We've got the finals coming up.
Okay, and we are back. Would you look at that? Wow. So yeah, these are the current standings. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria versus Rusko, Clockmaker. Keep in mind, since this is a double elimination tournament, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria has to win two best of threes in a row to actually be in first place. And that is going to be pretty tough against Rusko, Clockmaker, although it is probably a favorite matchup for Teferi.
Teferi's been climbing up the losers bracket for, I believe, 4 rounds now, and we all know that while it may be frustrating to play against Control, Control also has to play active, keep their brains sharp, and it's been quite a grind. And now Teferi has to bring 2 in a row home against another blue deck, Rusko Clockmaker, and we haven't seen kind of the Control versus Control matchup yet. So, and combine that with the McDonald's Wi-Fi question that our Teferi pilot has, they're going to have to do, if they want to be back-to-back champions of the league, they have to do it the hard way, for sure.
Oh yes, absolutely, and we might be here for a while because 2 best of threes from a Control mirror might take some time. Although
it might take some time, but like Teferi says, I've got time, and especially for this, I want to see kind of the classic Control commander against the new kid on the block, the Clockmaker.
Yeah, so the way I see Rusko is it is a combo Control hybrid deck, and traditionally. Against Control, you want to be very aggressive or just be a Control deck yourself. And like, while yes, you could call combo decks aggressive strategies, it is more like surgical tools, like just a counterspell on the right thing will hurt you much, much more because you don't have that critical mass. You're relying on 1 or 2 pieces to win. And so I would argue that Rusko is slightly on the back foot here.
Oh, I thought Rusko was in a good position because what I want to have against a Control deck is I want to have pieces of hand disruption that are cheap, which Rusko has, which Teferi does not. And we finally, I feel like we've watched Rusko, but we've watched Rusko dealing with these creature decks. We finally get to see the cheap counter spells come into play. Miscast, Mystical Dispute, Spell Pierce, Swan Song. I feel like Rusko came for this. I feel like Rusko wants this. Kind of just looking at what this deck can do.
Yeah, and we currently got a notification that their game didn't load. The MTG Arena client is bugged, so they have to restart the whole client. Thanks to our stable client, thanks Wizards of the Coast for making this possible.
Hey, sometimes you got to reset the client. I think we've been there, and that's okay. Gives us a few more minutes to wonder how this can go. Both players have a Narset. I think a protected Narset is more likely in this matchup than in other matchups that we've seen because neither player is running many creatures. I think there's 5 total creatures outside the command zone technically in this matchup.
Oh yes, there are very, very few creatures, and I've also talked to the Rusko player before the matchup, and they just forgot to put in manlands into their deck.
They forgot to put what into their deck?
Manlands.
Creature lands.
Yes.
I thought that was I thought that was a deliberate move to make sure that you had untapped mana.
Yes, this was the earlier iterations had no manlands, and this is the no creature land version is what I would recommend in the public queue. But given that this is a tournament where you're going to play against hyper competitive decks, you want these manlands because they are you're already pretty decent against the decks where you don't need the manlands, and then in those kinds of matchups, like in this final, Myriad would have loved to have a Hall of the Storm Giants or Hive of the Eye Tyrant in their deck against this Teferi deck.
Yeah, that's a pretty big hole in the mana base, especially when you already have 23 basics. You're more likely to curve out, but man, would it be nice to have that flexibility in a moment like this.
Yeah,
they could be missed.
The players are starting here.
Let's go.
Beautiful. We still don't have the Teferi player's hand, but it is fine. We will see this whole match from the perspective of yeah, from the perspective of the Rusko player, and I would argue that this is a pretty great hand for Rusko, although the mana base, you have 2 pain lands that always ping you for 1, and you have both of them in your starting hand.
So what? You know, Teferi doesn't care. And if you end up going to 0 from them, then guess what? You ended the misery sooner. Keep it. Keep it. Come on.
Yeah, the cantrips
No
are pretty
fear.
appealing as well as a Mind Spike here. Like, Chromatic Star is a redraw, Mishra's Bauble is a redraw, so you don't really know what you're getting. Mox Amber is a great card in Rusko, but it is pretty weak in control mirrors, because you can't guarantee that Rusko is actually going to resolve, and if Rusko is not resolving, Mox Amber is a pretty bad card.
If you're mulliganing this, it's got to be because you take another shot at having a turn 2 rock, turn 3 commander, or a turn 2 dark ritualed out commander. Like,
I don't think you're looking for that though in this hand, because you are on the draw, and on the draw plays like that are much, much riskier than on the play.
As long as, I mean, maybe you also get a thought season there. Maybe I'm asking for too much, but you do what you can. We'll see. I also still like this hand, but I also know that in Q, I often just throw it back good hands looking for great hands, because Historic Brawl as a format can be so explosive.
Yeah, I believe Myriad kept this hand based on not having any dead cards in the matchup. Oh, and there is the Curse of Silence, the turn 1 interaction to slow the Rusko down. That is huge.
It's pretty nasty. No ways to really reasonably remove it.
And now the question becomes, do you just play the Thran Portal on Black and immediately Mind Spike? Personally, I've also enjoyed like slow rolling these Thoughtseize effects just for this turn where Rusko comes down, but Myriad really got rewarded here, and then by taking the rock, and now they cycle the Mishra's Bauble, playing around a potential stifle effect with something like a Tail's End.
I really like on the draw just going right after the ramp piece in Historic Brawl. Such a common part of the format.
Yeah.
Oh, another Thran Portal. It's a race to the bottom. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, Whir of Invention is a very interesting card in this kind of deck, and Mishra's Bauble and like these cheap cantrip artifacts really help raise the floor on that Whir of Invention, because like there are spots where you know, okay, that Whir of Invention X equals 5 is not going to resolve if I try to get Paradox Engine, so you just do X equals 1 and effectively cycle it.
I'm curious what Whir even wants to go for, because it's a long way from a Paradox Engine, and we might just need to do it to stay active. But Impulse gives, Impulse is something you can do with your mana. Vision is something you can do with your mana. We're probably going to get a proper staring match here for a while.
Oh, yes. I would argue the best card to get here is just Midnight Clock with the Whir of Invention.
Yep. Been in that spot. I've definitely made that play a time or two. So we might see Amber get played out next turn just to try to set that up.
Oh, yeah. Cracking for black.
Oh, okay.
And Solundi Vision. Yep. Just cantripping. These games will be heavily draw go. And now the problem with grabbing a Mystical Dispute here is the opponent knows that you have a Mystical Dispute. Also notably, you can't Whir of Invention X equals 3 anymore because you have just used a Chromatic Star.
But it does potentially, just keep Teferi away. It's just like, stay away from me, Teferi. Give me a lot more turns before you come at me.
Yeah, and
it's Teferi repellent.
Yeah, now I assume you counter that because you want to counter the value here, right? Maybe you Impulse as well. But in control matches, I personally like to go for countering the 2-for-1s because that is how they draw ahead. But at the same time, you have this combo access in Rusko where you need to respect that you're a combo deck yourself.
Yep. It makes you wonder, are you ever going to resolve your commander if you're playing your cards like Mystical Dispute and Swan Song on their card draw spells? Because they're going to have plenty of them.
Narset, just jam it with double counterspell backup, right? No,
that's pretty good. Careful. Careful, auto tap. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Narset and double counter magic, and I believe you lead on the Swan Song. Yeah, Swan Song being a bit awkward here, in that you kind of want your Swan Song to get countered. But that is a good sign. If I see that, I'm going to counter with a Mystical Dispute to protect the Swan Song.
Mystical Dispute can't, like, Swan Song can't counter Teferi, though.
Yeah, that is the issue. But the Swan Song can beat down on the Narset, so you're in a really tough spot.
Ooh,
I
you
think
could
you
let
just
this go.
I believe you'll just let it go.
Do it again next turn. No. Oh, the bird, though. The bird pressures the Narset.
Exactly my issue here.
You've got to hit here. Hit a Fatal Push.
Oh, that's a Baleful Mastery.
It is.
Baleful Mastery, and they already drawn a card for turn, so they don't even draw if you pay the student cost there.
But it's all your mana.
I think that is worth it. But maybe, like, if you Teferi and minus...
You think you'd leave the door open for a Teferi there?
I am not sure.
Interesting.
This is such a rough spot.
Yeah, now with Narset can't tick down next turn, so you gotta find a way. Oh, baby! Wow. Combat tricks out of Teferi. Let's go.
Yeah, and now that is
the Wandering really Emperor. +1/+1 counter on the Swan. Thank you very much for the bird.
And now if that Rusko gets countered, like they already have seen that this...
They also played out their basic with a Thirst in hand. That might be what they're lamenting here, but I think that's just one of their problems.
Yeah, but I think slamming the Rusko there wasn't a bad decision, given that they already knew that the opponent was scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of counter magic by showing them that they play the cantrip in response to the Narset instead of counter magic. So, yeah, they're really hoping to draw land here. Potentially Word of Invention equals 3 to get a Midnight Clock seems like a good idea. And then do you pay the 1 life? Yes, you do.
Yep, setting it up. Here's the 3. And one thing that I learned a lot playing Rusko, more clocks is not bad.
Oh yeah, not bad is one way to put it, for sure.
I run Trophy Mage to go get the Midnight Clock. That might be a bit much, but I do it.
There's also this endless point of discussion of is Oracle of the Alpha worth it? And
yes.
And Oracle of the Alpha is a card that a lot of people regard as a trap in these kinds of decks.
They're all no fun. None of these people are any fun.
Yeah, we're not here to have fun. We're not here to have fun. We are looking to minimize the opponent's fun. Yeah, but like Oracle of the Alpha is an interesting card, and Rusko players specifically might be the first like competitive players to just play Oracle of the Alpha actually.
Here comes Rusko.
And this mystical dispute.
On the stack.
This mystical dispute. It's not doing much. It's not doing anything. Because they knew about the mystical dispute, right? They could just play around it perfectly.
Yep. This is interesting. Scrying before resolving the curse trigger.
Yeah, and then seeing if they want to cast something immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Top, bottom. Interesting. Yeah, and let's see. Yep. We get the non-basic out of the hand, keeping the basic for the Thirst of Discovery in hand.
I feel like all of Teferi's opponents have been cursed in this incredible run, because everything we've witnessed has been just always has it all the time. March on the Amber.
I'm not sure if I agree with that, to be honest.
I mean,
I really like getting rid of a clock here.
They kept something on top, and they did it for a reason. I assume that they're not afraid of the clock.
Could be a potential tails in, but at that point, why just not exile the clock and tails at the commander? So I'm really, really curious what they drew. We sadly don't have their hands available.
It's a foretell card. That's probably Behold the Multiverse in their list.
Yeah, that could be it. Thirst, discarding a basic, playing a land, fetching...
Rebuke?
A blue, most likely. Then you have Rebuke with counter magic backup next turn. Well, they say, okay, I want another black source.
If you can get your opponent to actually try to resolve this Teferi, which they really don't have to do since they're kind of the aggressor right now with the Wandering Emperor and the board. But if they do try to resolve Teferi, you could get into a situation where they put a lot of resources into it and you can force through a rebuke, but they don't have to play that way. And I think this is right. Just go for it because they can. I think that they will definitely play around it. Oh, the red button is being hovered. Scry one to the top.
The tilt conceit is ready. Sensor. And we get the concession here. Wow. Absolutely devastating.
It had to be a force spike effect because those are always the best and most lethal counter spells when it comes to rage quits.
Yeah, so now we see now if Teferi wins again, they're on even footing, and then everything is possible, really, right?
Oh yeah, 2 in a row here from Rusko, and they are the champion. But if Teferi picks up one of these next 2 games, then we have to do another best of 3.
Oh yeah, that is indeed going
to
be...
rephrase. We have the privilege of another best of 3 from Teferi, hero of Dominaria.
Yes, we have the privilege to
Clockmaker.
witness Teferi. And we are in the next match here.
Narset in the opener, snap keep.
Yep.
This hand doesn't have counter spells, and it also doesn't have hand disruption, though. It could get played by a fiddle.
It does have the Narset, though. They are saying, hey, I have the Narset. That if you don't have anything, if you tap out here, you're going to be toast.
Yeah, this is going to be so interesting if, we go into turn 3 here. I mean, I would crack that sphere on black and try to draw a Mind Spike or a Duress. Like, that's what I would do.
Yes, I would tend to agree here.
This is going to be so interesting if this is an open mana pass.
God.
Oh, a Signet. Is there a Mystical Dispute in the list?
I believe there's also definitely a 1-mana counter spell in Spell
there
Pierce.
is a Mystical Dispute.
Also
Mystical Dispute and Spell Pierce. Resolves!
It resolves. It is in. Midnight Clock, I assume, would be the pick here, just to keep the cards coming for future turns.
You also have a Paradox Engine, so you getting a Mana Rock down starts to threaten a lot of crazy stuff with the engine.
Yeah, most definitely.
I mean, you're the Clockmaker. Would you not take the clock?
I think the clock is good. Notably, they haven't cracked the Chromatic Sphere yet, which is pretty interesting. The question is, when is the correct time to play this clock? When is the correct time to play that Salon Division?
It's a risky play with the clock if you're worried about holding up counterspell for the Teferi, because they can counter the clock and then Teferi gets to resolve. There is a Rona's Vortex.
Yes, that is the thing. You can just bounce the Teferi to their hand.
Yep, and that's not as bad as it sounds, because they have to deal with the Narset or their plus isn't any good.
Yeah, also, I just want to point out, I think maybe this, not cracking, this... that's going to get bounced.
Yeah, the Vortex is there for it, but that was one of the cards I was wondering about. Shark Typhoon.
Bouncing? They say, hey, I want to bounce the Teferi instead of... if they now play Teferi and plus, they should go to combat first, right?
Oh, man. Are you going to defend this Narset? No?
Wow.
They're threatening to just counter Teferi, but, I mean, they don't have to Teferi. I think that they thought for sure that the Teferi would come down.
Yeah, the thing is, if you bounce the Shark Typhoon and the Teferi minuses the Narset, what you can then do, because you have the Chromatic Sphere in play, you can just redraw Narset immediately.
Yep. That I think is the line. Bounce the Shark if Teferi comes down and minuses, draw back into Narset. Oh yeah.
Got punished for selecting the wrong color here, because they can't immediately play this Infernal Grasp, and that is brutal. Okay. And yeah, lots of thinking in each player's end steps by both players, to be honest. And immediately cracks the Fabled Passage that runs into the risk of Tails End. But if you Tails End that, then Rusko still can't be played because of the Curse of Silence.
Yeah, Curse of Silence doing a lot of work here. Considering slamming an engine?
Yeah, just to get a counter spell out of their hand, because Engine is only ever good with Rusko most of the time. So, just slamming an Engine to bait a counter spell might be the idea here.
It's so important here to stay patient. Like, to really think about how the Teferi deck wants to use its mana and when. So I like sitting on this vision, just try to accrue some resources, try to get them to act.
Yeah.
And give you that window.
And honestly, it's... Oh, that's a tasty Thoughtseize, but maybe the Memory Lapse is better. The thing is, Memory Lapse is trying to beat Teferi at their own game, so like if you just take a different axis, that might be the key to victory here. And they agree.
Yeah, I think what Rusko hasn't done in this match is get in the opponent's hand very much. You got to get up in there. You got to be in there all the time, seeing like what you're doing and how do I get around it.
So now the threat has been removed from the field, and now, yeah, just a Thoughtseize happening into... Oh my god, you don't want to see that.
Where's your thought distortion now?
Yeah, where is the thought distortion now? I expect we see Teferi Temporal Pilgrim getting discarded here.
Take the card advantage. That you don't have a solution to.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you grind them out with a Midnight Clock activation. Although maybe it's possible that you just want to get rid of this Tails End in order for them not to be able to counter that Midnight Clock activation.
There's still a duress in hand that's going to resolve, so you can plan this for both. There you go.
And that is exactly what we're going to see here. Duress.
It's even more... It's extra frustrating because the Supreme Will and the Opt just get you like 8 cards deeper to find 2 more counter spells.
Yeah. 8? 6.
Well, it's... Oh, 6, my bad.
Yes.
7 between the next draw step.
Oh yeah, that is huge. And now it's a decision. Disdainful Stroke versus Teferi. One thing to note here is that the Teferi can get bounced or counterspelled here. And yeah, if Activolt makes a land drop here and plays a Teferi, that's just going to get countered, right?
Yep, in theory, unless land plus Spell Pierce anyone? Or I guess it would have to be better than Spell Pierce, Mystical Dispute.
Notably Opt keeping the card on top, which is not what you want to see.
Behold the Multiverse into the Foretell Zone.
Yeah. Chooses not to tick up the clock, which is reasonable. Paradox Engine coming down, likely getting countered. I would just let that Paradox Engine go.
We'll see. There is the opportunity to defend, but yep. Just eat that counterspell. You want to keep picking fights when you have a midnight clock ticking up. Indeed. Because your cards are going to get shuffled away anyway. So you want to keep picking these fights to get the most out of your cards, and that's a big relief when that counterspell resolves.
Oh yes, indeed. And now Rusko is hopefully resolving as well. Curse of Silence. Let's maybe drawing a card. Essence
Never
Scatter.
Didn't have it.
Essence Scatter. Notably,
Scatter.
Rusko will just come down next turn again. But if Teferi tucks this Midnight Clock and Rusko doesn't top deck a land...
Ooh, doesn't touch the clock though. It goes to the +1. Gutsy.
Rona's Vortex likely going to bounce Teferi here, if I had to guess.
Why is this Vortex waiting?
The kicker cost allows you to make a copy of that card.
Okay, I mean, I would have at least considered just the bounce for one to make sure the clock goes off.
Yeah, the problem here is that actually the clock is going off, so you're going to shuffle that Teferi back into your deck.
The clock only shuffles one player's deck.
No, yes. Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay, so
Is it
gem
Temporal
time?
Pilgrim? I think it's Temporal Pilgrim time.
And I think in response you just crack a midnight clock, flow to blue.
Hold on to your butts. Does it
Draw
resolve?
7. And it resolves. It very much resolves, but now that you can't play Rusko in the spot with counter magic backup, which is huge actually. So maybe maybe you want to just take an extra turn here, cash in this Mishra's Bauble.
There was no 1-mana counter spells and no hand disruption spells, so not the greatest of wheels.
And they say, hey, I'm just going to foretell this for the 1/1s. Indeed
wow.
They do. Okay, not
Can you play... Can they play Epiphany plus backup next turn? I think they can.
Yes, they can. But this
Temporal
3/3 here,
Ugh.
growing, putting it work, just going to be huge.
Seagate Restoration, get in there. Let's go. No, not this time.
So this can get removed by the planar incursion, which is what we're most likely going to see. Just flicker it, gone forever, since it's a token.
Yep. Pretty good use of the inclusion.
Yep, indeed. And yeah, they got removed. And oh wow, now they can Dark Ritual for Rusko.
With protection? Enough protection?
Maybe
They're up against...
Maybe it was better to take an extra turn here and then play a land instead.
Yeah, look at all the open mana.
Yeah, for the double protection, correct?
I know. I was thinking the same thing. You can double protect an Epiphany here, and you can double protect Rusko potentially
This
next
is looking
turn.
great, though. Like, if you Salandi Vision here, that means you have nothing. Wow.
Intervention is a pricey counter spell.
Costs 4 mana at the moment. And that is likely going to get negated. Or memory lapsed.
Tough call.
The thing is, if you memory lapse it, then you have negate up for the Teferi. And Rusko hits the board.
No point in looking at the top card of your opponent's deck here.
Indeed.
I would still crack that bauble, though. I would not wait.
Also, I just realized if you kick a vortex, it doesn't copy the spell, it just puts it to bottom of library. So, yeah, that was an earlier mistake on my part.
So, Doomscar, no surprise seeing the removal. You figure there must be a board wipe. There's something in their hand if it's not counter spells. Yeah, still not cracking the bauble. Weird.
But now you can play Rusko again with counter magic backup.
Yeah, we're getting into the Rusko spam part of the strategy, which does start to favor, as long as it resolves, it does start to favor Rusko over time.
Yeah, also, notably here, the reason to not crack the bauble here might show itself in the future when Rusko gets tucked and you just let the tuck happen and draw an additional card with the bauble. Yeah, more draw happening. Creatures
more
getting
spirits.
Huge.
Yeah, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria costs 9, but that is an amount that can be paid. And, you know, we always wonder, is there another counter spell off the top when you're drawing 2 to 3 cards a turn as the Teferi player, especially if they are not casting Teferi.
Banishing Light. On a clock or Rusko? Says clock.
Definitely tells you they don't have another counterspell right this minute.
Oh yeah, and now that Elrond's Epiphany with a clock in play, oh, you don't want the opponent to draw that, really.
Brazen Borrower, pretty good card.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
oof. Do you have enough mana to do everything?
We're gonna find out.
Would to
Consider, and you know what they're going to look at.
Yep.
They keep it.
They keep it. Now you know they have the Brazen Borrower.
But you also know that Alrund's Epiphany is going to resolve.
Oh, yes. So now you... Do they have enough mana for everything? Oh, okay.
What's the bounce? This is interesting because the Brazen Borrower might be able to keep the Temporal Pilgrim alive despite the birds.
Well, I think it's most like the main thing here is that we want to bounce this clock, right? Because once you bounce the clock, it is going to be trouble. So maybe it was better to hold this Cold Steel Heart to get another counter on the clock in the future.
I mean, if you're assuming that bounce on clock is the play, but I mean, I don't think it's that clear. I think that you can save your Teferi. I think you have to debate whether or not to do something about the engine to make sure it doesn't pop off.
The thing is,
it's interesting.
Teferi ignores it right now. So, and now you are in a position. Let me just count the mana. I think, no, you can't activate the clock right here.
If it gets another counter, maybe. Yeah, here's the mana check. 9, 10,
12,
14.
14. Yeah, that is not enough. Not playing the land, just bluffing. Yeah, they just
that's
say,
the play.
I'm bouncing the clock. Because you're going to... This Teferi is going to stay alive at least 2 turns no matter what. And if you take up, you're going to get 2 loyalty per turn. And so, like, those birds don't really threaten the Teferi.
The beatdown plan is also coming alive.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
In a big way.
Oh, yeah,
That's a 14-point attack.
I think you just have to... Yeah, if you... Yeah, I think I like this. Probably because, like, you kill your Rusko and get another clock in play. But there's also just a very real chance that... there's a very real chance that you can also just draw something big here, but maybe I think it's probably better to just let the Rusko die here. Okay, so we're going to see Rusko again, most likely.
But where does that get you? I guess you're chump blocking the 2 giant things.
Yes.
You get a clock
Rusko
ticking.
resolve, another clock, and then you have impulse, and you're... Believe it or not, I would say this is currently a good spot for Rusko.
Takes out the Teferi here, or the Hero of Dominaria, but if you don't jump block.
Yeah,
Decides
so they present lethal, so they're playing around the spot removal in this case, because they need to at least block one of the huge bodies here on the field.
They're going to be so huge, too.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And now, if there is no removal, you are in trouble as the Teferi player. Although, does grabbing Paradox Engine do even a nothing next turn?
You need a good top deck as well, something to kind of get things going. I mean, consider into brainstorm into, you need to start storming. So you need to draw the right piece.
Oh yeah, now hope there is no counter magic. Waiting for the trigger to resolve. And the opponent having priority here is not what you want to see. Mystical Dispute.
Okay, big draw.
Big draw. And
wah, wah, wah.
That is indeed a womp.
Would you wait on that impulse? Just knowing that there's Disappear, Mystical Dispute, Spell Pierce?
In the deck, yes, but probably you can't afford to play around it, to be honest. You need every bit of mana you can get to sink into the clocks.
Okay. All right. Well, that is match 1, am I right? That was game 2 going to
Yes, the bracket
Teferi?
just reset, and now they are on even foot. The last best of 3 of the tournament, and the winner takes home the grand prize. Thanks again to MTG Arena Zone. They sponsored $100 towards this prize pool. Various donations from the server will also come in. So the winner will get a little bit of over $60 worth of Magic the Gathering Arena codes. So that's
It
a
looks
lot
like
of packs.
Looks like the players aren't taking a break. They're saying, let's just freaking go. It's been a fun and long afternoon for our Control Blue mages, and they are ready.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, the Myriad is hungry for more, given that he had to wait multiple hours to get to play the next match. Because remember, he was an upper bracket, so he waited for all the lower bracket games to conclude.
All right, we've got a hand with ramp, notably a clock, negate and an impulse. Pretty good, but no disruption, no super cheap counters.
Yeah, and again, Teferi winning the die roll here being pretty huge, allowing them to freely play a Search for a Scanner on turn 2 without worrying. So yeah, Portable Hole on the Arcane Signet, pretty rough here.
Not bad, though. It's probably going to let the clock get into play.
Yeah. So yeah, we're likely going to look at Midnight Clock. Spell Pierce would have been absolutely brutal.
Oh, yeah. That would be a table flip. That would be a never to have it for sure. But instead, we've got a clock ticking before Rusko even joins the party. Now the question is going to become, how do you get Rusko on the battlefield? Inquisition of Kozilek off the top.
That is indeed a good card to have. And we might... Oh my god, you have to take the Narset here.
Do you? You have a negate. And you have a Supreme Will.
Yeah, the thing is, Dovin's Veto is not actually as good as an Essence Scatter in the Rusko matchup because you're trying to, resolve your Rusko. And you usually don't have enough mana for multiple counterspells wars. But maybe Myriad disagrees with that.
Some people just fear that line of text can't be countered.
Yeah, the issue is, if you take the Dovin's Veto as the Rusko player, and that tells Teferi, hey, I have multiple counterspells, I can deal with that Narset. So this line gives more information to the Teferi Hero of the Manaria player. Whereas if you just took the Narset, which is the natural line, you might be able to conceal certain pieces of information. So
as Kanta is going to dig, see what we can find. Supreme Will hits the graveyard. Interesting. Trying to hit a land there probably, and found it.
Found it. Yeah, it's really rough that... they're probably just going to cut down at the very least in the end step, right? But it's really rough.
Probably at the end step.
Yeah, that Rusko missed the land drop here.
Okay, but here's counter on Supreme Will. There's only one blue open. Is that mystery card a wash away?
Well, let's find out, shall we? Okay, Rusko doesn't want to find out, apparently. They want to play it safe.
Very interesting. I mean, I think I'd gamble that spot for the Rusko. I think I would.
Well, the issue is also, Rusko resolves, and then what? Then you're in a position where they can safely play Teferi with a blocker up. Which you can remove, right? But like you're in a pretty bad spot, honestly, because you don't have anything to follow up the Rusko. That is hopefully enough, right? But Spell Pierce.
We'll see. I feel like we're walking into the same situation. Like,
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah.
Now the Spell Pierce is up for the Teferi, though. Hopefully that.
It's kind of interesting because both players kind of put it out there like, I only have one mana available. Do you want to make the play? But here you see Teferi played around the Spell Pierce by flipping the Iskanta.
Yeah, and Rusko almost flipping the table there.
Yeah, that's what can happen.
Oh yeah. So now you're likely going to cut down. Is there anything even you want to counter at 2 mana is what Rusko is likely thinking. Yep. Still no cut down? Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
There is the possibility they want to save this cut down for a display circuit and play, but in my opinion that is just so far out there.
Artifacts and creatures?
So yeah,
Okay.
the Brawl's expertise is attack. A few players are on. So the idea is that it's somewhat of a board wipe. But what you can do with Rusko in play is, as one of the cards you bounce, you select your own Rusko, and then you can cast a spell with mana value 4 or less from your hand. So you're bouncing your own Rusko, putting it into play immediately again, and getting another clock.
Curse of Silence on Rusko, as has been there the entire matchup, it feels like.
Oh yes, that is very, very rough. And now Teferi is in an absolutely commanding position. Yeah.
So, Displacer Kitten doesn't look like it really achieves anything. Cut down still for some reason, never hitting this shark. The counter spells don't get there. The Chromatic Sphere, the Chromatic Star just has to draw into a Teferi answer because that's basically the problem.
I think this is a spot where you're just going to, as a Rusko player, you're right now just about to throw your whole hand into anything. Like you're going to spell pierce, negate, cut down anything, because you're going to draw a fresh 7 here.
Yep, and for that purpose, though, you kind of want to pick the fights. You know, you want to get a chance to play these.
Yeah. Now, just cut down. No, apparently not. Yeah, long think. Yep, there is the cut down.
Yeah.
Just get it out of your hand. Use all the value you can have.
Yep,
And
finally time.
And Teferi not playing a single spell, so Rusko can't have the chance to play counter magic. Stop in the upkeep to float the clock mana. Very important.
Just a good practice.
That's
sacrificing the star doesn't make a lot of sense, though.
That's a slip up. That's a big oops. Yep, there's the oops. There is the sorry. Could have digged one deeper here. So yeah, that is kind of an issue. But even then, fresh 7 with only 5 lands in play, about to have the 6th land, doesn't look too hot
Takes
against a
duress.
grab full of counter magic.
Yeah, and maybe we'll get to see that whole hand here as duress is coming down.
How bad is it? Is it good enough? Nope, that's never a good sign. That means they have enough counter magic. And they just run this Cold Steelheart into Spell Priest potentially.
Thinking about it.
Certainly.
You're going to have to do something.
Yeah, this is...
that is also an option.
Yep. Yeah, Cold Steelheart getting Spell Pierced. Not getting Spell Pierced. Even worse, I would argue.
Yeah, it allows the Azcanta to just go ahead and keep grinding away at this game.
Oh yes, that card is brutal.
It seems like it's also always been on the battlefield as long as we've been watching this run.
Oh yes, it has flipped many, many times. So yeah, we're seeing a Banishing Light on the Guardian Idol specifically, not the Cold Steelheart, because Guardian Idol can turn into a creature to beat down on the Teferi.
The pump faking of the scoop is just, you know, like, I guess I'll play another turn.
Yes, absolutely. Cantrip that away. And
We found it.
there it is.
All right. That is 3 consecutive games by Teferi, trying to make it a clean sweep in the finals over Rusko. Rusko, you got to put up a fight. You got to make it look close, young whippersnapper. You got to take out the established guard if you want to be the champ, if you want to be the best.
Oh, yes. And now that you've seen a couple of games, I think you can see where I was getting at earlier, where I think this is a matchup that is favored for Teferi.
I mean, we can go back and forth about it, but I think Rusko should look for opportunities to be more aggressive. Especially if you're finding that the long game does not favor you. Like, there were a few spots there where I think they could have gone for some plays that if they work out, you're further ahead. We saw Sheoldred kind of get some traction when they just went for stuff. And I don't know, maybe we're playing really careful here.
Yeah, and speaking of playing,
Being on the play is nice.
Being on the play. But remember, this is the Teferi is up 1-0 in the final match. So if Teferi wins it, they win it here. Mana Tithe. Brutal. You know what would have been worse? If you went Dark Ritual Rusko into Mana Tithe.
Well, you found the worst line.
Oh
man. Never didn't have it. You see the power of the little 1-mana counter spells in these blue matchups.
Yeah, and tournament-wise, it's really looking like Teferi's the deck to beat, not Kinnan. Because, I mean, you have seen all these decks. You see how much cheap interaction all these decks play, right? Like, it is really rough for Kinnan in this environment. But a deck like Teferi can use that and shine.
Well, there's your hope. Teferi just missed a land drop for the first time in what seems like tournament history. So if they miss a few spots here and you can get up on mana and use these cheap counter spells to pave the way for Rusko, that's got to make you feel better.
Yeah, now we see the Whir of Invention with a cycle effectively for a... Do you take a Chromatic Sphere or Amber?
That is a call that says, I am resolving this Rusko this turn.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And if you get double countered, like 2-mana counter into 1-mana
you draw
counter,
a land,
you'd flip the table.
Oh, wow. That is good, actually. I would argue that is good for Rusko, no? Because now you play Rusko, and you have Mega.
Yep. The Clockmaker has finally made a clock in this game.
Brazen Borrow on the clock, maybe? Is where I'm getting at.
Tick.
No. Wow.
You hear that? The clock is ticking.
And would you go for the Essence Flux in the end step? Yes or no?
It's a good question. I mean, do they have to try to remove Rusko? They probably don't.
Yeah. They do go for the counterspell. For the Essence Flux, I mean.
Yeah, if they kill Rusko in response, you just play it again.
Yeah. And then do you take up the clocks? They don't. They don't want to let the shields go down, and that might be the correct decision here. Yep.
Tick-tock.
Tick-tock. Clocks ticking up, and this is the best position Rusko has ever been in this double elimination match.
It's also the mana advantage is huge, and that's something that Rusko just gets used to playing with. Oh, bounce you?
I think you're fine just letting that happen, right?
Yeah, it reeks of some amount of desperation, but yeah, it should be able to resolve it next turn.
I would argue it was better to bounce a clock there, though, right? Like just reset a clock instead of giving them another clock.
We don't know the other player's hand, but if they're in a position where they say, what I have to do here is resolve Teferi, that's how I get back in this game, then you want Teferi on a stable board.
That is true. But you know...
Pact. Let the pact resolve. Yes, I love it when they do this.
And then...
Now they have to pay.
That is incredibly brutal. Incredibly brutal. And now
I can't tell you how many times I've seen people counter the counter on, counter the pact. Let the pact resolve and then counter the original spell. They still have to pay for the pact.
Oh, indeed.
It's so good.
It is so brutal. And Rusko coming back to play Mishra's Bauble. And
Tick-tock.
That is a huge, huge problem. Because now you're going to tick up a clock twice. Yeah, and that actually gives you a fresh 7.
Boom. Just like that.
So, tick up. Oh, yep. Tick up again? No, they say no. Interesting. Oh, that's
Mimic.
a Glass Mimic is a tech. Like, you basically have a tap land instead of a regular land, but you just say, hey, I'm going to Legend Rule it. Let it hit the graveyard, and then you're usually
get a clock.
You're usually keeping the original around just so you don't increase commander attacks.
Yeah, it's just another midnight clock if you already had a Rusko on the field. It's 3 mana for a midnight clock.
Yeah, they're thinking about cracking this clock immediately. And
would you do it now? I mean, with a negate, I guess you put it on the stack and maybe they try to interact with it.
Yep. I would
I'd
tip
still
my
rather do
mana
it
in a
on their
different
turn.
way, though. I would tap my mana at the very least in a different way. Use that colorless. Maybe use one of the black float. Okay. And it is happening here. Draw 7. And
Hello.
that is amazing. So
That is not a bad 7.
Yep. And then Impulse, finding something else.
No
And-
counterspell, notably, so Disdainful Stroke fills the niche.
Yes,
Does
that
the
is
job.
a good pickup. It is. They don't know about it, but yeah, borrowed time taking out a clock, I would assume. No, not taking out a clock. Refuses to take out a clock. Wants to get the Rusko out of the field instead. Do they crack the bauble here? Seems like the answer is no. So since they reshuffled, the bauble is valuable for a Word of Invention play, by the way. So how much mana do they have? They're going to Thoughtseize, they're going to Duress. Teferi currently 4 cards in hand. Oh, and you don't want to see that. I assume we're going to take the Discover the Formula. No, they
Why?
don't.
No,
they
you
only
take the
have-
wash away.
Yeah, no, I was thinking Discover the Formula first, so they just can't use that, and then the rest. But turns out they only have 2 black mana.
Yeah. Not only that, they get to Time Warp.
God, you get to Time Warp. This is insane.
TikTok. Here we go. Fresh 7 coming right up.
And now you could crack the bauble and trigger and stack the triggers in a way where you get the draw after. Oh, and they just had it. They just had
They're not
enough.
sticking around for the chance of 7 land?
The thing is, you get to draw 7 twice because you can tick up another clock.
7 more land. Let's go. Come on, Teferi. Play to the outs. It looks like Rusko's heard me, decided to put up a fight, and we have a game 3 in this final match to determine the champion.
Oh, yes. And this match is, the final match. And I am still pessimistic about Rusko winning, especially on the draw. What do you say?
On the draw is hard, but I think you could definitely see a hand come together with a ramp piece, a cheap counter spell, and like a cheap discard spell that could pave the way, and Rusko can still get ahead very quickly. I think that you have to be opening hand greedy here if you are Rusko, and you have to hope that Teferi's hand is much more medium. Like cards like Mana Tithe and Spell Pierce are backbreaking, but if I'm Rusko, you got to be pretty greedy on this keep. It's got to be a good one.
Oh, yes.
It's not like I am very like I don't just keep a hand because I can counter Teferi on turn 5. That's not good enough. You need to do more.
Yes, and we see the last and final match of this tournament coming up. Also, I just want to point out, in case you criticize Myriad's decision making, he is from Australia, and it is 4 a.m. in Australia right now.
That's a 4 a.m. keep.
That is a 4 a.m. keep, according to the clock right here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, you're really like, what does this hand really do? It's got 2 mystery cards, right? Chromatic Sphere and Bauble. So you're hoping your top 3 are matchup relevant.
I don't agree with this keep, but now I'm liking it. Oh my
taps
God.
out for his Kanta.
That is huge. You can actually Dark Ritual Rusko Inquisition by filtering the mana here.
That's right.
Oh, God.
That worked out better than my keeps ever work out.
Oh my God. This is so insane. Swords to...
Swords!
Yeah, you take that because you can't recover if your commander gets removed after a Dark Ritual, and now this is trouble. This is trouble.
Yeah, Rusko has 2 turns to put together a plan for Teferi or protect their commander, and if they find the right pieces to do it, they have a seriously good chance.
Yeah, and now the question is, do you run this Midnight Clock into a Supreme Will?
Yeah, you know about it. You kind of don't want them digging with the Supreme Will either. And if you pass, you give them an easy access to it. But you get to cast Vision. Watch your auto tapper.
Watch the auto tapper. And now they're trying to find a Spell Pierce, I believe. Oh, Mind Spike is very tempting, though. I think I would take that here. Just more hand
What does Grim Tutor could get just about anything, but Mind Spike is usually all you want.
Grim Tutor is also pretty hard.
From interacting.
Grim Tutor is also pretty hard to cast if you only have 1 black mana.
This could be a board wipe. Like, this is an okay window for a board wipe from Teferi if they can find it.
Very much so.
They still have another turn before Rusko comes down again.
I think it has to be a board wipe here, correct?
If they have it, but
they don't. They don't. Well, they went to main phase 2 very quickly, but...
they just priority checked. That's what they did.
Yeah.
They're looking for Fading Hope and Essence Flux or whatever.
Yeah, this is... I believe they will go for the board wipe here. The thing is, on Arena, the most optimal play in the tournament setting is to just play with full control all the time.
But that's lame, so we don't.
Mind spiking before attacking here. So if we have a Wandering Emperor, then we just don't attack, you know?
Counter the spike.
Counter the spike. That lets the second Midnight Clock onto the field, which is going to be really, really relevant. And still 2 dead cards in this Rusko player's hand. Effectively on a mull to 5 on the first keep. But yeah, it seems to work out. If Teferi comes down, we will likely see a downtick on one of the clocks. On the clock that's currently on 9.
The clock is on 8. Yeah, now on 9. Fatal Push is 10, which I think... by the body language, if you can call it that, Myriad is thinking about snapping off on Rusko.
You can Fatal Push a card. Like, now, in response, you Fatal Push your own commander. Missed an opportunity. Because you can Fatal Push your own commander there in response, because it is a legal target. It's just going to whiff.
It's risky, though, right? What if they remove something in response to that?
Yeah, which, for 1 mana, I don't think is happening.
Come on, you got to play around the absolute sick blowout that you can never like emotionally recover from. All right, the Skyclave Relic just got wrecked.
Wow, and now Teferi downtick will likely be the play. Then Rusko will go back to the command zone, will get played again. No. So they just say, hey, I don't want that to happen. I need to draw my answers anyways. So just going to uptick again and again.
It's a straight up challenge. Teferi is saying, I'm better than you, Rusko. I'm just straight better. I've been through all of this before. I've seen so many come and go. This is my house.
Yeah, and I believe we will see the double discard of Fatal Push Languish in order to preserve that land drop. Then you can go ahead and duress that sweet, sweet value out of the opponent's hand.
Huge duress on the Discover the Formula.
Also, have you checked how much life Teferi currently has?
9. The answer is 9.
That is
the answer is
lot.
6.
Yeah, that is not a lot. Counterspell being a huge pickup here, though.
It is. Gotta solve the board. Is it downtick time? Yes.
It is downtick time.
Many have been tucked by Teferi over the years. Rusko just the latest.
And now Rusko not ticking up the clock here.
I've seen a lot of, like, not ticking the clock opportunities. It's been kind of sus.
Well, maybe Myriad is also just I personally like turboing out the clock, but there are also players that just value the mana and don't want the mana to go away, right? And in this spot, it doesn't really matter because you can still just tick up the clock here. And it's actually better in certain spots to not tick up the clock, where if this clock had one more counter, you wouldn't want to tick it up because you want to pop the clock in your turn so you can float one mana that you can actually use.
So hear me. If Rusko attacks Teferi that turn, Teferi can't tuck.
Yeah.
How different is this situation?
Very, very different. So maybe that attack for the life total was too greedy, and now the Tails End will counter the clock activation. So what you're going to do is not activate the clock, and then hope to draw a negate. And then activate it.
Can't you activate the clock again in response?
So you don't Tails End the counter being put on the clock. You counter the 12 counter.
So the answer is no.
No, exactly. Because now what's going to happen? You don't counter that. That is a mistake. That is actually a mistake.
Yeah, because most people don't realize there's another trigger after the 12 counter
and you
lands.
need to trigger the other counter. So that was definitely a slip up here.
That was a 7-card mistake. And they realize it.
Yeah.
Teferi trying to be the 2-time Teferi. But possibly an epic blunder here, giving away 7 cards.
Oh, yes. Also, I believe it was a mistake to activate this clock in response. You just let it go and go to your next turn. And then use it in your next turn. And then you have one more.
Both players were probably under the impression that it was, not the activation they thought it was.
Yeah. Okay, now that is interesting. Inquisition of Kozilek. Likely going to grab some form of counter magic.
Mystical Dispute.
So
Look
you have to play around 2 mana here. And you can actually just Dark Ritual into that. Just Dark Ritual Rusko.
This Dark Ritual makes 3.
Yeah. They could also just play a Paradox Engine here safely. But the problem is they want to really, really resolve this Rusko, and if the opponent taxes their mana, they can't use Search for Counter, so this will likely resolve.
Yeah, this is about getting the clock ticking.
Oh, yeah, the attack to face here really, really made an impact on this game.
If Rusko's on the board, though, we know it will probably get swept the next turn, but you're 6 triggers away, man.
Instead of opting for Search for Counter, they opt to do Memory Deluge.
I might negate this. I mean, you know they have Jwari. You know they have Mana Tithe, right? You're not going to resolve the negate next turn.
Oh, they just had the pact.
Oh my goodness. They hit the pact, but now they can't counter back.
Yeah,
so you can negate through it.
Yeah, that is rough. Okay, so Rusko on the field, and we're going to see a cantrip here to drain for 1.
5 more triggers.
Island likely going to stay on top, or something else. Something else, they say. And yeah, now tuck the clock, board wipe, and this is not looking great.
It's looking tough.
It is indeed looking tough.
It's looking really tough.
And here, if you had a manland as the Rusko player, you would be in a great position.
That's true. That is true. A creature land would go a long way.
So opt, likely putting a card to the bottom in order to get a midnight clock.
Yeah, your Paradox Engine doesn't do anything alone.
Although
you could discard it.
Yeah, I think it is actually correct to just discard a Paradox Engine here, but the other cards are so much worse here that you might just want to discard Fatal Push and Planar Incursion.
Go for the throat.
Yeah, now they took the go for the throat, but maybe the go for the throat is better to keep in hand, right? It always depends.
It depends on whether or not you think Hullbreaker Horror is here.
It's always here. Also remember, Hullbreaker Horror is one of those cards that is legal here, but we can't play the Rebellions version, so this Hullbreaker Horror has still the can't be counter-text.
Oh, you're playing the good Hullbreaker Horror. Love it.
Yep. Yeah, because again, in direct challenge in Historic Brawl, you are unable to use Rebellions cards, which is why we have certain cards banned, like Teferi Time Reveler. and because it is just too impactful for the format. Opt coming out.
So, scroll right at the bottom, draw a fresh card. Wandering Emperor was brought into hand by his Kanta. That can start a clock. It's 32 to 5, so it won't be a quick one.
Not even that, it can also gain life. Like, just 2 life here means Rusko has to play 2 more spells with Rusko on the field, and now that's, you know...
It only gains life if a tapped creature is available to target. So, I don't know what scenario is going to bring that out.
That is true. You can't just
Here's
exile
just
your own
going for
Dream
it.
Trawler, how about that?
Or you could hit them with the Dream Trawler.
No,
that also
that's too
solves the
simple.
problem.
That is way too simple.
You're talking to me about Oracle of the Alpha being, you know, generally a trap, and you're here to, like, Wandering Emperor your own Dream Trawler. All right, I see how it is. Your ideas are great. Mine are our Ajani ideas. I see how it is.
Yes, indeed. So we see the
Here comes the
-1
samurai.
putting on pressure and +1. The 25 life coming in through for the Teferi player.
It sure looks like Teferi is going to stabilize and take down and become Teferi 2 times. So,
Well,
Rusko, how do you get out of this?
yeah, I mean, not like that.
There
Not
it is.
like that.
Surf's up.
And we have a winner, and that is Teferi. Back-to-back, winning 2 tournaments in a row. Wow.
I love casting Seagate Restoration for lethal. Is there any better way? Like, people who like combat damage just don't know the joy of getting people to rage scoop to a 7-mana sorcery value play.
Yeah. And again, for the viewers, this is the list that just won the tournament, the Teferi Hero of Dominaria list. And you can check out all the lists that were used in this tournament on the Twitch channel. There is going to be a link. Shout out to the whole team in the background that is doing great work here. Shout out to you, CGB, for being a great co-caster. And thank you MTGA Zone for sponsoring this tournament. Little bit of over $50 worth of codes going to the first place, 30 for the second place, and then 10 for third and fourth place.
Also, thank you to you, Fine, the Iron Person of Casting here, just totally locking it down. How can people, if they enjoy what they see, get in on some of this action in the future, and does it cost them anything?
It doesn't cost you anything except, of course, time. The Brawl Hub server is open to anyone. You can just sign up, and what will happen is you are assigned 3 opponents during the course of the next week, and that will go over 1 month. And then by the end of that month, the top 8 players with the highest amount of points are going to be able to compete in this tournament. The time for the tournaments always varies slightly, because it is not a fixed time we set. It is a time voted by the players. So the players have the best opportunity to actually compete in the tournament. Also, there was a 5-minute delay on the stream. We already mentioned this a couple of times, but this is also, for the sake of the players here. And yeah, that is Historic Brawl Hub tournament number 3 concluded.
So thank you for watching this stream, and as always, we'll see you in the next stream. And I always tell people they're cool. Do you like that?
Oh yes, you're all cool. You're all amazing. Thank you, viewers. Also, shout out to Amy Zonian for rating the stream earlier with over 300 people. And beautiful. See you in the next one. Goodbye.